into the Brawl house.
The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way this one. We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are slamming down in the EMEA region once again. I am Mark, joined with my partners in crime today by Trav Talks and Teddy Cast. Trav, first and foremost, welcome back to your home turf. You've been spending a lot of time in the North America and LATAM North region recently, but it's great to have you here.
Yeah, I mean, I've been spending a lot of time with aircon on, and now I've got the windows open, breeze flowing through my hair, and it feels beautiful to be home.
And if you didn't know, well, you won't know watching at home, but the windows that you've got sound like cats meowing as well. We've had it in rehearsals, which is quite amusing. Teddy, of course, great to have you back on home turf as well. And are you excited for the best of EMEA?
Always, man, always. We got a lot of spots here in this region, but a lot of teams competing for them as well, as competitive as ever. Every monthly final, a different winner. I am excited to see what today has to show us in EMEA.
It's honestly so hard to tell what is going to happen with this region next, but let's take a look first and foremost at the format. If you are new to the BSC streams, and perhaps you'll be less familiar with how we go about these moments here. Power match format, so picks and bans along the way. No duplicate brawlers you will find here, that's for sure. And then we've also got a top 8 single elimination bracket, so all those teams from the qualifying stages making it through to today. In the quarterfinals of this bracket, we have a best of 3. In the semifinals and the final stages, there'll be a best of 5, so a little bit more time to recollect yourselves if you start to fall behind. Those quarterfinal stages, they are grueling, and they have seen the demise of many teams that are capable of making it further. We're going to see a couple of those teams later on today that are looking to better their previous performances as well. We have got a banger lineup today. Here is the bracket. Trav, talk us through it.
I mean, to start with, I don't think these games could be any closer, to be honest. SK Gaming versus Grom to kick it off. Team Queso versus Dogster, Lobster straight up after that. In third, Reply Totem versus Craze Clan. And finishing things off in those quarterfinals, Tribe Gaming EU versus NaVi.
Seriously close matchups. There's a lot there, which honestly, when it comes to predictions, you're looking at a pretty close 50-50, to be completely honest. We'll try to give you our thoughts along the way and guide you towards those in-game rewards, but you've got to make sure that you go to event.brawlstars.com first and connect your game with your Supercell ID. That is how you can be rewarded in-game by getting those predictions right, paying attention to some of the trivia along the way as well, and of course making your way through the tiers to get towards that all-exclusive BSC pin. Here are our predictions for the day. As you can see, they're a bit of a mixed match going on here. We've got different ideas across the board. Trav, why don't you talk us through first and foremost why you went with your picks today?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really know. I just had that sly feeling, you know, that Dogster, Lobster, and Craze are going to pull through for me. I think we've all gone for something pretty similar with SK at the start, and I feel like, you know, with Grom being a bit of a pull-together team, I think that's the only real way to go. But we've kind of switched up a little bit in the mid, and then you've gone with NaVi at the end, which, you know, I'm questioning a little bit, as Tribe have been looking fairly decent at the moment.
I've been working on my Russian, that's the thing. I've got the accent down now as well. Teddy, talk us through your thoughts as well when it comes to your predictions and why you went for the ones that you did.
Well, unlike my colleague who bases his predictions on feelings, I prefer to look at data and facts. I'm just kidding, but really, I mostly just looked at the underlying trend of the year. So far this year, which teams have been doing better in those matchups. I felt like Team Queso has been a little more consistent than Dogster. Totem has been Totem, and Tribe Gaming have been Tribe Gaming. You know, as simple as that. Not really overthinking it today. I'm sticking with the basics.
Yeah, just throw my 2 cents in as well. I've got to say, you know, NaVi have been looking great in the Snapdragon Pro Series as well as Craze, but I didn't kind of go for Craze this time round. Here are the leaderboard standings, though, for the region. Let's talk you guys through it. Of course, Tribe Gaming EU out on top with 470 points. Did, of course, pick up that big win back in April, but have since appeared in every grand final, but just haven't quite made it to another win. This is a region which has had a different winner every single month. Another one of those winners was Reply Totem last month, who went from 7th 7th place all the way up to 2nd place on the leaderboard now with 376. SK Gaming, of course, in 3rd. They were the winners of March. Team Queso with 347 points, the winners just prior to MSI. SCMNEU OGS still in contention, but keep an eye on 7th and 8th. Craze Clan and NaVi. Today, if they have a good day, they could very well be stepping in the toes of Reply Totem and shifting themselves all the way up towards the top spots. But they've got to make sure that they are able to really harness everything today. A lot's been riding on waiting to see how they're going to fare in this competition. And to make things a bit more challenging for them, Teddy, we've also had some big changes with regards to our map pool. Why don't you talk the viewers through kind of how that's gone?
Well, usually every single mode gets one map removed. That's how map pool changes have been in the past. This time around, things have been shaken up a bit more than that, as Bounty and Heist, for instance, completely free of changes this time around, but modes like Brawl and Gem Grab got almost the integrality of their map pool changed. Brawl now with Backyard Bowl center stage, Beach Bowl in the map pool. That's all 3 maps changed. Gem Grab losing 2, that's Deep Diner and Minecart Madness coming into the mix now. And for Knockout and Hot Zone, we'll see Out in the Open and Open Zone respectively joining the map pool. So looking forward to seeing some action on those maps. Maps mean, you know, new adjustment that teams need to do as well. And obviously, as you guys may have guessed, if you're familiar enough with the game, some of those maps can be quite controversial as well, like Minecart Madness, Backyard Bowl, and even Canal Grande still in the mix as well.
Yeah, it's definitely had a bit of a talking point throughout the community, and I'm all for it. I love Minecart Madness. I think from a viewer's perspective, it's great. And Backyard Bowl, yeah, I mean, with drafts, you can break things open, guys. You know, there are ways to be able to maneuver around that map and have a bit of a tighter ending. But speaking of endings, Teddy, it's not over for you today. We're going to bring you back for match 3 and 4. But for now, me and Trav are going to take this one and see off SK Gaming versus Grom. So, Trav, let's start with SK Gaming. I mean, again, a team which had phenomenal success last year, back and forth wins between themselves and Clash, but this year's been a little bit different for them. They've had some great performances, don't get me wrong. I mean, going all the way in the grand finals with Zeta, the MSI, was a fantastic thing to see, and SK have been really starting to work a little bit better together since then. But grand final win in March, since then, some quarterfinal exits, but they are all together today, and genuinely, I think that can make a huge difference.
Well, I was going to say, they had a great start to the first half of the year and a great start to the end of the first half of the year, but in between that, it was all a bit sketchy. Second at the MSI, first in the first monthly final. It just didn't look as good in between that, and they really need to start fixing that up, because maybe these EMEA teams just have a certain lock on their playstyle that they're able to just counter so easily.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing big things from them. But speaking of big, this is a team which want to take them down. Grom. You'll know some of the players, of course, Casey, Jaime, and Boss, but from kind of different places. Casey and Boss coming from the humble kind of roster. Jaime, of course, joining the mix. But I've got to be honest, you know, as much as they want to take down the Titans of SK Gaming, they haven't really been scrimming much together yet. I mean, I look at my spectate. I like to kind of explore and see what teams are doing in their preparation process. They've kind of been all doing different things. I mean, following the Snapdragon Pro Series, Boss has been playing with Team Queso. I mean, that's not, not public information. That's just fact. Everyone's seen it. So how they're going to fare today, I'm not too sure. It's kind of difficult to tell. They're coming in together today for, I'm not going to say what's been the first time since their qualifier, but definitely one of few, and with little to lose in that same respect. So they could cause a huge upset, or it could be very one-sided, Trav. It's kind of hard to say at this point.
I mean, I think that upset could be on the cards, but apparently the public doesn't feel the same way. 91% to 9. This has got to be the most one-sided poll all year. That is absolutely ridiculous. And personally, I thought Grom definitely had a bit more of a foot in the door than this, but the public just shut it down straight away.
I'm with you. I mean, genuinely, the players are so credible on that team, and they had a great qualifier. That's why they're here. I mean, it's definitely not out of the question that they can cause an upset, especially in the quarterfinals. If this was a semifinals match, maybe things could be a little bit different in that respect. But the bans are in regardless. SK Gaming banning out Eve. That's a bit of a weird one, but one that we do see a lot played on Out in the Open, so fair enough. Bonnie and Gene added to that mix. Crow, Bell, and Piper are being banned out by Grom, and the first pick coming very quickly in by Grom is the Penny, which I quite like here.
I mean, I love the penny. I feel like, you know, with these kind of bans, Brock being, as you can see, a very heavy pick rate, being able to break up that wall and walk straight through without the need of a flying hawk or an Eve or anything like that to get across that water, I feel like it's a great addition, especially because it provides such long range as well. Semantic's going to slide on that squeak, however, you know, you've got that residue and there's a few choke points that you can put it down to really make this map a bit more centered towards your comp.
Interesting though, first pick Squeak. I would have preferred the bow pick myself, we're combining with the Carl, but Carl is, yeah, I mean, Carl is still Carl. We haven't had any balance changes since that Brawl has been absolutely running riot over the draft. Let's see what comes in next. Could be, I was gonna say potentially Max. It hasn't been banned out. We know that Casey is a big advocate for that and it does provide a lot of aggression. One of those two picks could certainly be that. I think Stu is not a bad one to consider here as well, but range as well, I think is something of lacking. So coming in with a Janet, I quite like from Casey. Wouldn't mind to see the Max though alongside it. Let's see what they choose to go for. Not my thing here, realistically. There it is. Yeah, I love that. Jaime locking it in, but I'm no doubt going to see Casey on it. So SK got to respond to this, and this is quite a tough one, to be honest.
I mean, so far, I kind of like the SK draft. I feel like Carl pretty much just tops off every comp and makes it that little bit better. Grom on the other side of things, you know, they've got 3 pretty strong brawlers to the map, but I'm just not sure if it's going to be able to stand up too well as a cohesive unit. Yes, we're going to be able to see Casey flying through the air and really picking out his targets, and Squeak probably going to be the prime one of them. Lola, the last pick for SK Gaming here, and you know, I kind of like it, but with Penny's ability to splash through that ego, it becomes that little bit less useful.
I quite like the Lola pick though. It's one that SK Gaming really like to keep bringing back time and time again, and we saw a little bit of a drop off for Lola, but now it seems like teams are remembering why she is so good. With that area spray, I think that's going to help a lot when it comes to those big speedier moments when Grom do decide to all kind of collect together and go on the hunt. I was just still surprised by that Squeak first pick. It's been a while since we've kind of seen that particular brawler really be valued that highly. Flying hook early in by Guille, getting that control in and a jump pad in from Boss, down to half HP already, but good connections from Semantic is putting SK already in a good foot in the door. That slow force case, he's at base shift now, one shot away, but having to retreat there. Whew, bit of a rough start for Grom.
Yeah, pinned instantly back in spawn, and the residue's there as well, so we won't be able to push up and aggress this over the left-hand side. Really tough spot here for Grom, and with Boss jumping in, he's going to be taken down very, very quickly by Guille if he does choose that route to try and get out the spawn. Casey picks up his speed, but honestly, in my opinion, maybe they're better off just keeping these supers for the next round. He does pop it, and they try to push out a little bit, but still, even with that speed, they're in the same position.
Yeah, SK really got them in a firm chokehold for now, but I can see why this Squeak works quite well. If you can push that left-hand side, there's really nowhere the Boss or Jaime before it could really go. Semantic doing a wonderful job, honestly, at locking things down, but I do admire the perseverance of Grom, despite the fact that they've been behind all the game. They are surviving on, but as I say that, no, SK do wrap it up and in convincing fashion as well at that. I don't think that Grom are out the running at all. I think they can recollect themselves. They've got a good comp for it, but in the early outsets, you know, you can tell a few little things, and SK for me at the moment just seem to be quite dominant in that respect.
I mean, you've just got to question this launch pad, and he's done it twice now. It's not like they're not going to expect it, and they clean him up really fast. Jaime falls as well.
Yeah.
He's slowed, and he's going to be finished off pretty quick as well. Does get one, actually. He might be able to turn this one around with this speed that he did use, but still too low to really do too much. He phase shifts in once more, but SK Gaming lock this game down and bring it home to make it 1-0.
Yeah, they look very confident. They look like they've got the comp that they were looking for. They don't seem too deterred, and like you rightly point out, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the jump pad going in to start the matchup. I think kind of hoping to gain some value, especially with the Brawler of Penny, getting some lineups along the way and getting that early turret. But yeah, I think this is the better approach. Jaime does use a gadget to go in early into the mid, but at the same time, you know, we've seen Gear using the flying hook as well to get that early mid presence, so I don't necessarily mind it. Let's see though, as already Grom pushed back yet again, and kind of a bit of a rinse and repeat of what we saw in the last time round. Boss one shot away now, and just avoiding that shot. Jaime low as well. Everyone from Grom just being a bit over aggressive for me.
I mean, Jaime's not going to get back over that water. He is trapped down this bottom side now, but the launch pad there is there to escape, and he avoids the shot as well. Guille, over this left-hand side, looking like he might be pinched in by these two, but Grom are actually the ones in the better position this time and have this lock of the map. With only these 2 choke points they're able to push through, it's going to be a difficult push.
Question is, how long can they keep it? Now the turret is making some things work for them as the gas comes in. It's a great time actually for Grom to be able to take back around here, but good connections from Semantic are causing a bit of a stir. Now goes the ego, and Jaime incredibly low as a result of that, and Casey as well. Boss is the most in terms of HP. That's a very important takedown as Gie goes down. Can they see to Semantic as well as Gie? They can. Grom Bomb showing a bit of a lease of life and starting to find their mojo.
Two supers on each side now, and I'm hoping for no jump head in. He doesn't use it as Gie does have his super there. Casey with a speed off spawn, but instantly hit. That Grom super hits two of them, slows them both down. Casey and Boss having to retreat down this left-hand side, and now they're the ones in this tough position. Penny Torrey goes down, and once more, SK are on top of things.
Well, this is the position that Grom Bomb have been in time and time again, and it hasn't turned around more or less every time they've been in it. But this is why the comp from SK is such a daring one at that, and a difficult one to face off against. That Lola spray down the mid, like there's literally nowhere you can go. You're gonna have to really commit to force through it, and then when you do, Gears can be ready for it. And the Squeak as well, all coming in to work itself out. Casey has got no choice except to go on the aggressive and try to get some chip damage into iChaos. But again, SK just works so well against this, with little really on the side of Grom Bomb to get out of that right-hand side of the map due to the lake. It's really all this chokehold here, and I just can't see it going any other way. SK are looking absolutely fantastic, and down goes Boss, making that 2 versus 3. Jaime's the next to follow, and Casey surely now as well. Absolutely nothing you can do about it. Says, yeah, this could well be the set going the way of SK unless Grom Bomb can make this count. And if they do, this could be a lot more blown out. Like, it could be blown wide open, to be fair.
Yeah, Casey did use that speed off spawn. Residue down this left-hand side, so Boss unable to his pinch as well as he'd like to. Shots do follow up Semantic, though, and this ego placed down is melted as he doesn't have any more of those freeze frames left. They have a Penny Turret in this defensive position as well. They're kind of wanting SK to aggress this a little bit more so it can hit some targets, but at the moment, they're the ones taking all the hits.
Speed from KC, but again, more often than not, it's used defensively to try to keep everyone still in the mix. Jaime with some good connections though to iChaos. In the meantime, though, it is just himself and Boss. 2 versus 2 now. Casey the lower of the group, and now it's down to Jaime. This looks like SK will be taking the set now, surely, as Semantic and Gear will just play the slow game here for sure. Just not make as a mistake along the way. Get that slow connection, which they have done nicely there. That is going to be it. SK will take the first set, and I honestly got to say, in fairly convincing fashion.
I mean, the fight back that Grom Bomb did have just didn't really have any big traction behind it. They pushed forward a few times, but unable to get any meaningful kills. And when they did, they managed to get the round, but the rest of the rounds were just so SK-sided that they were just unable to do anything.
Yeah, they looked like they were very prepared. And actually, having spoken to SK Gaming as well quite recently, that they've been taking a bit of downtime, as I think it's wise to do in Brawl. Avoids burnout, seeing family and friends and just kind of taking a step back to refresh. It can go a long, long way. And I think the perfect time to do so for them. So great to see that they've been able to come back as well, looking just as on top form as always. But I like the comp. I was a bit concerned with the Squeak first pick, but I actually can see now why that actually, in my mind, I'm going to be keeping them a lot closer on and how effective it can be. If you haven't got an answer on that right-hand side to either break through the map or, again, banning the Eve there was quite a wise decision by them, because it really forced the hand of Grom Bomb. It was basically saying early on, look, you're going to have an answer for this. And I guess Grom Bomb thought with the Janet pick or the jump pad a little bit that they might be able to have some options. But realistically, SK didn't give any option to Grom Bomb, and they really took control from start to finish.
I mean, I think they're kind of just two sides of the same coin here. Both very mechanically skilled teams, but SK looking like an extremely cohesive unit, whereas Grom Bomb just didn't really bring the same vibes to the table, in my opinion. Definitely didn't look too much in sync, and they were going aggressive individually at certain times, which I'm just really not a big fan of. Boss down the left-hand side, and also Jaime flying in a few times didn't really seem too good. And just to top it off, they weren't really making the biggest amount of use of KC's speeds.
Yeah, SK Gaming as well are a team that really focus and center around control, and with that kind of comp as well, it can help to do just that. And the aggressiveness of the Maxes wasn't really enough, to really shake and stir SK, put them in a position of vulnerability. We saw it kind of pretty much only once in that first set. So hopefully, going in to Safe Zone and Heist next, we see a little bit more of an adaptation occurring for Grom Bomb, because at the moment they were trying to play the game that they wanted to play, and it wasn't working out. You've really got to take SK into a spot where they're not comfortable, where they're not used to being. And we saw actually, I believe it may have been on this very map last month between Tribe Gaming EU and SK Gaming, where it's a rarity to see SK lose in Safe Zone and Heist, to be completely honest, because they like to play this slow, like center entirely around range and control. Brawls like B, but the Colette and the Bonnie ban is going to change a lot of that. Darrow ban as well. You didn't tend to often often see that from SK. I like it a lot. Nanny banned, Brock banned, and Griff banned by Grom. These are really interesting for me.
Well, I like what Grom started off with, bringing the Carl to the table, able to just use that flying hook over the water, and also pretty versatile no matter what matchup you put it up against, and it's definitely going to be pretty good against that Lola matchup that Samantha did take off the start. Gonna have to ensure that he gets the different matchup, and Grombom, knowing that's either going to be down one of the lanes, they can pick a pretty solid counter to that in addition to Carl. So not sure if I'm the biggest fan of this Lola pick early on from SK Gaming, but as you can see from the Brawler pick rates, it's up there. It's definitely up there, and I'm not sure how the win rates are, but it's pretty fair to say it's a solid pick.
I like it. I know that SK really value this Lola pick, and more times often than not, it does tend to work out well for them. And just taking away that max idea, I think these are bans that we don't tend to often see in Safe Zone. And for that same reason, the picks are going to follow as being kind of a little bit out there and wacky and weird. I like that. I like that a lot. The max there as well would have surely been one on the eyes of Grombom, but now they can't realistically. They might pick Piper, but it's going to be a tough one to make work against the max. It's going to place them in a bit of a position here as to what they're actually going to go. Lacking some range a little bit here, so coming in with the Bell, I like that a lot. And obviously with the max is a great option to kind of like cluster up and pair together to get the value from the Let's Go. So ultimately Bell could be a really good counter to that. I'd like to see something of an aggressiveness coming though from Grombom, because SK have got the speed. They need to have something of a response to that as well.
I mean, I think it's more of the same story as well, you know, with Lola and her ego. It's going to be bouncing back and forward off that as well as them clustering up, and I'm a big fan of that Amber pick, especially into what SK Gaming are trying to bring to the table. Able to just burn through that ego and also able to kind of track Max when he is going to be using these speeds and pushing more aggressively. I think it's a pretty solid, well-rounded comp that Grombom have got here.
I've got to say though, coming off the defense, if SK are in a formidable position in the forefront of things and just laying down the damage, very little the Highway's going to be able to do to defend that. So Grombom are going to have to be very, very cautious to not lose that control. Fan coming in from SK is definitely one that we don't tend to see being played in Safe Zone, but one that SK play really, really well. It's surely got to be Semantic on that particular brawler, because it pretty much is every other time that we've seen it. But it is a daring pick. Again, it's not one that we tend to often see in Safe Zone. They banned the Daryl, so we knew that that wasn't going to be the third and final pick, having there be no counter to it, and it's Semantic on it. So I think that definitely Grombom are going to have their wits about them. That's an interesting one to see how it plays out though in Heist.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an unorthodox comp against pretty much the norm between these two teams here, but Grombom are off to a flying start, a couple of pickups, and Semantic walks over the Bell mine as well, taken out instantly, and KC slotting straight into the position which he wants to get into pretty much towards the later period of the game, but he's there early.
Yeah, and this thing laid out early on as well by Boss, and that's going to be something of a concern for SK to get out of this spawn trap. Boss continuating these shots, damage gear in play surely. Samantha goes down after being marked as well. Much better start from Grom. This is where we needed to see them thrive and take it to a third and final set. It's still early days, so the Let's Go comes in from Guille. Oh my word, all those nest eggs popped by Semantic in a heartbeat. Oh my days, Grombom's utility just got destroyed in one single super.
I mean, at the end of the day, though, they've defended it perfectly. 3% dealt with that much aggression from SK. It's just a really, really solid defense. KC gets pinched down. Boss has to retreat a little bit, and this is where the aggression needs to come in from SK. Semantic's got his super. Chaos is going down the left-hand side, and Guille can't really push too much. In it comes the stuns there as well with the roundhouse kick and the takedown to add up. But KC, Boss both back pretty heavily on the defense and unable to push out of this position.
Lovely ego there from Chaos. I mean, I was going to say before that Boss was just surviving on time and time again on low HP, but it took a super to get him taken down. But like I said, Semantic just going in and just bouncing off the save like a pinball. It's a great thing to see. It is very close, though. It's got to be said, and SK are far from out of the woods off that really incredible first push from Grombom. They've got some catching up to do, so the speed coming from Guille at a really crucial time. If Grombom can get out of this spawn trap, though, and Jaime coming around the right-hand side as the start of doing so, then they could actually end this game with even more damage dealt to SK. As again, it's not a comp that we tend to often see them use and play, so 30 seconds remain, and this could still go either way.
I mean, that was a phenomenal cross-map mark from Boss, but he's missed the second one, which means it's still going to be laying on Chaos. In comes KC. Nice little maneuver over to the right-hand side there to try and clean up. They're still ahead in terms of damage, but a little bit more comes down from Chaos. Guille's still alive in the mid as well. Using a phase shifter over to the left, he's still got one available. Speed's there, and the super is as well. Uses that to slow them down in the tracks just a little bit. Damage coming in from Boss now as well. 6 seconds left on the clock. In comes the ego. Semantic's going to come forward as well. The damage might be there. It is. They just managed to take the win. 2% in it, but SK Gaming are moving on to match point.
One kick in a dream. That Fang pick that I was a bit questioning, just coming in clutch at the end. And the value that Fang brought throughout the entirety of that game. I mean, it's one of those things that SK are so good at doing, is just timing those final moments. But all the way leading up to that, I felt like Semantic was getting great value from that particular pick. And, you know, if there's any team that are going to make it work in this environment, it is going to be SK.
I mean, I kind of feel bad for Grom at that point. They were in such a good position for such a solid amount of the game, and then have to turn like that in the last few seconds is going to be crushing for them, and it's going to be hard to bounce back mentally. But with some taps from Boss, it looks like they're doing a pretty solid job of it. I'm over this right side, pushing aggressively as well, and doesn't seem to have fed too much of Semantic. Semantic's added a mark to that as well, and Jaime has that super. In it comes. Casey's going to join him as well, and now sliding into this bottom position. They're still alive, and Chaos is going to fall as well.
Boss was very aware of just how important it was to stay alive in that scenario, and damage gear coming into play from pretty much everyone helping to do its thing. But now SK are coming out of the spawn trap, and they mean business. Everyone's taken care of, and now SK have got full control of the mid. I fully agree with you though, Trav. I've got to say, you know, Grom, you know, will have taken a hit of that last game, but it will have told them that they've got a winning comp, and they are fully capable of getting a win here to bring this back, to make things even. But they're going to have to continue on and thrive in this scenario, and at the moment SK are looking like they're just getting quite, you know, hunkered in and feeling at home. Now with the 3 versus 1, that could very well change things.
Yeah, Caster's Curse coming towards you there, Ark. As soon as you say they're getting hunkered in, all 3 of them go down, but they're back up now and into the mid. Okay, Jaime just trying to hold this right side and keep the control, because they weren't able to do it in the last game. Nestek going to be popped, and Guille has the speed activated and a phase shifter out of that situation, but back into it. And Boss connects that shot. Semantic's going to miss the super, but land on him eventually. Jaime's staying up for now. In comes the burn, and Casey's going to slot down into the bottom side. Now I like that move. It's going to relieve some pressure and make sure that SK can't fully aggress.
Yeah, it's everyone from SK there to really focus on him, but oh, what a dash in from Semantic there. But there's no damage being dealt by SK, and that's the problem at the moment. They're in good positions of control, more often than not, but it doesn't really matter necessarily. These kills are not really equating to anything more than just kills. It's the objective they've got to start playing, and at the moment, there's 38% damage being dealt out by Grom, and 15 seconds for SK to be able to do the same. 59%, they've got to match that at the least to draw. We might see it, but at the moment, I don't think it's going to happen. A great defense from Grom, and this one is looking like it's going to go to a third and final game. Body blocking left, right, and center from Grom. Not enough time for SK. Great game from Grom, but SK, they're not out of the woods just yet. They've got to come back strong. At the same time, though, Grom could take this to a third and final set if they can just hold their composure.
I mean, from those 2 games of Heist, I've got a feeling they might be able to do just that. They've been looking incredible in both of them, but the first one, they just slipped up a little bit on the defense towards the back end of the game. And if they can maintain control for a little bit longer, then I'm feeling they're going to be pretty secure in this one.
Good start. Down goes Chaos, and as well, EA to follow quickly on by KC, and this position time and time again, this bottom left-hand side pocket requires attention, and you can see Gia and Chaos coming in to pinch it. They're going to work together. Realistically, that's where you want to see Jaime and Boss go on the aggressive and focus on the safe, and they're doing it a little bit now. I'd like to have seen a little bit earlier as well. Some flames to add to the mix from Jaime as a cocktail of damage starts to rain down on the safe. 73% remain, and very much the same story as the previous games. Grom with a good, healthy start and getting that early damage in.
I mean, Semantic did burn his super as well. In comes Jaime once more, and he's cleaning up this right-hand side of mid. Casey's going to swoop in, try and get some damage on safe, as Guy's going to be responding with nearly no ammo here, and he's getting some solid damage down onto him as well. It's still flowing in. 35% done now, and they're looking on top of the world.
Semantic goes in, gets the takedown. Jaime out of position realistically here, and Guille will see to his demise. Now, again, the quick spawns coming in from Grom, and SK just not really capitalizing that position here, because if they were to be able to do so, then I think Lola in the mid can be a real troublesome thing to get out of the mid. But yeah, those quick bang takedowns not really being timed to perfection by SK is kind of, unusual to see realistically, because they do get them well timed in other game modes, but you've got to really have the support of your team to go in there and get those takedowns to be able to then go on with the damage, and that's what they're lacking at the moment. Just that 10% so far for them in terms of the damage dealt to the Grom safe, and they've got to change that. They've got 45 seconds to change that.
It seems like the panic's setting in a little bit now, but Semantic goes forward and gets the double kill, super available as well, but because he's Fang, he might get a couple of kills in the mid, he might get control, but he can't get any damage from it. Wonderful play, but no end result in terms of actual damage onto the heist. Good control now from SK. Ego thrown forward, freeze frame should be added along, but Semantic goes in and he gets the kills. Boss should be able to trade him out though, not just yet, and he survives a little bit longer. Damage gap starting to close down now, but only 20 seconds on the clock, and 3 members of Grom are trying to push them out. PA phase shifting forward to avoid that burn, and does just that.
An important takedown from Chaos as well as Samantha goes in. I'm surprised that he didn't use that super in the previous instance when everyone was so low before it, but I guess trying to reserve it for this moment here as now the body blocking comes again into play, and that is going to be surely a moment there where it is it. SK will take it through to the third and final set. Grombomb were just not able to be defeated. They just were able to hold their own, and especially when you consider how they came into that set, you got to hand it to them.
Well, I mean, it kind of just seemed like the panic set in from SK. We saw singular plays going forward, just like Grombomb were doing in the first. Semantic going forward on his own and getting no damage because of it. He might get a couple of kills, but you're Fang. You're not going to do anything. You need to set your teammates up for damage. Go in when they're low, like you said, on offense, and clean up. If you go a super there, your teammates are going to rain down. They're the ones with the DPS, not you.
And I think as well, it came back a lot to the bans. I think some of the bans, they were quite interesting. SK love to play Grip here. They love to play Daryl here. Like, you know, brawlers that are able to kind of cycle in and long-ranged ideas. They like to play a lot of B combined with that Lola here, which they didn't go for. They wanted to go with something a little bit different here. And it just didn't quite work out. I mean, like when they did get that win, you know, it was a last final minute clutch. But as you rightly say, when you got that Fang, it can be great to go on the aggressive, but you can't really get damage if you're left on your own and your teammates are still spawning in. Whereas if you're playing something long range, you can just kind of gradually tap the way at the safe and just kind of do something. But a lot of the time we saw like those early aggressive pushes from Grombomb that were just able to keep things ticking over for them, and ultimately the pushes from SK just weren't as big as they needed to be.
Tough time for SK here, and there is a chance of another early round exit if Grombomb can clutch up and be able to take this last set back home. At the moment, though, we know SK thrive under these circumstances. They like to play in these late games. They have the ability to thrive under this pressure and be able to bring games home towards the later ends of it. And I'm just not sure if Grombomb had the same kind of level towards the back end of the game.
This is the big question. Yeah, I fully agree. And some important stats there as well. Gear was actually a lot lower on the side of the takedowns, obviously lacking in range. And I guess, you know, Lola has more range and Fang as well, being able to go on the aggressive. But yeah, definitely some moments there which like sort of lacking on the side of SK. But like you rightly say, you know, SK's speciality is reverse sweeps. You know, they often look more dangerous when they are behind, and they just have this ability to stay so calm under pressure. Grombomb, though, again, they've got a lot of experience behind them, but they've not really been a unit for long. That's the thing. I mean, we've seen kind of Casey and Boss playing pretty consistently throughout the course of the year, but you know, I mean, you know, Hubble disbanded for a reason. Deep Diner coming in next though, and a chance for a new draft to come in. We're going to see now Janet's banned, Penny banned, and Carl banned by SK. Griff, Donnie, and Carl banned by Grombomb.
Well, an early pick of Stu here, and we know Semantic loves that brawler. It goes without saying that he absolutely loves this, and usually does pull out wins on it as well. It's a tough first pick for Grombomb to be faced against, but you know, I've been in NA a lot, and they love a good crow pick here. The ability to slow down and get some damage in. And I will say, Gene, a wonderful pick as well. Really has that turnaround capability with that pull, and you can never really count it out in a gem grab game.
I love Gene here, but I feel like, I mean, SK is surely just going to respond with Bow. If Grombomb don't secure that one in at the same time, it would be the worst of ideas, but they have gone with the Grom ban as well, which, sorry, the Griff ban, sorry, the team name throw me off, which could also just help to serve to enhance the Stu, really, to be honest, keeping some of those walls up. But the roughs is not a bad idea either, to be able to have a choice to break and open, and obviously to pass over the buff towards your teammates. I would love to see SK here go with the bow pick. I think it could work out really, really well. I think as well, possibly Bell, but I don't know. It's a tough one. You don't want to necessarily go down too much on the side of range. I think they're probably going to go with Lola as well, to be honest, and double down with that Lola bow idea. But, you know, the Carl ban here, quite important, I would say. Definitely a map that he could thrive on, or SK could go with the Ash idea, which is one that works really, really well. There's the first one that I thought it could be, the Lola. Follow it with the bow, and I think SK have got a really nice comp going on.
I mean, these first two picks from SK just look really, really solid. I will say, though, that Rust pick did come at a good time. You know, Carl's out the way, Penny's out the way. being able to throw those sandbags down in the face of a Stu is a really good ability to have. And Squeak being the last pick of SK Gaming, they've proved that, you know, sometimes it might not be the best brawler on the map, but it does work. And with Residue here, it shuts off entire lanes, entire mids, everything it can do. And it just puts in so much work.
I would love Ash here, to be honest. I mean, like, there's not really much wall-breaking potential on the side of SK unless you have the breakthrough gadget on the Stu. I mean, you know, Squeak's going to really struggle with it. Ooh. I mean, with that same logic, I guess that would make sense to have a thrower, but I don't know, man. I mean, surely if you're going to have any thrower, it's got to be a Sprout in the current meta, and Barley is just one of those brawlers that we just haven't really seen outside of Hot Potato in Heist. It's pretty much the only spot for it. Maybe, though, Grom Bomb are onto something. I just don't know whether they are, personally.
I mean, they've got a couple of good defensive measures now against that Stu. If they can deprive him of super, he's going to be hung out to dry for Nerf the entire game. And if they can put a Ruffs in a position to deal with him and the Barley in a good spot to deal with the Squeak, I think they've got a pretty decent chance here.
Why would you not go Sprout here? That's the thing I don't understand. There's so little wall break potential on the side of SK except for the Stu. I mean, it's a perfect third and final pick, is it not? I mean, for a brawler that we haven't really seen in the meta that much, I mean, yeah, you're going to get a lot of splash potential and a lot of area denial, but I mean, the control is surely a better option. Anyway, that's just me. So far, so good though for SK. 5 gems in the pocket and Stu-mantic, I was going to say. I mean, we can go with that if we want. Breaking that wall out from KC, and that was realistically, yeah, the best wall for him to have. So gonna have to see a little bit of sort of a take back from Grom Bomb here if they want to be able to utilize that Barley pick.
I mean, it's all SK. 7 gems to 0, and Grom Bomb haven't had a look in. SK Gaming take full control of the map and add to it by getting some takedowns as well. Yes, Semantic goes down, but they're pinned heavily in spawn. Now, the first signs of life coming out of Grom Bomb to actually get some mid control. KC's going to be picking up that thing from mid, but he completely misses his super. Semantic's opening up the map further, and it's 9-1. The chances of a Grom Bomb comeback are just so low.
Yeah, they could do it though. Gene, of course, being the primary candidate for a turnaround here as the supply drop comes in from High May, and that's going to make him even more dangerous than the swifter takedowns. And of course, now Casey buffed up as well is going to ensure that his shots have a bit more punch, but that 10th gem there just leering in the mid, and Guille just taking it slow, and I don't mind that at all. But ultimately, it will encourage the magic hand for Boss, and yet Semantic just going to bring it back safe and sound. That missed magic hand as well could prove so costly, because now this is where you need it. You need it to be on these moments with the 10 seconds remaining, but Semantic is low. If they get Semantic taken down, it will be a gem reset.
I mean, they're all low. In comes the pinch now. The shots come down from KC and they get the reset, but no gems are going to be coming out of that spawn. Chaos is going to secure those, and Jaime can't pull any out. Now, he does fall low as well, though. Magic Hand shouldn't be too far off for Gene, but 10 seconds on the clock, and Guille and Semantic defending those gems. Grom Bomb's chances are not looking good.
A lot of spray there from Guille, and everyone low on the side of Grom Bomb. That is going to be match points going the way of SK Gaming, and a bit of a moment towards the end where it's a bit hesitant. Got to be said, but for the most part, the control leading up to those moments was all with SK. They're looking pretty good, but obviously Grom Bomb had a plan going into this. I mean, the draft was, you know, not to my taste, but clearly they thought that they had something of a plan. I want to see whether this will prevail for them, and then they can bring this to be a match point scenario. Again, with that Gene first pick, I really do like that here. It can have the ability to determine. Boss has got to land these pulls.
I mean, at the end of the day, they're already doing better than they had in the entirety of last game. So, better start for Grom Bomb at this point. Jaime actually slotting over onto Stu at the start this time, and they got the good matchups to kick things off, but they're going to have to rotate again as that breakthrough's there from Semantic, and he's going to be able to demolish this entire wall.
Yeah, and that's a swift takedown of Boss, and you never want to see a gem carrier go down and gem grab, and look at the way that SK responded there as the gems were trying to be snatched back into the favor of Grom Bomb. SK now looking to recollect as KC, the gem carrier, as the Barley. Look at now, Guille is going to come in at the right time, but not necessarily. If Boss has got anything to say about it, that was the pull that we were waiting to see. A big snatch there from Grom Bomb, but they are missing 2 gems. They've got to get back into this mid. They've got to recollect themselves, and they've got to start playing more like that.
I mean, the power-ups are there. Casey's going to get hit by this super, but SK looking fairly low. Chaos is pretty low HP on this backside of things. He has another pull in hand as well, and Chaos has got to stay so passive now because he doesn't want to be walking anywhere near that. They add another gem to the collection to make it 9 as well, but Boss needs to take his time, needs to heal up, don't want to make some more mistakes like we saw in the last one, needs to make use of this pull and bring those gems towards him.
Dangerous spot here because this is where SK like to get stuck in and just buy their time. Gem still spawning in front of the mid. This is the one needed by Grom. This is the perfect time for it as one of the players from SK goes down. It's Casey who picks it up. Countdown. And Chaos so low. That's going to actually reset his healing as well. Boss has got magic hands as well. There's so much on the side of Grom that's going for them. The breakthrough from Semantic as well is there. He might be able to break through again, but look at everyone from Grom safe and sound. SK got more work to do. We're going all the way, Trav, and we wouldn't want anything less from this region in the first game of the day.
I mean, what can you say about that? Boss's pull was just so good. I mean, they started so well. The start for them was just absolutely incredible at this point, and you know, it's the kind of thing they need to turn the momentum back in their favor after such a successful SK game in the first. They turn things around with a beautiful pull, and they don't have the matchups right off the start of this one, but Semantic's looking pretty low. Vengeful Spirits hits as well, and he doesn't want to burn down the super for no reason.
Thing is as well though, for me, it was SK's mistake. You know, for the most part, I felt like they were doing pretty well. If they hadn't have got pulled, then it could have gone another way. So it depends on how they approach this one and whether they've learned from that and whether they're going to be being a bit more cautious in that respect, because again, a brawler like Gene can make all the difference. Now it's a lot more closer from an affair. 3 gems on the side of everyone. Chaos though, is gonna have to wait his time as he needs to heal up, and in the meantime, Gia pushing through the mid and trying to get some damage of his own. KC though is in a really formidable position, as I don't think Semantic's been able to break the walls that he would like to have done, and now has to push forward. It's got to be cautious. Again, not running gas a hill here is a dangerous choice when it comes to, so you're not able to necessarily stay alive as much as you'd like.
I'm liking this from Gromba Mark. They're in a great position. Pulls there as well. Yes, Guille has his super, but Boss is going to be wary of this. Casey, as I said, depriving Semantic of that super, and it's just working so well. Vengeful Spirits come in, and one connects with Guille. SK going to re-establish control, but once this ego goes down and Casey can re-establish control, they're going to be back in the same position.
Semantic's lurking, but Casey is keeping me under control. Nicely done. Healing tonic going out yet again, and that magic hand. I worry the range is very much within Guille here, but the ego to hand as well from his side of things could be the very thing to have as something of a saving grace. But now just the 1 gem needed. That 1 gem is favorable to the spawn of SK, but the next one will not be, and Boss knows it. Pushing through now. This is a perfect opportunity for Grom to get the countdown, and get the countdown they do.
One-way ticket to upset Central. I think we've got going on here. Boss has the pull in hand. In comes Semantic though, and he gets the dashes through. Guille can't reset this from the mid. He needs to aggress, but the pull comes in from Boss. It's there. Guille can't do anything, and Grombomb do the unthinkable. SK are once again out in the first round.
Oh my word. I've got to be honest. I didn't expect it, and I'm sure many at home didn't either. But one thing I've got to say is when Grombomb qualified for this monthly final, they were the first to say, we want to take down SK. They had the inner drive to do it. I just didn't know whether they could, to be completely honest, under the circumstances. But what an amazing start to the day from a region that we'd expect no less from. Every monthly final that we have in this region is something of an upset, or the unthinkable, or just a different team winning. And this month, it could even be this team. I don't know, Trav. I'm a little bit speechless. I'm not going to lie. And that's an unusual thing, I think it's fair to say for me.
I mean, just look at that pull. That was absolutely incredible, getting things started for Grombomb. Up until that point, they didn't even have a look in. And it was all SK in that first game. Grombomb got completely dominated, but from there on out, they bounced back. They got the matchups right. Casey dominated Semantic on that lane and just did not let him get super. And that is what wins games. You've got to play tactically, play slow, and it's a full-out control comp. They've beaten SK at their own game.
I mean, I just looked at our predictions. There's just a big red line as we all voted for SK. I mean, going back to the very beginning as well, I know there's stats on the screen, but I've got to draw attention to a different stat. It was 91% in favor of SK winning and 9% in favor of Grombomb. Can we just remember and go back to that and remind the viewers at home that only 9% of you expected this to be the case? But again, a region that just keeps on giving. Got to give a big shout out to Guille there, as by far the more dominating of the stats, and but I think on the side of Grom, it's fair to say everyone doing their bit. Very similar stats across the board and very similar percentages across the board. But I think that you're right. That one gene pool that we were waiting for from Boss, it kind of brought a lease of life to the team. So stats aside, I do feel like that was the moment that kind of ignited an inner beast within Grom to remember that they can actually do this. We've got the right comp to do it. Excited for the party. I mean, we'll forget about that as ever happening because I still stand by the fact that Sprout would have been by far a better pick. But under the circumstances, I've got to say I'm surprised that SK didn't make it work better against the Brawler, which we haven't really seen anywhere in the meta outside of Hot Potato and Heist.
I mean, let's face it, once Barley locked down that position, Gear couldn't do anything either, because even if he puts that ego down, freeze frames it, you're just going to be hit by a Barley anyway. Once he locks down the positioning, you're done for. And we saw that in pretty much that last game only, where Casey could just stop giving Stu supers, and then Gear was just not able to do anything. Vengeful Spirits keeping them all low as well, and it was just a complete turnaround from that first set, and the team play just looked so good.
It really did. It really did. I cannot wait to see more from Grom later today in the semifinals. And it's going to be one of these two teams that is going to be facing them. And, you know, let's start with Team Queso. A team which, again, have had great promise in the BSC this year and did win that monthly final. You know, just prior to MSI back in May. Huge result for them. But it has been a bit shaky, you know, here and there for them. They've had some, you know, interesting results. You know, semifinals in March, but in April, just the quarterfinals. Again, just in July, just the quarterfinals. They have also waved goodbye to Ratha recently, so there's some roster change conversation going on there as well. And one thing I've got to say there, and I've got to shoot straight in and say this, is that watching Team Queso in the Snapdragon Pro Series this week in the qualifying stages, they looked fantastic. They looked so good. They looked reformed, refreshed, and Blacksy, this man right here, was back to his former self. It was great to see him on the aggressive, being really just accurate with his shots and his brawler choices, very aggressive once again. But they were playing with Boss. My question today is, how are they going to fare without Boss? Because we've just seen Boss is playing with Grom. And what's going to happen, Trav, if this team face off against Grom in the semis?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Queso, I've seen some of the gameplay, haven't really caught too much of them playing with Boss. And honestly, I don't know. They were looking shaky before that, and they may have been looking good with him. But even with removing Rafa and bringing in Alice, Jay, and Blacksy, obviously one of them being on the bench the majority of the time, I don't know if they're going to have the same performances. Dogster, Lobster, on the other hand, they've had a pretty concrete roster for a solid time now. They're yet to have, you know, a massive performance. But when we looked at my predictions, I think today might be the day.
Every dog has its day, Trav. I always say it with this team. And I also like to say the Dogster Lobster roster. But there it is. One thing you gotta say is that, like, they're back. You know, they were here in July. They had high hopes up against Tribe Gaming EU, but it wasn't to be. Tribe Gaming looked very good that day. No question about it. Made the grand final yet again. But for a team that have stormed their way through, a little bit of a late cover, but this is why double points can be the very thing that pushes them into a golden ticket position for the World Finals. They've been waiting for a long time in the monthly finals to really show their worth, but they've been showing their worth in other tournaments along the way and being quite consistent in their results. But that's, again, another strong statistic, Trav. 89%, only too different to what we saw with SK versus Grom in the last quarterfinal matchup, to the 11% of Dogster Lobster. But we know how it went last time. So if that's anything to go by, it could well be Dogster Lobster with another upset today, for all we know.
I mean, I don't know who's been deluding you guys into thinking the region is this far, like, heavy in favor of certain teams, because it's just not. 89% to 11. You know, I put my predictions in. I'm straight with Dogster Lobster, and I'm one of 3 of the casters who have thought so. But at the end of the day, that should equate some pretty good percentages voting for them if people have a similar mindset to me, which, you know, you should have, because I'm a pretty smart guy when it comes to Brawl Stars.
If you say so yourself. well, let's see how it goes. 45% pick rate for the penny of the Brawler of a penny, and that is going the side of Team Queso straight away. Bonnie, the first time we've seen her today in the EMEA region, and again, for good reason. It's always banned. You know, coming in there with the Gene and the Sprout, and the Squeak and the Carl. I quite like this draft from Dogster Lobster, to be completely honest. I think the Gene here, quite well, it's always a great first pick to have. Would quite like to see, well, the bow is banned out by Dogster Lobster as well, and the Sprout. There's not that much choice, to be completely honest, here for Team Queso. Daryl, it can work. Sure, against the Squeak definitely is a good shout as well to be able to overrun things. But yeah, actually, to be fair, How to Win's going to be very cautious on what he chooses to pull here, because pulling a Daryl is not going to be a good day. Pulling Blacksea could very much be the sour end of a salty barrel. Yeah, Dogster Lobster are going to have to be very cautious and keep their communication on point.
I mean, I like Dogster Lobster's comp, but at the same time, Team Queso, they started things off with two of the strongest brawlers in the meta at the moment, Bonnie and Penny, and then you're finishing things off with a Daryl who can overrun Squeak quite easily and also is a very good counter to Carl, which is the main reason it's sprung back into the meta. Straight into the game, though, Kanan picks up the blue star early on with a flying hook, nice and easy to grab that, and looks like Tomsy's getting some good shots in and building up his super fairly fast.
I guess Tomsy there was just anticipating potentially anticipating the Daryls in closer quarters than it was. Definitely a miss, but nonetheless, I think just a sign that Dogster Lobster are taking this very cautiously going in and maybe a bit nervously as well. Don't want to make too many of those mistakes moving forwards, but let's see how things fare. No takedown so far, but Javi now has his super on the left-hand side and obviously just drafted the Daryl for Blacksea there. Surprised to see actually that Blacksea not going with the Leon pick. It's one that we do tend to often see him on, but he likes his close up and personal assassination of Brawl, as Javi comes out with all the stars. Kanan comes back with a few of his own, but what an explosive moment there. Team Queso could have been a lot more up than they actually are now.
I mean, the pull's still there, but now it's not. Tomsy misses it, and he does just avoid that Penny Mortal getting a shot in as well. How to Win pushing up the right side, has a super in hand, but as soon as the Daryl's going to aggress, even the super doesn't really do too much, as we just saw in that last aggressive push coming in from Team Queso. Residue being placed down now, and that should stop Blacksea in his tracks just a little bit, but if he wants to roll over it and guarantee a kill, he will.
Well, Dogs take the lead. 5 stars and that blue star. But Kanan has... Not quite sure what the flying hook was there about, to be honest. I'm trying to think of a reason. Can't quite feel why there was a need to do it. So there was going to be one less for that. And that's actually quite an important gadget on this particular map, on this particular mode. Ultimately, sometimes towards the end of the game, you need to get out of harm's way or go forwards up the map and keep holding your stars. He is the primary star holder. Let's see those. The penny turret is going to be raining down here and forcing the hand somewhat, but a great gene pool is there. Blacksea, though, in a potential position to pick up a lot of stars here, but he goes down. Alice Shea will get some of his own, but it's not going to matter. Dogster Lobster had a formidable lead and will take the first game.
I mean, that was just an absolutely amazing pull at the end of the day, stopping him from jumping in and getting impact damage and then following up with some serious close range damage with Bonnie as well. He cut all of that out just by hitting that pull and melting him down. Yes, it was a little bit scary with the Daryl coming in at the same time, but if you're going to close down a play, that's the way to do it.
Okay, Kanan going in again. Despite, again, a few signs of nerves and a few wasted gadgets, Dogster Lobster still came out on top, so... What that means for Team Queso is I'm sure they will have clocked a lot of those mistakes. Remains to be seen, but one thing's for sure is that they do need to play things a little bit differently, and Dogster Lobster value that first star. Gives them the high ground in that respect and forces the hand of Team Queso, forcing them to have to make the decision, but an early penny turret here could go a long, long way. Only the Gene Magic Hand can really break the cover, and that's got to connect in the first place. We saw a couple of missed pulls in the previous game from Dogster Lobster as well. That can't continue to happen. The Kanan has that super to hand, as is Blacksea. Some good utility, but both sides just playing it slow and steady and not making that first move.
Team Queso, though, slowly edging up little by little, with Blacksea just weaving in and out of these shots from Kanan and just trying to make that breakaway play when he can do to get this Daryl roll in directly onto him. But Tomsy's always going to be there to help defend. He's got the lamp blowout as well, and they're just playing a very slow game on both sides. In comes Blacksea now, though, and the knockback's not there. Tomsy not in range. The roll through as well from Blacksea once more, but Tomsy trades it out. How to Win falls low, but Javi doesn't manage to get the shot off. Has to jump out, so the lead isn't too substantial for them not to be able to come back. Residue placed down once more, and Team Queso once more on the back foot.
Yeah, I can't really work out whether that was still like a slow reload for Javi or potentially like a bit of a miss for him. Like he got a little bit stuck on the corner as well. I couldn't kind of tell whether that was... I mean, if he had the shot, it was a kill as far as I was concerned. But 15 seconds now and a gadget pop from Javi, so additional speed. But the slow from How to Win, we'll see to that very quickly. It's just the 1 star needed, and Blacksea can roll in here, but will he be able to get it out as well? He's going to be able to get the value here. What a great maneuvering ability, but Dogster are able to outshine him and actually will take this first set. Team Queso are in a world of hurt right now.
Dogster Lobster starting off strong, and my predictions love to see that. Great plays from them all round, and we just saw some incredible deflating gene pulls at the best of times, both of the times actually on NaVi as well. Hitting those pulls when he needs to make those aggressive plays, and when he gets pulled in, he just can't. It's always left to the Daryl to clean up, and he just can't 1v3.
I would like to have seen a bit more an aggressive Penny turret as well. I felt like that was placed quite far back, actually, in the early outset of that game. You know, sure, you can pull it with a magic hand, but, I mean, that's still going to be an ability to cycle forwards and keep the pressure on. It was just placed, you know, kind of in the mid, where I would like to have seen it in that position there, actually. But at an earlier point in time, always a bit of a scrap towards the end of these games, but it just seemed like Dogster Lobster were able to come out of those scraps on top, and they timed it well, to be fair, or Team Queso rather timed it a bit late, perhaps, when it came to their pushes, and they weren't necessarily too kind of, you know, coordinated. It was always kind of one person rolling in, normally Blacksy, and then once they take care of Blacksy, they're on to the next. But there are the stats, and yeah, Blacksy wasn't really able to get much done, but did need the help of his teammates along the way as well with that particular brawler, to be fair. And yeah, it looks like Dogster Lobster are on top form today. They showed some definite signs of nerves going in, but that might be the very set to give them a bit of a lift going into the second.
Well, Dogster Lobster definitely starting out strong, and Team Queso are going to require 2 sets in a row to be able to bring this one back now. And I don't know if I can see that happening. Dogster Lobster just looked very in control. It wasn't massive star leads or anything like that, but I don't think there was a time in those games where I really worried for them in the later periods, because they were always hitting these great pulls, deflating plays, and, you know, AliSJ may have had a few stars overhead here and there, but it just wasn't coordinated aggression. He was always the last one left standing, and at times like these where you can roll them with the Daryl, the amount of splash damage that AliSJ could have provided in a circumstance like that is just too much to weigh down.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, you know, with those particular brawlers as well, they had a pretty decent draft. Again, the only thing that I was really kind of a bit unsure of on the side of Team Queso was the fact that they weren't running Leon, which I felt like would have been a little bit more catering towards the team's play style in that respect. That was always a good thing to have, but you know, it's one of those things that you can't necessarily close the gap. Whereas with the Leon, you can really go in, get one kill, and just dash straight out. But nonetheless, going straight into dueling beetles, a tough one for Team Queso as they are behind. I always say it in Hot Zone, it's it does things to your brain as well as your thumbs. It's a really a mentally tiresome game mode, in my opinion, when you've already got a disadvantage coming into things. The draft here really going to have to be on point for Queso, coming out with the bans of Bonnie, Bo, and Janet. I like the Bo ban. They're very underrated actually here to have as a ban. Belle, Janet, and Bonnie banned out by Dogster Lobster.
Well, I like the way Dogster Lobster are starting things off once more with that Crow, very versatile, slowing toxing, reducing damage and stuff like that. AliSJ, you got to follow up with the Lola and the Penny taken from Javi as well. As if you're taking Lola, it's quite difficult to leave that Penny open, I think, at this point. So taking them both, they've got a lot of spawnables, Salty Barrel, Ego, Mortar as well, and that's going to make it increasingly difficult for Crow to do as much.
It's really difficult to do as much, yeah, fully. And the fact that Dogster Lobster banned out Bell as well, which they're now thinking, we would like to have had that realistically to counter it. They're going to have to go in with some other ideas, but like you say, Crow's going to tickle that Ego. Lou, I love. I think that's a really underrated thing, especially with the Bow being banned out here. It's going to have so much area denial, could be the very thing that Dogster Lobster needs to buy their time. Carl, I don't mind. I just don't think this is necessarily his best map. I mean, Carl arguably is good everywhere at the moment, to be fair. But I'm not too sold necessarily on Carl here. It's still always good. That's the main bottom line here. A Sprout would be a lovely thing to have here for Team Queso. I really hope they do pick it here, because there's no wall break on the side of Dogster Lobster. Carl is going to struggle. You're going to be able to force out the Loon, have again some delay tactics. You've got the range to back it up, but they haven't gone for it, and I think that could be a bit of a mistake. Squeak is going to be great here for sure, but Sprout would have shut everything down.
I mean, in my eyes, it's an early game. It's a battle of the early game here, really, because if Blacksy can start to rain down these residues and keep them at bay, and it's the exact same on the other side. If Caden can get these early supers and start throwing them down, it's going to be the complete opposite, and they're going to be taking full control. You know, you were questioning Carl a little bit. I kind of like it, because without the piercing damage of Kanan and how to win, they're going to need it from someone.
The thing is, for me, Team Queso were playing Sprout here in the Snapdragon Pro Series against SK, and it worked. It worked really, really well, and they were just able to get so much of an advantage over them in the circumstances. I just thought that they would continue that same approach here. Squeeze is still going to be good, but I just feel like it could have been so much more of an opposition to have. But so far, so good, though, for Queso, as Lobster struggling a little bit to get that early approach. Kanan, though, in a great position, but wow, what a great spot that was. But Javi and Ali, SSJ not able to contest the zone nearly as much as they would like, as the Lu Super is sharing some of the zone. Could have been placed a little bit better, but it's really Kanan here who's being able to bring back this entire flow of action.
I mean, that's just beautiful from him, really, being able to, you know, keep in that defensive line, take out Blacksy once more before going down as well. And now they've established control in this mid. The percentage deficit's really starting to boil down now at this point. Tomsy's going to get the slow off as well and might be able to jump in regardless of the residue being. I'd have loved that play, to be honest. I feel like it was completely open, but Kanan's going to be the one to aggress nonetheless. Bomb comes down and it's not connecting. In comes the jump from Tomsy and he cleans up as well. And with that super from How to Win, it's looking increasingly like Dogster Lobster are going to bring it back.
How to Win with a nice ice block there, but it's actually going to time in such a way that the shots will continue to connect with him after it's over. A bit of an opportunity for Team Queso to bring us back. A nice shot there from Blacksy, perfectly placed to force out both Tomsy and Kanan into positions of more of a known territory. How to Win, just trying to connect to get that super. He would love to be able to get a super in the mid now, as Team Queso take the lead, 57-58, now 90% on their favor, and a nice amount of multitasking there, really, from Blacksy. Is now it's a 2 versus 1, exactly what they needed under the circumstances.
Well, they take that down as well, and now full control to them. How to Win going to throw down the super, but doesn't have that instant burst amount of freezing as he needs, and it's a 40% deficit now in the hands of Team Queso, and they're looking very good regardless of the super, and he just hasn't got any cycle on it whatsoever. Managed to get it back now, and shots do follow through, but with this the clock ticking down, it's just not looking like Dogster Lobster are going to be able to pull through.
Well, we've seen crazier comebacks, but Javi clearing up the left-hand side will make a big difference here. Tomsy tapping up him, but at the same time now, yeah, the clear-up is there. Now, the ice will cause a problem here for SSJ. As you can see, it's going to be frozen now, but still capping the zone, and that's the most important thing, as Team Queso maybe have a little bit of a lifeline here, starting to gain some valuable momentum to take this to a third and final set if they can continue that same approach. But Dogster Lobster have learned a thing or two there from that last game, and will surely be mixing up their strategy going into this one.
Well, need to watch out for this early residue from Blacksy, as that's what really disrupted Tomsy's mid-play off the start last time. If it was a little bit deeper this time and Tomsy pretty much locked out, but it's better for him not to fall down and just wait this out and hope his teammates can pull something out of the bag.
Residue still impacting Tomsy there, and now forcing him into the open. Kanan goes in aggressively, does get happy for his troubles. Blacksy, though, as well, going to be able to heal up, try and take over position here. Connection onto Tomsy is very important here, and more residue onto the mid, going to force out How to Win, who can't go back through the mid here. Javi's going to pinch him in. Beautiful teamwork here from Queso as they start to really spine their footing. Kanan going to go on the aggressive, but I don't know how that's going to work out well against both Ali, SSJ, and Blacksy all hunkering down together, and clearly Comms looking a little bit better this time round.
Slow comes in from Tomsy, though, and it's doing some serious work along with that super from How to Win. Unable to connect many shots after, though, and Blacksy's still sitting a very nice amount of HP, and in comes Kanan up this top side, but he's getting connected with pretty much straight away, and no gadgets left for Blacksy, which means Kanan can come in quite easily, get some damage down, but doesn't actually stay in and try and finish it off. Going to return now and get the trade out, but I'm not sure if that was the best play or he should have just stayed in to start with.
That's just still burning down. He can't heal up accordingly, and Tomsy knows it now. Dogster Lobster started to bring back things into a more favorable position as they take the lead here. Or just shy. They stopped just as I said it. But nonetheless, very much tied up now. Ice block again from How to Win. Stays alive just in the nick of time this time round. All three members of Dogster Lobster here in great positions as long as they can heal up. And Kanan again getting behind the flow of action, which is still something that Team Queso are going to have to deal with at some point. Javi going on the zone there. I don't necessarily mind. They've got to buy some time, get some percentages back on the board, because they know that if they can just win this game, they can just get into that third and final set and stay alive a little bit longer. Some great takedowns. Kanan all alone. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do here, but somehow comes out on top. That could be key.
Avoiding that mortar shot as well. Tomsy slotting back into the mid, getting some shots forward onto Blacksy, but he's able to just shut down this lane completely. In comes the super from How to Win, which means NaVi can't push up, but the ego's still there. The percentage is closing down, and now Dogster Lobster 1% off taking the lead back in their favor, and now slotting on. Kanan getting hit hard though by LSJ over the right hand side with this range deficit that he's not able to really overcome. Slot backing on now, and Kanan has this super going in, avoids the salty barrel, chooses NaVi as his target and gets the takedown, gets another shot onto Blacksy, but the percentage is still ticking up. Tomsy ticks over a heel, but How to Win's going to pop an ice block, unable to do anything, and Team Queso are taking this to a set number 3.
Oh, that tap from NaVi towards the end is so important just to get Tomsy low, and the shots from Blacksy throughout were just on point, just always seemed to find a body, and that was the key there for me. Great stuff. Great to see Team Queso just coming back with some feist, which we know they are so good at doing. Despite Blacksy looking a little bit down in the dumpster, I think he can crack a smile if he's able to there. But How to Win definitely not have a smile on his face, still in the zone. And but what I love about this, Trevor's going to see a neck-and-neck matchup yet again for our second matchup for today. Everything is so close in this region. I mean, again, good luck to you guys at home in your predictions, because yeah, every single match today, it seems, is going to be one of those, you know.
I mean, anybody who doubts EU as a competitive region should just, you know, not be watching Brawl Stars at this point, because this is the kind of level of gameplay it brings to the table. It's just so good. Every single game going so close so far, and it's not just in terms of games and sets, but inside every game, it's just so close as well. You see this one going down to the wire in those last few seconds. Dogster Lobster not able to bring home the win and finish this one off. And Queso, they looked very good in this one. I much preferred their comp, I will say, but you know, those early residues from Blacksy were just really unmatched by anything that Dogster Lobster could bring to the table.
Yeah, just to further your point as well, Trev, you know, when you look at a team like Dogster Lobster that have had one monthly final appearance, you know, it's like to be able to go the distance with a team like Team Queso that have won grand finals and had, you know, definitely on paper far more, you know, advantageous spots and positions in the BSC in terms of monthly final performances. You got to hand it to them, you know, like it's a great thing for a team to come in like this late in the competition and show that they've really earned their spot. This can still go either way. I've got to say, I love that Kanan's got almost 50% damage there on the Carl, and an interesting strategy to continuously get behind the spawn side of Team Queso. But again, I got to hand it to Blacksy NaVi, you know, the way that they were able to really land those shots so importantly. So that Crow pick for me on the Dogster Lobster draft, possibly a little bit premature. I think they were going to always struggle a bit beyond that. But I think considering the comp that they were up against, they still fought back so well against it. But Backyard Bowl is where we are going next for Brawl Ball. And yeah, a new draft coming in. This one is so important for both of these two teams. You've got Team Queso that want to get out of this quarterfinals kind of mismatch that they've been in for a while. You know, they went out in the quarterfinals in April. They went out again in July. They've got the grand final win in May. They need to get back to where they were there. But Dogster Lobster have got a point to prove. They've not yet made it out of the quarterfinals themselves. This could be their best opportunity at doing so.
Well, Team Queso are going to want this win quite heavily as well. They want to lengthen that gap even more between them and SK now, as SK has just fallen, obviously. And Alias J, early first pick here, and with a Carl, Janet to follow up from How to Win. Bans obviously being B, Gene, and Crow from the side of Queso. Gene, Bonnie, and Penny from the other side of Dogster Lobster, and Kanan in a second pick that bell.
Well, again, the one thing that I've got to say, we tend to see some stalemate moments in Backyard Bowl because of a lack of wall break. So I'd like to see something of that nature. I'm not necessarily thinking Brock, as I'm sure, no doubt about it, Trav, you've seen a lot of that in the North America and Latin North region here, but something of an ability to break. Ideally for me, it's a roughs. That's what I would like to see here. It's not banned out. It'd be the way to go for me, just to be able to have something of an opening, something of a pass to the pocket and a wall break to follow up here. Byron has been out of things a little bit. This is probably the one map where I can see it kind of working out. The question is for Team Queso to follow up with this. Are they just going to go with the idea of healing everyone, or they're going to have an Ash Byron kind of idea, which is a risky time to play it? I don't mind it necessarily, but it's definitely going to open up the options of a heavy, potentially heavy counter if they do want to go with something like that, or a Daryl or something along those tankier lines.
Yeah, I mean, with Byron here, I feel like you've got to pair it with something a little bit more tanky, because it's just not one of those... I mean, they're taking it because they don't want it in the hands of Dogster Lobster against the card, but also I guess it pairs quite well with Byron, and it's just not a combination you see too much out of Heist, I wouldn't say, where you want to be healing up and getting damage on the safe. I'm questioning maybe a little bit from Team Queso, but they have to take it out of the hands of Dogster Lobster, or is it just be a pretty easy matchup for them?
Yeah, I agree. It's like, it could be really, really powerful here, actually. I mean, back in the day when Byron sort of first came into the mix, all we saw was Byron and Colette everywhere. That is a daring one. That's a really daring pick here from Dogster Lobster going in with the Buzz. I mean, if you can get control and you can push your opposition back into a spawn, that's where you're going to have a lot of fun. I mean, Buzz in that spot, always dangerous. You're going to be able to earn your super incredibly quickly. So Team Queso got to be careful of that, but they have got the range to be able to work around it, and that is going to be potentially in their favor here when it comes to the draft. But you got to hand it to Dogster. I mean, they're in the third and final set, and they are not, they're not going short on any of these daring ideas. The question is it going to work out for them? There's no wall break necessarily on the side of the Team Queso, so they got that to their advantage, and that was probably the thought process there.
But Buzz against Colette, it just doesn't seem like something anybody would want to pick as their last pick into something that counters tanks so well. But I mean, starting things off strong, it looks like it's working. Tomsy's going to regress, should pick up Javi here, but doesn't manage to do so. Kanan should finish it off, though. Couple of shots follow up, and LSJ's not going to have the damage against How to Win. Easy walk-in, and Dogster Lobster take the lead.
And now they can sit back if they want. They can play this as slow as they want it to be and just keep that controlling element and keep the Buzz there as the threat. I mean, bit of a drop of the ball there for me from Team Queso, who needs to go into this one a lot slower because they're really going to struggle a lot. I would like to have seen a Ruffs really for this exact reason, because getting out Tomsy now from behind this wall, who's just, wow, he's got to hit these pulls to be fair, and that could be, well, the thing that gives a bit of a momentum shift towards Team Queso, but they've got to heal up, they've got to get forwards, they've got to get in position and go on the aggressive now.
Yeah, Javi walks over one of those mines there and manages to survive. Tomsy coming back out the spawn with the super, but I think he used it there as well. They get the cleanup, and this should be a walk-in. Bell really can't do too much about this, and if he wants to, he can pass it anyway. Kanan just going to try and avoid feeding super and let them score that goal.
Yeah, that was the mistake really there from Dogster. Just they got to hold on to those Buzz Supers. They got to land and get value off the back of those stuns on the Buzz Super side. One miss, and just see how much momentum it gave Team Queso. Missed mark as well there from Kanan as Javi juked it perfectly, but now going to be fitting into the Buzz on the left-hand side, and that's a concern. They're focusing on How to Win for that very reason, who takes to the skies, and the heals there are so important from LSJ when he does that, and it keeps him in position. Janet there, as a result of that, doesn't have much to go on. Great dashing from Blacksea, a stun from Tomsy, but that's going to be enough to score the goal as Team Queso move on to match point and reverse the game.
How does it turn around so fast from Dogster Lobster being in the position of dreams for them to Team Queso just walking over them for the rest of the game? And it's got to be that one misplay that came in with the Buzz early on after the second goal, because he missed his super, then followed up with a gadget and still died.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it just gave a moment of glimmer for Team Queso to realize that if they can just eradicate the Buzz from the mix and just have the Colette really do its thing, which is where that comes in. Honestly, that shield provided so much value. Oh, the walls are coming crumbling down for Dogster Lobster. They were in such a great spot, but now it just seems to be going one way. Team Queso, one goal away from making the semifinals today. And this could be the moment to do it. Happy with the pass through. Oh, Blacks is going to come back straight onto the ball. Super shot into the goal. They've gone and done it. Team Queso, in that moment there, have excelled themselves, breaking the curse of the quarterfinals and making it to the semifinals today.
Well, I'm happy for them, but I'm also not happy for myself, because I'm 0 for 2 in terms of predictions now. Queso managing to pull through. Great performance from them towards the later portions of those games, but Dogster Lobster, they just crumbled from such a strong point to such a low point so fast.
But you're so smart when it comes to these things, Trevor. I thought you had it in the bag, you know.
So did I. Honestly, so did I. I was feeling on top of the world after that first set. I was like, yes, I'm gonna show these two who the smartest guy is, but didn't play out too well for me after that.
Honestly, though, I gotta be straight up honest. After the first set, I was thinking very much the same. I'm thinking, oh dear, today's not looking good for all of us. But that's what I love about this region. I love it. It never gets old. As, you know, again, like you said, you know, people sort of doubting the competitiveness of this region kind of blows my mind when you see plays like this and just like the ability to stay calm under pressure. But I think that was what it was for me. I think just that experience that Team Queso have to be able to bring things back when they are behind against Dogster Lobster, who, again, this is their second appearance in the BSC in the quarterfinals, that they wanted to be able to shine more through, and I think they did. You know, it's a 2-0 scoreline against Tribe Gaming EU last month when they wanted to really make their first debut something to be remembered, and they came back stronger, in my opinion. They came back better, and I think for them, they can be proud of their performance today, regardless of having it be a loss.
I mean, are we just going to ignore these statistics at this point? Dogster Lobster got 2 kills in 2 games, and NaVi got 11 on his own. How's that even possible? Black Sea added 3 to that as well. 14 kills total for Team Queso, and Dogster Lobster sitting on 2. No wonder it was complete dominance from Team Queso straight after that first goal. And, you know, you've got to give it to them. They played wonderfully, especially in that second, towards the later, the second and the third sets. First one, it was all Dogster Lobster, and from there, it's just all downhill.
It's very, very daunting to look at, isn't it, when you look at those statistics? Sometimes the statistics don't necessarily reflect what we see on screen as well. Sometimes the objective is kind of forgotten about, but not in that instance, not even close. My goodness me. But one thing I can kind of predict is that it's going to be close for the most part today. We've got more games to come in the quarterfinals. Up next, we've got Totem versus Craze Clan. After that, Tribe Gaming EU versus NaVi. We'll be back very, very shortly after a quick break.
Hi, I'm Stu, and welcome to Stu's Spectacular School of Driving! Whether you're a beginner or an expert looking to brush up on their skills, we're just the place you want. Need to learn in a hurry? No problem! Take our crash course, you dummy! Stu's Spectacular School of Driving! We'll get you driving!
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship for the EMEA region, where we are about to get stuck in to our third quarterfinal of the day. And welcome back, Teddy, of course, to the casting desk. I say casting desk, but we don't really have a desk. We have like just what we have to work with. But I just realized as well, you're wearing the same shirt as Trevor. I feel like a father bringing their kids to school today for the for the show. What did you make of those games from the from the previous quarterfinals, mate?
Man, I mean, first match was just like, what? You know, SK Gaming dropping not only a set, but the entire match to Grom was just absolutely unbelievable. And then for match 2, I thought I was going to be, you know, 0-2 in predictions, like, you know, people like Trav. And I was scared. But Team Queso, they made it work. And my predictions are like half safe for now. And I mean, at least I get one right today. It's all I was asking for, really.
I feel you. We're looking all right. Trav's looking at a big load of red. I mean, he went for both SK and Dogster. So, like, you know, I mean, I'm hoping that, you know, our reply totem prediction comes out on top here, because then it's going to be 3 in the red. And, you know, that could be, you know, just going back to his previous comment about how smart he is when it comes to these things. But reply totem, we digress. Of course, Joker, Maori, and Maru, you can't forget them. They won last month's monthly final in spectacular fashion, honestly. Since a couple of roster movements, you know, dropping out Soy Depressor, bringing in Joker, we've seen a bit more life to this team as a bit of a latecomer, and one that really has capitalized on the double points. You know, going from 7th place last month into 2nd place this month, coming into things, they are in a great spot. They are in a fantastic spot. But gotta be honest, you know, it could be a tough road for them. They're not all together today. I know that Joker's not. I think he's actually in Sweden at the moment as well. So definitely going to be a tough one when it comes to communications and that kind of thing for them. They have to put that aside today. They're going to have to, you know, really focus in on what they are best at, being able to go on the aggressive and just keep the pressure on.
Yeah, exactly, Dan. I mean, you know, if there's one thing that Totem weren't necessarily known for. That would be consistency. This is the time to prove it. If they could make it back-to-back grand finals, that would go a long way. But Craze Clan also a team that's been having a bit of an interesting year at the beginning, you know, known as the Draft Masters, the team that really mastered draft before anyone else did. They had it all figured out, but it didn't necessarily last for long. Quickly, struggles came to their door, and it's been, yeah, a bit back and forth since, you know, sometimes with some great showings and really impressive, but I still feel like they haven't quite gotten their breakthrough yet. And I'm genuinely hoping that they get to show us why, you know, we have such high hopes on them.
Well, for me, Craze have been looking great recently. They have, though, still continued on that kind of idea of being a little bit lacking of consistency, shall we say, a little bit. They got a grand final win in the Snapdragon Pro Series in the first qualifier, which was a fantastic result for them. But then in the second as well, they struggled against FA Poland in the semifinals, and you know, that was the kind of thing, that was a match that we expected them realistically to win and then face off against NaVi in the grand finals, but it wasn't the case. 86% of people at home think that Reply Totem are going to get the win. I don't know yet again whether it's that clear cut. Craze kind of made some changes as well when it comes to their staffing team, which they've been putting on Twitter. I think they've been teasing it, not necessarily having announced it yet, to my knowledge, having looked before the show started today, unless they've done it whilst we're live. So they have been making some changes. The question is, are those changes enough to take down last month's monthly final champions of Reply Totem?
It's going to be an uphill battle. I don't think it's quite 86-14 in my books, but our draft is quickly starting already. We'll see the call first pick from Craze Clan. Not the biggest surprise there. Joker and Maru following up with Jean and Amber, as well as his 2 mid coming through here for Craze. And yeah, it is double swoosh, by the way, everyone. So very common to see stuff like Stu in the mid. Jean, probably the superior option in my opinion, but I think Stu is a good, you know, attempt at countering it, as you can escape those pools once in a while.
I like the way this is shaping up for Craze. I do like this comp. Stu mid, though, I don't know whether I'm completely sold on yet. I've seen a lot of teams kind of going with that as now the kind of go-to thing in double swoosh. I prefer the Jean. But the Lola here, I love. The Carl here, obviously, I love. But Amber from Maru's pick, I really, really like. Reply Totem here could go Vash or something of a real aggressor to this situation. We know that Reply Totem have been quite daring in that respect in the past, or Daryl, they love to have Surge or something in the bush that lies in wait. Those kind of aggressive ideas. And it's going to be one of those 3. I love that from Maori. Might be him who plays it, but comp-wise, it was lacking some aggression, and that is a great thing to add to the mix here. Surge was obviously banned out, actually, now I see by Craze Clan, but yeah, something along those lines would have worked, and let's see if it does work. I think that both comps have got different ideas, different flavors, and it's just about realistically who plays it better.
Yeah, very interesting on both sides. It's really hard to make a clear winner out of this. I do think that it's going to directly depend on the performance of Maru on that Daryl, because I can see scenarios where he gets melted down by the Lola from a range, where he never gets close enough to a Stu to really be impactful. And that is what scares me a bit, was that Daryl pick. Although so far I do like that double aggression from Joker and Mario on that right-hand side. Gonna see a decent bit of control, an early gem lead as well. Nothing too important just yet. And look at that backline though. Maru going aggressive behind enemy lines with a nice bounce as well. Gets perfectly in front of Meow and will lock in that elimination.
I'm getting flashbacks, aren't I, of Maru on that Daryl when it was against SK Gaming last month in Canal Grande. It was amazing. Bit of a mispull there, though, from Maori. Not the end of the world, still early days, and he'll go in aggressively for this gems, and I think it's a wise move to do it, and punishes NaVi for it. Roll in from Maru as well. On point, Rama just surviving on. Speed zone, though, still in a good spot there for Craze, and that's kind of like the one saving grace realistically here, is that at the moment, you know, Totem can't really get that. They can't really contest that. They need to really get some fantastic amount of control, and then after that, there's still the ability to reset. Well, Ramos just wasted 2 there because he put it down to try to defend himself. So there's there's none left now. So that's actually going to be a bit of a disadvantage now for Craze. They've got no more utility when it comes to having an additional buff when it comes to that speed.
It was a nice bait from Meow onto Maru's pool. Dash in from NaVi is greeted with a decent chunk of damage. A roll in as well from Air on the top right. Gets the first elimination. Rama is going to be a little tough to take down, however. little too much mobility. A nice attempt from Maru, but he's mainly just buying time now for his teammates. Maru's sitting on 9 gems. This is a pretty good situation for Reply Totem, but Craze is not far behind.
Yeah, not far behind at all, especially they keep buying their time here, but they have opted to have Meow pick up the gem there. I mean, it was on the spawn side of Reply Totem, so it makes a lot of sense, but they are split, so that's something of a consideration now. Gives Reply Totem some options, but not necessarily. Maru's in a really compromised position here. Pops the lamp blowout, not going to be enough. Rama will pick him up, but Shogun just about able to get his clutches on that range. My goodness me, though, that was a close call. Reply Totem not out the woods yet. 10 seconds for Craze to respond to this. Oh, my days, though. It looks like they're going to be safe for it. No doubt, a bit of a moment there that Reply Totem had their hearts in their mouths, as we all did watching, but they come out the other side clean and take the first game.
I mean, I feel like it was a calculated risk, but, you know, it's a sort of calculated risk where you can't afford the math to be wrong, right? Because it was close. It was very close, but it still somewhat felt in their control. I was doubting at some point as well, but they did make it work in the end. Let's see if they can do it again here in game 2, or Craze Clan can show a bit more, especially in the early stages of the game, where they did manage to come back later on, but started off, it was a bit rough. It was a bit rough, but so far, fairly even start, besides the gem count, which is going to be in favor of Craze Clan, at least for this start.
Maru's lurking, and this is the very thing at the moment that Reply Totem need to regain some control. Goes in now, getting the shield off the back of things, and Maori and Joker coming up now into the mid, into a more aggressive position, burning down the bush along the way as well for more visibility, and continuing that same idea onto the right-hand side. Again, it's just that thing which the communication is going to be on point for us. The great ball comes in from Maori. 2 gems, though, picked up off the floor by Rama, but that is not it over yet. As Maori comes in, picks them up, brings them home. 6 gems in the pocket for Reply Totem.
And this is getting a little messy on the side of Craze. Started off with a Stu gem carrier, but half the gems ended up on NaVi. Then Meow became designated carrier. Both ended up going down, so things got a little crazy on the side of Craze. Improvising on the spot, sometimes that is the way to go. A roll in from Maru. He's holding on to 4 gems as well for Reply Totem, so less than ideal situation there. Maru over-aggressing, he's going to get punished for that. Yeah, that's a bit of a freebie. Both gem carriers going down on the side of Reply Totem. All the gems translated over to Craze Clan. I mean, that was just over-aggressive from Totem.
It's not the first time they've done it. They've been doing a lot of body blocking, shifting around along the way, but that's enough damage to get down Meow. But they go straight back into the pocket of Rama. But a pull there was available to Maori. It was the flying pickers that came back around to see him out of the mix. I don't think the Craze are going to fall for this now. Maori's going to try for it, but yeah, it's swiftly taken care of. No way that Totem are going to be able to contest this now. They've got to be more careful than that. These are mistakes that we're not used to seeing from Reply Totem, and they're just being a little bit over-aggressive and you know, just not able to calculate necessarily how much damage they're able to concede between the two of them. Because if you get that wrong, 2 of you go down, leaving 1 against 3. It's never going to work out in your favor.
Yeah, it was a bit weird. I mean, those gems on Maru were going to be a problem later on anyways, because it would be a bit of a weak link. It's hard to really hold on to a position as a Daryl, just because you don't really have the range to keep your enemies low and further away from you. So eventually, when they're up close, sure, it's where you shine, but holding on to gems is still quite a bit of a risk. But still, it felt like an uncalled for risk, especially considering they had a pretty nice gem lead at that point. However, this time around, an early pull there from Maru. It's going to help regain some control, but it's traded out as Meow takes down Maru. Meow able to pull out of there with the gems as well. It's going to go down, but they're dropped on Craze Clan's side of the map, and they could be picked up by either Rama or just wait for Meow. They're going to opt to wait this time around.
I'm going to be honest, I'm not a fan of that pull. You know, it's eradicated so much of that unpredictability that Reply Totem were going to use to their favor, but I mean, Maru's making it work. Nonetheless, though, it's going to be that left-hand side is not really going to be with that kind of ability for Maru to lurk and wait and try to go on the aggressive. These Gene pulls are going to have to come in clutch and really save that moment, because they're going to be a little bit less on the aggressive side now. You see, he's just able to be seen all the time. I'm not sure whether it was a moment of desperation or just like whether it was communicated and was a plan, but I just don't see if it was how it's going to work out necessarily. Maori's going to have to focus on this right-hand side. That's for certain. Now, though, low here, Maori out of position yet again. He goes down. Disaster for Reply Totems yet again. It's that case of deja vu.
Oh my. Overextending just a little bit, but Craze Clan have sharp eyes and are able to spot those sort of opportunities. A final push here from Applied Totem. There's some damage, but not onto the gem carrier. Meow lives on, and Craze Clan will be taking set number 1.
I've got to be honest, I'm surprised. I am. I mean, nothing against Craze. They've been working a lot better together, looking a lot more like their former selves. But I don't know whether, to me, how they were playing was necessarily better than Reply Totem. I just feel like Reply Totem just were making too many mistakes. They were just going too much on the aggressive and not really focusing on how perilous their positions were. They were out of their positions a lot, and Craze capitalized from that. And in that respect, yeah, they absolutely did deserve the win because they were more cautious in their approach. And I think that Reply Totem can't underestimate Craze. Coming into the beginning of the year, when Craze were absolutely flying, we had them down as being a team that could very well be on top of the leaderboard, literally on top of the leaderboard. Well, they've dropped off a little bit, it's fair to say, but now they are starting to look a lot better. And potentially, if Reply Totem don't get their act together, 2 more games, then they could be going home in the quarterfinals, which is the stark contrast as to what we saw last month with the grand finals win.
It's absolutely crazy. I mean, stats-wise, it's very even across the board, but I'm with you, Ark. I feel like overall, on the side of Reply Totem, I think they played a little bit better, but they had more mistakes, and especially bigger mistakes, real blunders. Absolutely, yeah. Just things that should not really be happening at this level of play, or they happen once in a match, not twice within the same set. And I feel like that's not really the Reply Totem we're used to seeing. Now, they could absolutely just wake up in the next set and be as convincing as ever, but this was a bit shaky from them because they didn't necessarily look bad. They just made mistakes that you can't afford to do at a pro level.
Exactly that. Yeah, I think you've hit it on the head. It's just a couple of things here and there. I would like that gene pool to have been reserved again to allow Maori to have more of an ability to just use that left-hand side to his advantage. Just time that run accordingly, because a Darrow roll can be as effective as a gene pull. You can just roll in at the perfect time on the gem carrier and come back out with those gems. But it didn't work out for them. It's going to have to work out in Knockout in Goldarm Gulch up next for them to be able to make good on things and take it to a third and final set, or Craze will be going through to the semifinals in a spectacular fashion. Bans coming in second fast. Reply Totem banning out the Gene. I think it's a wise ban because it's normally the first pick of the coin toss here. Bonnie, Carl pick, Nanny pick, and Gene pick banned, by Craze Clan. The pick being Piper is a risky one at that because there's a lot of opportunity here to counter, probably with a max and some speed, or the Nanny ban there was quite a key point in time there for Craze because that's the biggest counter to Piper. But again, risky ideas from Craze. I've seen it kind of work out well here though. But what do you make of the way the draft is shaping up to be so far, Teddy?
I think it's interesting because I definitely like Piper here, but I don't know if it's worth picking if it means you have to ban Nanny for it, because I don't feel like Nanny is like top meta here. I would maybe have preferred a slightly later Piper pick and save that extra ban for something else. I mean, the Janet, amongst things, that is going to escape through the ban process will be the first pick from Applied Totem, followed up by the Pam as well. Pretty standard stuff across the board. I mean, this is a map where obviously sharpshooters are quite good, but even just mid-range brawlers with enough bulk to survive those later stages and something like a Pam healing station can go a really long way. Obviously, bounces are a great option as well, so it's not abnormal whatsoever to see the Rico show up, and this feels like a very Craze Clan comp, to be completely honest with you. Like, this is as standard as Craze Clan gets, kind of. Like, this is the sort of stuff I just expect from them at this point, and I feel like Reply Totem are just kind of letting them play by, their rules.
I feel like it's a bit contrived as well, because you kind of got like, I thought with the Piper pick coming in that maybe they're going to follow up with maybe like a Brock and some more long-ranged ideas to kind of back it up and really just kind of break open the map and play it that way. But they're going to have a Rico there, which, don't get me wrong, is a fantastic pick to have. Great to be able to seek out those lane sides at the beginning of the matchup. But you kind of want that wall there to have for the Rico to really come into its own, and the Fang as well needs a bit of cover. It's an interesting one. I mean, they're kind of forcing the hand Reply Totem to pick up the Gale here, because obviously you need to have a strong and healthy counter to the Fang, and then you can all sort of like stay together, hunker down. But it is a bit of a strange one for me from Craze here, but let's see how it fares. At the moment, though, it is the top right, which is the focus here, is Reply Totem all together and looking for Meows an early pickup. But now that everyone knows where everyone is, we're starting to see more of a horizontal line of path.
Oh, and Piper shot that connects. It's going to be a nice damage burst. Well, slow things down as Joker can't quite aggress as much anymore. They do need to be careful if a player is too low. A homemade recipe could be quick to connect and finish the job. So far, none of those opportunities just yet. Rama does have a super, so if you wish to remove some walls, he can. But yeah, I agree with you. I think he has to be very strategic about it, right? Because he doesn't want to impede his teammates. Rico, obviously, very reliant on those walls, but even a Fang as well to close the gap can be good at times. So it has to be very strategic. There's a dash in from Meow. Mari is going to fall a 2-on-2 in the end, but Meow is so low HP. NaVi very low as well, and they will both get cleared out by Reply Totem that take round number 1.
Very clean, very clean. Craze with Meow in the mid, but doubling down on this lane side with NaVi and Rama. But it's still going to be the traditional sense that Reply Totem keep on that right-hand side lane. And Rama now looking to try to connect with Maori. Timing it, trying to entice him to come out of that little pocket. And now he does. It's going to be great for him, though. Now he's going to be able to get the angle on him. There's a lot of supers on the side of Reply Totem. Utility is available, but now he as well, we're looking to gain maximum value from his. Bit of a stalemate for the most part, as again, Meow would love his super, and realistically, Ramo can't do much in this position here until we can get super to break on the right-hand side, but at the moment it's still Reply Totem in the lead, and they'd like to keep it that way.
Yeah, slow approach here from Totem that don't want to feed any supers as they had the super advantage. A bit of aggression now coming in. Now he's so incredibly low, gets taken out, and Maru just follows up with another super. Meow trying his best to make something happen, but that was impressive from Totem. Very different change in direction compared to the first set, where I feel like they just weren't really playing like themselves. This was much more Totem as they just asserted dominance. And I mean, that final round was just so aggressive on their end that I feel like they built up a push out of thin air, pretty much. Just that Maru super, and then nicely followed up by the rest of the team. Great stuff from Reply Totem, but this round, they'll start with the man disadvantage 2, actually, to go down very early on, and 2 fed supers towards Craze as well.
Yeah, I don't know whether Reply Totem's strategy there was like, okay, we're going to assume that Craze is going to swap lanes because it hasn't worked out for them well so far, and we're just going to try to anticipate that change going into this new game. It didn't work at all, and now they're absolutely going to go to the right. Now, are Craze going to think and see this idea off, or they're just going to keep stubborn to it? They are going to see it off, so they're starting to adapt. They needed to. Craze are being so stubborn around the way they started things off, and now they are starting to play a bit of a mind game to this equation. The Reply Totem we're going to have to adapt to is a great super there from NaVi, connecting beautifully on to Maru, and yeah, some fight, some fuel left in the tank here for Craze.
Definitely so. Great start of the second game. Map is quite opened up as well, and it's only going to be in Rama's advantage. Longest range out of everyone here, and most damage at range especially. And burst can really help get some nice takedowns in the later stages. Another bounce here from NaVi, followed up by a lot of aggression. Rama going for a shot. The gadget is going to be pumped by Maru, but still has some available. 3v3 still at this point. A gadget from Maori, aggression from Meow. follow-up shot from Rama is going to connect, and it's a 3 versus 2, but some low HP players across the board. A healing station available as well. This could be huge for Totem. They are turning it in a 2v1, and in the end, it's Totem who takes the round.
I'm really impressed because for me, in all honesty, I don't feel like Reply Totem should be winning this matchup. But they're playing it perfect. They're buying their time, waiting for the right moments and stuff and like that. But it was a terrible start. Craze have opened up so much of the map that they've got no way to play this except to wait and just not feed early on and obviously not go down for it along the way and try to get whatever they can in terms of supers ready for those final moments. But realistically, Craze have got a huge advantage in this scenario here based on that first opening game and just being able to really just earn so much super early on to break what they have open. It's going to be an uphill struggle. Reply Totem are definitely not out of the running, especially if they continue that kind of approach. But Craze have got such an advantage, in my opinion, here.
I mean, the map is just perfect for them now. However, that doesn't mean everything. No supers available for Totem, though, is a bigger problem. Not sure how close they are to getting those supers in the first place. But that's a big pickup from Meow. Healing station has got to be pumped as well. Rama is low HP, goes down. It's only Meow left alive. He does have a super. Maori gets stunned, and Meow will just barely secure it. But he will take it, and that means match point.
Oh my word, like there was so little in it. It was just whoever was able to spam the fastest and recover the ammo quickest in that position. So close. And as you rightly say, I could barely believe it when you said it, Teddy, to be honest, because how we got here, that's what's going through my mind is like, you know, from that position there where Reply Totem were that close to bringing things back to even things out a little bit. And now we're here. They are in trouble. There's no other way of putting it. They are in big trouble. But I think things work out slow this time around. Mari got away with murder there. It's the way to go. They cannot feed into Craze. They cannot allow Rama to break open this map. They've got to keep the coverage. They've got to not feed into what Craze are doing here to survive on. It's going to be a disaster for them in terms of their performance and how they were faring last month if they go out in the quarterfinals.
This could be absolutely insane for Craze. They've been needing a breakthrough this year. This could be it. They still need to win 2 more rounds here in knockout if they want to secure their ticket to the semifinals. A big pickup here for Totem. Meow knocked into the gas, is gonna fall next, and now we left in a 1v2. Will only perish as Reply Totem pick up the first round. Still fighting for it. They want to go all the way.
Surviving on. Missed super there from NaVi. Could prove costly. Rama doing his best to get shots, and I don't like the positioning here for Reply Totem at all. Rama can connect so well, and if NaVi gets a super out of nowhere, he's just going to spam it down the lane side. They've got to separate out. A healing station will go a long way here from Mara if they can get it. But at the moment, I like what Craze are bringing to the table here. They're going to break now as well. And that's going to make things even tougher, back to kind of where we were in that last game when Craze had so much of the map to work with. But another miss super from NaVi, and honestly, it's helping Reply Totem in a big way as Joker gets the stun there. The kick away from Meow used defensively here, and that could be the very thing that saves Craze, as they need to reset big time now.
Well, the positioning here is going to be better for Reply Totem, but the damage, it's so even. Meow left in a 1 versus 2. It's going to be complicated. He's trying his best to heal up as much as he can. If he can get a super, that could still be a miracle, but he's gonna get shut down, and Reply Totem are not done fighting. They'll push things to a 3rd set, and we're going all the way for this one.
My heart can't take it, I'll be honest. it's just one of those days. I mean, we're into the 3rd quarterfinals, and we're in the 3rd game, which has gone to the 3rd and final set. EMEA, bro, EMEA. What can you say? Kaboom Canyon, and I feel like Reply Totem are going to be pleased about that, because the way the draft kind of wasn't, it looked like the perfect draft, to be honest. I think it's actually a bit of a mistake on the side of Craze to pick Fang prior to the third and final pick from Reply Totem, to be honest, because of course you're going to like hard counter. I mean, it'd be stupid not to. I mean, who would pick Gale in any other circumstance on this map? It's not the go-to necessarily. It can absolutely work without coverage, but you know, there was a great opportunity, I felt, for Craze to have the upper hand here, and we saw them have the upper hand a great amount of the time, to be honest, when they're able to really shape the map into the way that they wanted to. But got to hand it to Mario as well on that Janet. I did like the way that he was able to evade a lot of the situations and then just, you know, survive on, allow his teammates to take a bit of the front, have that healing station down when he did, and just he timed those runs really, really nicely for me. A couple of mistakes on the side of Craze there, a couple of missed-supers there as well from NaVi on the Rico side of things. Some things certainly to think about, but I gotta go back to what you said in the draft today. I fully agree that Nanny ban, it was putting so much weight onto the Piper being able to pull through, and it was a decent strategy, but you know, it would have been maybe better to work around things and not necessarily give up an important ban for that particular counter.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was hindsight is always kind of like easy, you know, to be there like, yeah, that didn't work out. I feel like both teams kind of took risks in this set, and it just paid off better for Totem. As simple as that, really, because their draft was not an easy one either. Like, obviously, Gil is going to be really good against the Fang, but if you manage to isolate them and get some early pickups, and even in the later stages, it's not always the easiest to play out. And I feel like Craze did a very good job at demonstrated that by almost taking this set as well, to be completely honest. But Totem made it work. We're going all the way. It's going to be Kaboom Canyon for our final set.
It's a great map for it. I do love this in Heist, and it does bring a great amount of brawlers that are available in terms of the meta to bring things into your advantage. And the bans, this is kind of where it is for me, I guess. The bans here are so important. Craze have got to be absolutely on this, and I want to see what their thoughts are going in. Banning out Amber, which is actually an underrated ban. I quite like. Bale and Griff, not a big gripe about any of these bans. I quite like them. Crow being banned, Colette and Bonnie being banned by Totem, all looking good for me. Now the pick of Gale here could be definitely spelling a Daryl. Now that's the reason why Reply Totem are answering early on with B. I really like this. It puts Craze in a really tough spot. Do they double down on this strategy and go with the Daryl, or do they come back away from it and just use the jump pads to get into the mix early into the mid and kind of step away? Because B is a hard counter to Daryl. You can still work around it, you can still cycle. I wonder whether Reply Totem are daring enough to go with it, and they do. I love it. I love it. That is a big sign of confidence from Reply Totem. Well, they love to play here, and I'm not afraid to pick straight into the eye of the tornado.
I'm thinking because like this seems too easy for Totem, right? Like, obviously a Gil first pick is like showing off that you want a Daryl, and I mean we saw that Joker instantly, like he instantly went for the bait. He instantly picked the B. There was no like thinking, he just knew. So I'm hoping that there is some sort of thought process here for Craze Clan in case that happens, because no, they don't have Daryl. They are facing a B as well, and yeah, it's gonna be a bit messy because they have a Bull, they have a Lola. I'm seeing interesting things here from Craze. I'm really hoping they have a plan here, and it's not just, you know, improvisation due to Reply Totem reading them like an open book.
Let's see. I mean, I'd love to see something just out of, I was going to say something crazy like a Buzz, which they have done here before, but I think Ruffs is a safer idea. I think you kind of need to then have the supply drop handing over to buff up Joker on the B. Might not necessarily be Joker playing it, but nonetheless, that particular brawler. There's definitely a big option here having Ruffs. The one downside of having Ruffs here is that it's going to be really terrible on defense. I mean, if you're going to place the ball up against it, and sometimes you have no choice if your B goes down and you're left on defense on your own, it's going to tickle a bull. It's going to do really next to nothing to it. So that's the one reservation I have here for Reply Totem, who are allowing Craze to make those first early plays and go on in the aggressive. That might not be the way to go about it, but nonetheless, having said that, that was two swift takedowns in quick succession, and now Reply Totem can start to regain this mid control, and Mario with super to hand, breaking open the mid. I mean, it's all ticking over like clockwork for Reply Totem so far, but let's see where this goes.
Yeah, not too much value of that initial push. I mean, sure, some super is getting charged, but besides that, did give the supply drop that Mauri needed to open up the map and buff himself up now as well. And Joker is getting some great shots so far. Bit of a miss with that super, but it's going to be another shot from Rama. Rama very low HP, eventually gets dispatched by Mauri. Maru just going for the roll onto the safe, trying to lock in some more damage as Craze have yet to get any hits down on Totem safe.
Nice takedown from Rama, and eradicating that wall is quite important. But now everyone from Craze is collected in the mid. I do like so far how they are shutting down Rama, but now he's rolling directly onto Joker. Oh my word, though, just 2%. That is all like Craze were able to get from that bull dash in, and that is a big warning flag for me to Craze to say, look, you know, you got out-drafted, guys. We literally saw this coming. You should have seen it coming when we went with B, but they're playing it perfectly. You can't deny it. It can still work to Craze's advantage, but they've got to work better to play it better. You know, Joker's being very cautious by staying back here and just giving the trust to his teammates to be able to do their thing and bring in the damage on the side of Maru. And Maru staying back here, keeping the buffs rolling in, staying on his feet. It's working out so far well, but Totem have got to stay on their feet here. They cannot lose control. If they do that, then this could be over in the other way incredibly quickly.
I don't think it's unwinnable for Craze. 25 seconds left. If they can take care of Maru here, that would be big. They will do exactly that at the expense of one of their own players. Rama gets slowed. That is going to make things much more complicated. 15 seconds left. Not a lot of damage. Making the difference here, 27%. Craze, they need that final push to be flawless, and I don't think they'll even get anyone to that safe. Reply Totem on match point. And I mean, honestly, I kind of coming back out of the nowhere there, because it felt like Craze might just have it in the previous set. But Reply Totem are the ones with a match point now.
What is today becoming? Honestly, it's just, you don't know what's coming next. I mean, I'm with you though, Teddy, absolutely. If Craze play this better, like, this is a comp that can win it for them. If they just are able to overthrow Reply Totem and just get the spawn cycle in their favor a little bit, just exacerbate some of this utility early on, that's what's keeping him out of the mix so far. These big shutdowns by Joker and Mauri are so important to keeping Reply Totem in the lead. But, and again, like, I mean, it's beautifully done, isn't it? It really is a picture to see. The ball is getting nowhere close, but that's down to Craze and their team as a whole. They've got to support those moments. They've got to get the takedowns to allow Rama the open window of opportunity. This could be the moment, but he's so low he can't contest.
Yeah, this is complicated. He will go for the dash in the end. They get some damage. I mean, more than they got in almost the entire previous game. But Reply Totem have full on mid control now, and Rama can jump in as much as he wants. Shouldn't be all that easy to make it past the defensive wall of Reply Totem. All three players are stacked up in the mid, and most of them, all of them actually, buffed up as well by the Roughs. That's a lot of value. A bit of a miss super there from Mauri. Could probably have broken that open a bit more cleanly, but not the end of the world. His positioning is still really good here for Reply Totem. Man advantage still as well.
Taps from Joker, continuating them as well. 126 HP, and that will see the demise of the ball there, and now the aggression just entirely able to be focused on the safe as the lead extending, not going the way in favor of Craze, who was so close. They had match point in knockout in the previous set, and now they're looking down the barrel of a swift exit in the quarterfinals. They've got to turn this around, and quickly so. They had the lead earlier on, but now it's dwindling as Maru clears up the left-hand side lane, leaving Rama with a choice. Do I go on the aggressive or do I come back to defend? He has to go on the aggressive. He's got no choice because Reply Totem have pushed them into a corner. This is perfect play so far, and I feel like they're going to hold on now. Craze are in a world of trouble, Teddy.
They need so much damage burst, and losing Rama, which is one of their highest DPS right now, is not gonna help. This seems impossible at this point for Craze Clan, and Reply Totem have done it. They'll take them out 2-1 in the end here in the quarterfinals. I mean, heartbreaking for Craze Clan and Craze Clan fans, because this kind of felt like their opportunity to make it, you know, go all the way to the semis and start things off with an absolute bang. but it is gonna be Reply Totem. Instead, that makes it true. And I mean, it took a bit of a slow start, but once they got warmed up, it started looking better and better. And towards the end, Craze really struggled.
Wow, I think what's getting worse and worse. Trav's predictions, mate. He's got 3 in the red now. But you're absolutely right. I would love to have seen Craze be able to bring this one out of the bag. You cannot deny, though, that they are starting to bring back more feist, more to the table than they have in previous months. They're looking better. They absolutely are looking better than they were previously, but just still not quite. And I kind of wonder as well, in the bracket, had they had a different opposition, maybe they would have been having a better success, but a rough one for them. Yeah, going up against last month's grand final winners, never going to be an easy feat, but I feel like they did tremendously well despite that. But if you look at the stats here, I mean, Reply Totem just hit it on the head. Realistically, I think in terms of the draft, absolutely on point. They picked the draft as well, which they were comfortable with picking. That was the key realistically here. I loved that they picked Daryl into the Gale, literally just showing that they do not fear what Craze kind of had to throw at them. And those kills on those score lines, that says the same story. Confidence, whereas in the second set and the first set, we didn't really necessarily see that, or we saw overconfidence actually in gem grab from them, which is what availed to them losing. But yeah, you got to hand it to them. Rama there, though, some really honorable stats, but I just didn't feel like the ball cut it. It was a great draft, but it was shut down time and time again by what was just fantastically skillful plays from Reply Totem.
Yeah, Bull just offers a little bit less versatility than Daryl would, and I don't know, like, I was hoping that they had this plan, that they were baiting that Daryl and B-Pick on the side of Reply Totem, but it just didn't really feel like it in practice, like their comp just didn't work nearly as well as Totem's did, and yeah, they ended up dropping it. It's unfortunate. I do appreciate them taking a bit of a risk there, but maybe a little too easy to read for that final set. And Reply Totem, I mean, they were on it immediately.
Wow. 3 down, 1 to go, Teddy. Moving on to our last quarterfinal match of the day. Tribe Gaming EU up against NaVi. And I've got to say to all my fellow Russians in the chat who are undoubtedly all in the chat, Привет. They know. I've been working on it, Teddy. I've been mingling in. I'm so down with the Russian now. I'm literally so close to being fluent, but I digress. Tribe Gaming EU, let's start with them. I mean, this is a team, Teddy, which have always made a monthly final grand final. They've been very, very consistent this year. That's an understatement. They were the winners back in April of a monthly final, and they are craving their next win. They've been coming very, very close to it, and this month could be yet another one for them. Tom, Yoshi, and Lenan is going to be bench Drage today. And there we see Lenan as well. Very calm, very confident, and got a lot of figurines in the background. Very cool. They're not cheap, I can tell you that. I've got a friend that collects those, but yeah, nonetheless, it will be all about the Brawl today. And yeah, looking to make his mark. Great to see. And this, though, gotta be said, Teddy, is a matchup that's, last year especially, we saw these two teams clash a lot. And NaVi always give Tribe a really big run for their money.
They definitely did. I mean, NaVi had a fantastic 2021 year. Obviously, runner-ups at the World Finals. Overall, incredibly dominant in their region. This year has been a lot more complicated. It has been kind of all over the place. I mean, not everything is their fault, obviously, but I feel like some of their approach since they've been playing in the EMEA region has been rather inconsistent and sometimes quite inconclusive. So I'm kind of on the fence still. I think you predicted NaVi to win this matchup. I'm going to be a bit more reserved than that, and I'm really just like waiting to see their results this year, which I feel like I haven't really been able to see that much so far.
Yeah, I agree. I think the thing with NaVi for me recently is that in the Snapdragon Pro Series, they've looked better. However, what I will say is that there are 4 teams currently not competing in the qualifiers in the Snapdragon Pro Series because they've already earned their golden tickets in Season 2 to the Open Final. So, and one of those 4 teams is Tribe Gaming EU. So how how NaVi are going to fare against them today, I'm not too certain and not too sure of, but they are looking a lot better. Recently, they are looking more like a team that can win, and I'm just going to keep voting for them until they do. That's kind of my approach, I feel, because it's going to come down to that. You know, the drafts are looking better, their team play as a unit is looking better, but this is a big test for them today, and if they can beat Tribe, then I feel like they could go all the way. 63% of you watching are saying that, but then again, of course you're all going to say that because the chat shows nothing but spam and love for NaVi when they play. So I can absolutely see why over at event.brawlstars.com that is the story to be told.
Yeah, it's not surprising. It's not surprising at this point. Center stage in Brawl is going to be our map and mode. We'll see the Janet, the Surge, the Crow banned down by Tribe Gaming, NaVi taking on Carl Penny, and Janet as well. First pick, Max already from Tom. MMA following up with the Bonnie. And we'll see the Gil as well on the side of NaVi. So far, a very fast-paced draft as the Lenon follows up with the Colette.
Wow. Again, on set the stage, I like to see Tribe with the roughs. They're bringing the Colette, which is normally played by Lenon, and a really solid pick. But they would probably like to have a little bit of a wall break as well. We shall see. Clearly, NaVi are thinking along the line of tanks, I would assume, but it's a risky time to do it because ultimately there's a third and final pick available as well to consider. But I like the fact that they've gone with Gale at this position in the draft. It does kind of like limit the choice there to Tribe a little bit. Squeak, always a decent one to have. One that I'm still a little bit on the fence of, maybe just because I like to have those kind of more aggressive ideas come to light. But there's no doubt about it. Residue can really make a big difference, and it's going to slow the positioning awareness of NaVi and where they can actually go with this. But they've been able to lock in Bonnie, one that's, again, we don't tend to see much of because she's always banned. And there is the roughs. That's the one that I thought that Tribe were going to be going with, to be honest. But one that can absolutely work out well in terms of just having something to break open a little bit of that ability to get a line of into the goal. So I do like this from NaVi. The question is the speed of the Max on the side of Tribe going to overrun things? And is the Gale, in the eventuality that it does, is it able to thrive and get the value that it needs to slow down that advance?
It's a good question. Looks like we are loading in. And here we go. Tom was an early residue on the top right side of the mid part. And already quite a bit of aggression from Tribe, trying to make an opening on the right-hand side. Cube has taken a considerable amount of damage, but for now, he's still safe and sound, and Tribe are gonna win a little bit less as we move forward, and they don't want to give too much away. But actually, Tom is going for a bit of a pinch. MMA in a tricky position. Yoshi gets a hold of the ball pass to Tom. Tom, he gets it through, barely, but he does get it through.
Well, that gets the job done at the end of the day, and that's a great start for Tribe, and they'll now want to play a little bit of defense and keep up the aggressiveness, or Lenon can just push the ball to the right and just go off on his own. And Gotcha Gadget almost kept him in the mix there, to be fair. Cubic and Angel Boy incredibly low. The pickup coming in. The jump away from Cubic is there, but not enough to stop it. Tribe are on a speed run today. And look, it looks like Lenon can't even believe it himself. Yeah, Lenon, you did the plays. You made it work. You don't look so surprised.
Yeah, you're the one that put in the effort, like it was up to you and obviously his teammates as well. But yeah, it seemed like he was almost spectating it with us, All right, well, so far, an early kill again from Tribe, just getting so much control. Yoshi has super as well, and we saw how much that can disrupt the pace, something that used to catch a lot of teams off guard. Less so nowadays, as teams have really had the time to adjust to Max, and their super MMA is so low HP again, just barely gets the chance to move and do anything away from his spawn. As Angel Boy is next in line to fall on the side of NaVi, and Tribe, they're as dominant as ever positioning-wise. Now they got to translate that towards a goal.
Look in that corner, just one shot away, and Lenon knows he might just go for the shot on goal, and he does, but positioning was there in the past MMA as well, followed up. A chance to heal up. At the same time, would like to be in cannon form now. Can't really help out too much in this circumstance, and it's a great brawl to have, but I've got to say, from the times that I've seen NaVi playing it, I don't know how successful they've been with it, and that is a great deal of pickups from Tribe. You can just basically walk this in yet again, and oh dear, NaVi. 1 minute and 10 remaining for a response, but so far, we need to see a bit more. I say a bit more, a lot more from NaVi here if they're going to survive this first set.
Yeah, this has been tricky so far. A bit of a push here, pass aggressive, but a little too late as Lenan picks up the elimination. Nevertheless, a team wipe. As a matter of fact, EMEA is going to respawn, but still not exactly great positioning here for NaVi as Tribe are looking much more dominant. Angel Boy taking a fair bit of damage. And right now, Tribe are trying to seal the deal, a goal away from picking up that first set. Tom gets picked up by Q, but leaves a bit of an opening. Yashi slots it in, and that's just the first set for Tribe Gaming. As simple as that.
Yeah. Tribe got dinner reservations, they got plans, they got things to do, people to see, and they are in a hurry. Clear to see, but not if you look at Lenan, because it's just so calm and collected. But again, this is what you see from world-class teams across the board in the BSC. It's just focus, focus, focus. You know, saving the celebrations until the job is done, and that's again why Tribe are in the position that they are in on the leaderboard, the #1 seed, by far out there in points. And again, a reminder that if Tribe win today in the grand final, if they get to the grand final, but they're looking like they could breeze the quarterfinals, at least it's fair to say. If they do win the grand final here today, they will secure and lock in their golden tickets for the world finals. So today is a huge day for them. There is no stone unturned. They've got to really bring it together when it matters most, just because again, you know, they want to lock it in. They want to be able to just know that their future is fully secured and they're going to be in the world finals today.
Yeah, it's in their hands as long as they keep winning here. They could be one of our first teams to secure their ticket to the World Finals. I think the second team, actually, besides AC Milan Clash in the LATAM South region. Stats-wise, it's actually surprisingly even. I would even say shockingly even, considering that Tribe Gaming, I mean, it was very, very convincing. And yet, I mean, stat-wise, I think EMEA was probably the one that really struggled the most. Only 14% damage, not a single kill. That may have been part of why things were kind of just crumbling apart on the side of NaVi. His lane, I mean, I mentioned it a couple times during the games. He was kind of trapped in spawn.
Yeah, it's definitely a stat that stands out above the rest for sure. Just the lack of damage dealt, and again, if you're not getting any kills, you know, you've got to be bringing something else to the table. Ray of Fire for Hot Zone. Again, a game mode where it's really tough mentally when you're coming into this game mode behind. You've got to leave the past in the past and just kind of focus on the present if you're going to be able to bring things back and take it to a third and final set. We've been there every game today. This could be the first game that we're not, to be completely honest. This is looking, so far, it's fair to say, to be the most convincing of all the matches in the quarterfinals. So NaVi have got to put on the brakes and put on the gas for themselves, because this could be going very badly very quickly. Early pick in of Tribe Gaming EU with the squeak. Draft coming in for the bans was Crow, Lou, and Penny. Lou is rarely banned. I love it. I think you've got to pick Bo here if you're NaVi, but the bans were Carl, Janet, and Crow.
Yeah, I know as a matter of fact that Angel Boy's favorite brawler is Lou, and he loves bringing it here, and also in Shooting Star in the monthly qualifiers last month, just so you guys know, I saw that happen. It didn't work, but they do like the Lou on the side of NaVi. It is going to be banned out. I think it's a wise ban from Tribe because it's very targeted, and I'm pretty sure NaVi did not expect it to be banned out. They will have a Max, they'll have a Bonnie. Great picks all around. Max, not a brawler we see as much at the moment, I feel like, on Ring of Fire. A bit too open to her taste in general, but I can see it work out. Lola is something that will usually be seen more frequently because it fits a similar job, but just dishes out much more damage, more tanky as well, and this speed is not as much utilized on a mode like Hot Zone.
It's interesting to see Tribe kind of deviate away from Bo here and are putting a lot more emphasis onto Colette. I do like it because we know what Lenan can do with Colette. I think NaVi maybe have got to go with that particular brawler now. It's just kind of interesting to see Tribe, who pretty much always go for it on Ring of Fire here, just kind of leaving it to the sidelines. I do worry a bit with this Bonnie pick for NaVi because I need to see it do more. I need to see it work. Okay. Poco? I mean, to be fair, in the past, NaVi have brought this kind of idea out of the bag, and it's really thrown teams off prior to draft. But we're now in a position of draft, and I'm pretty sure, I don't want to go there and say it. I mean, we saw Poco, I think, 1 or 2 times this year. And I think it may have even actually worked in one of the other regions. That I definitely remember asking the interview question of what was going through your minds. I think it was Reply Totem, actually, and they said even we didn't know what we were doing when we picked it. So, and it didn't work, now I remember. So I'm pretty sure Brawler's got a 0% win rate, maybe, in the BSC. And it's coming out for NaVi when they need to get back in the lead? I don't know, Teddy. I don't know about this. I don't know.
I don't know either, man. I mean, you know, I like some of Navi's ideas sometimes, and I'm still waiting for one to really just work this year, but I feel like every time I watch them draft, I'm confused. I'm very confused because I'm seeing things that, like, I don't expect to see, but it also just rarely have been working. I mean, so far, this is better than Brawl, so I'll give them, like, props for that, but I don't know if it's gonna last because retaking Wizard Poco is gonna be a bit of a nightmare. I have yet to really see what star power is playing as well, but I'm not too sure about this one.
I agree. I mean, I've actually called out some of their drafts on Twitter. I got tons of heat for it, Teddy. I mean, apparently we're not supposed to talk about the draft. But, you know, this is exactly why we have to talk about the draft. What is this? I mean, what I don't believe is that it's working. That's the thing. And maybe there's some merit behind that statement that we're not supposed to have an opinion on it, because somehow, some way, the heals are coming in enough. I mean, now Tribe are starting to recollect their control, and it maybe was that particular brawler pick that's thrown them off just a little bit, because when you haven't played against something in your scrims, because why would you, for all intensive purposes, be playing against some other team with a Poco? You'd probably get kicked out of your scrims if you brought a Poco into the draft. But try to bring it back just a little bit. It's a close affair, and NaVi may well take this this first round, Teddy, to be completely honest, the way this is going.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a comeback from Tribe, but NaVi still trying to build up that lead furthermore. And right now, I mean, they've kind of ran out of utility on the side of Tribe. They're going to get a kill there, but shouldn't be enough, and NaVi will be taking this game. I have to say, though, that in those sort of crazy drafts, the further you get into the set, the more likely your opponents are going to be winning, right? Because they have time to adjust to your ideas, or whatever we call this, and then try to, you know, adapt with their own strategy. So I can see this still being turned around here by Tribe, but I mean, I'm not going to criticize anymore because NaVi, they took the game, and I mean, they're starting off not too horribly in this one either, although not quite as good as in the previous one, but I mean, it's not completely dysfunctional.
I'm with you. I fully agree that, you know, realistically, when you're up against something that you weren't expecting, you do adapt over time to it. You remember how it feels to play up against it. I just feel like I feel like it was less about NaVi really like owning with the comp and more of a question mark towards Tribe not being able to handle it accordingly, and they lost control again. I mean, yeah. Angel Boy's gonna get that pick up onto Tom, and Yoshi as well has to go into the mid, but gets taken down on his return, and now it's just Lanat. And I think that it's the approach of Tribe that is their downfall rather than the draft being just so radically in favor of NaVi, if I'm honest.
No, I mean, I agree. I completely agree. I'll rewatch this match no matter what, just to kind of, you know, figure out like what exactly happened for Poker to be here. But so far, I mean, NaVi back dominant, absolutely dominant here. And I mean, they'll get cleared up, but Cube is back in action as a super as well, and it is a threatening sight to behold for Tribe. A bit of a misjump there as Cube is actually going to survive a nice final dodge. But NaVi, they're so close to the finish line. There's just no room for mistake here on the side of Tribe Gaming. About 15% behind, but NaVi 12% from taking the game and the set.
Those jumps from Cubic have got to be better. I've seen him quite frequently missing on them, and he's got to land them because this is the reason why it's 3 versus 1, and Tribe all day long will take this game and move on to match point for it when they shouldn't have done, really. I mean, NaVi had that one in the bag, and if they'd just cleared up those final like loose ends faster, then they would have surely been able to take that set. As a result, Tribe move on to match point, and they're starting to adapt to Poco in draft. I can't believe I'm even saying that.
I mean, I don't know, man. I honestly don't know, you know? Like, I'm questioning why I prepared for this show now. Because I just feel like, you know, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Well, anyways, NaVi was a decent start, percentage-wise, but they do all get cleared up. That's a clean wipe from Tribe Gaming. And for one of the first times in this set, they have the lead. Besides late on in the previous game. Lena is a bit isolated. Seems like the pincher from Yashi is not paying off too well either. As right now, NaVi are overtaking the lead once more.
Much better from Cubic. Banging on the accuracy when it came to that jump there. Now, yeah, Tribe got to focus on him because they know he's a threat. Separation's got to be there from Angel Boy and MMA because MMA was very close to going down. Now he does. 3 versus 1, and 2 of which are in the zone for Tribe, and that's a great time for it as NaVi had a decent lead. They've got to get some max speed in, as that really is where this struggles to have a hold on the mid. Look at this explosion from NaVi as they come in, and everything's starting to do its thing. 2 versus 2 now, though. Very close. Not much in it at all, but it's going to be Tribe to take the mid control yet again. Oh, my word. It's so back and forth. I just feel like Tribe are adapting, Teddy, like you said they would, and this is a crucial moment to hold that control.
Yeah, not much room for mistake on either side anymore as we're getting into those late percentages in this game. Cube, low HP, does get the takedown, jump in behind Tom. And MMA has a super to assist his teammate. This is NaVi maybe running away with this one. And there is a good beam. Super from Yashi gets cleared up quite easily. And NaVi, they do end up taking the set, pushing things to a third and final set. And I mean, I'm just as confused as I was earlier, really. Like, I don't know why it worked. I really do not. Like, I'll look into it and I want to learn and understand things better, but like, I feel like all of my Brawl Stars knowledge is being questioned just by this one comp that somehow worked really well. It worked really well.
I mean, you were saying you were waiting for the moment that NaVi brought out an experiment with something that worked. Well, Teddy, you got what you wished for. Is that today was that day? For me, I think it was just the max was a key component to the comp. It really was. I mean, that every time caused a big problem for Tribe to have to really focus on everything that was happening around it. But combining that with the tuning full gadget on the poker side as well, having everyone just be constantly healing in those moments of push, plus the body to be able to jump in. I think it actually was not a bad shout. I mean, they were able to make it work. And I always say, like, if something's crazy and doesn't seem like it should work, the results really have to speak for themselves. If it works, it works. And ultimately, you know, again, sometimes brawlers that are brought out of the woodwork that we haven't seen for a long time do tend to thrive because you're not prepared for it. You haven't played against it for a while. Kind of similar to how we saw when Bo came back into the meta recently. A lot of pro players were not able to trigger the minds, you know, accordingly because they hadn't been doing so for such a long time. And again, with that much healing on the side of NaVi, Tribe struggled. But despite that, they got so many kills in the bag, which is kind of surprising to me. I mean, Lenan going there with a 14, Yoshi not far behind with 12. I mean, you know, 2 of those players on the Tribe side had more than the most amount of kills on the NaVi side. So, I mean, I don't think that Tom sitting on 6 is even that particularly bad when you consider that MMA was on 1, 22% damage in the previous set. You know, he was still struggling to get even a single kill. And it just seems to be that sometimes on the side of NaVi, the stats don't necessarily say the full picture because everyone is doing something to bring the objective home.
They're nearly double the kills on the side of Tribe.
Yeah.
Like a couple short from double the kills. And yet they don't take it. That is Crazy. I mean, it was well played, definitely from NaVi, and I mean, the reason they take it despite having almost half of their kills is just the fact that they were constantly like alive, you know, and in the zone, and you can't really push the Bogo too much either, because if you feed a super, I mean, it's just so much healing coming towards their side, and with so much healing available on the side of NaVi, they could just afford to have people kind of alive all the time, at least like one, you know, or two, and fend off the zone to low HP players from Tribe. I don't know. I mean, I'll get back to all of that later on after the show. Look it calmly and try to understand. Now, let's focus on Canal Grande, our final set here for this Tribe versus NaVi matchup. And whether you first pick Bonnie on the side of NaVi and Tribe Gaming, going for the sister, and that's going to be the Janet brought in. Is it sister? Am I lore correct here?
Do you know what? I need to double check, actually. It's the first time I've considered it. I think they possibly are. Now, this I was going to say is a really key moment here, because Tribe have got to consider the fact that they need to pick Gale here, yeah, because, I mean, it would have given NaVi the choice of picking Gale and the Daryl, but now going in early with that, it might cause NaVi to have to rethink their approach here just a little bit, and, you know, Gale on its own here, not necessarily the greatest of brawlers if they're able to go with something of a wall break idea, but definitely if NaVi had the choice of going tanks, maybe an Ashe could have been another option as well, or a Surge. I think still is actually an option for me. They're gonna have to just kind of maybe reconsider their strategy. Gonna go in with Sandy. It's gonna struggle a little bit, but the teams like Dogster Lobster would bring in like Sandy here, and it actually would work out phenomenally well and be by far the biggest star holder in the matchup. But again, you know, this is Tribe Gaming EU. I mean, they like to really exploit weaknesses in their opposition, and for me, Sandy here is a bit of a tough one. But then again, Teddy, we saw Poco in the last set, and what do we know then? NaVi have obviously got a bit of a plan here. It's a bit of a bold pick to bring in, and they've obviously had a contingency plan in place if the Gale does show itself. And I think Bo's a great one, a lot of range, great for the aerial denial in the mid and breaking things open, and not going with the tank will give though Tribe a chance to consider it, and they could go Daryl or they could go Search it.
I mean, this seems much more standard from NaVi. So far, standard hasn't been like what worked out the best for them, to be completely honest. I do think Sandy, I agree with you, it's a bit more out of the ordinary, but still not completely unexpected on Canal Grande. But yeah, I'm not sure what kind of response Tribe Gaming should be going for here. They're gonna go for the Daryl anyways, and they can afford to, honestly. I mean, there's not necessarily like any tank melters per se on the side of NaVi or heavy counters, but they do have a decent amount of damage overall that they could shut him down if they play well together and he's not really able to isolate individual players.
The only reservation I have as well, I know I called out Daryl as being great because that was clearly the plan for Tribe here. They picked Gale. They obviously knew that if NaVi went for it, they're going to have a tough time, and it would allow them to follow up with it. But the Collette's been working out really well for Tribe for the majority of the time today. Even when they lost in the second set, I didn't necessarily put it down to that Collect pick, and one that we know that Lannan is so great at playing. It could be a moment they could have maybe considered that particular brawler instead and just kind of changed their game plan a little bit away and just depriving NaVi, but then going with something different. Let's see how Tom fares with it. He's gonna have to get some value for it and come back out again, and that is gonna be not necessarily the way to do it. He got the takedown, to his fairness, but he went quite far back in the spawn and maybe could have come out on top. But that pickup there, really important from Yoshi onto Angel Boy, will give Tribe the lead and the blue star. 5 stars now in the lead already. Is a great place to be in the opening outset.
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe you're a bit overcritical of Tribe right now. But harsh, they got a 3-4-1 trade. I feel like it's pretty worth it, Well,
if he didn't get out, the thing was that it was majority the pickup there, Angel Boy being out of position to give him that lead.
I agree.
Let's see, though. And there's a lot of supers on the side of NaVi. They've got to push forwards a fair bit here, though. Mines could go down. Yeah, I was surprised to see a little bit of delay on placing them down now, but Tribe want more, it seems. They're not going back too early on. I think that's a wise thing to do on this map. You don't want to get spawn trapped, but yeah, sort of looking to make their timings known in just a moment.
All right, 7 stars in favor of Tribe now. MMA gets rolled on by Tom, and so far this comp from Tribe looks like a winning one, but it's not over just yet. Lena gets the kill, a little bit close towards the end, and the Root Sands tickle him down to 300 HP, but he's able to heal back up. Tom just gets spotted in the bush, but he's only holding on to 2 stars. So as long as that's a bait and a half as well. Free kill there onto Cube, and yeah, this is going to be match point for Tribe and NaVi. They need to completely change their approach coming into the next one. Otherwise, this is going to be the last match point of the match.
It was weird to see them, going into a sort of game with like bounty and not really kind of valuing the early game. And I think that is a mistake that we see too often sometimes in competitive. You got to play this slow. I mean, you need to make sure that you're ready for everything, but ultimately you can't give your opposition that much of a lead in the first minute. And that's a better start at MMA. Just surviving on, though, could have been a different case, and it could be actually a very tight scoreline as a result of that. And Tom smells the blood. Leland coming in and might get caught off guard. Oh my gosh, he does. Not by much. This is so close, to be honest. There's not much in it. Somehow, some way, trying to come out on top.
Yeah, not for long. Tom goes back into the action. Probably misread the situation just a little bit, or a slight miscommunication. Not sure where Yashi would land. Didn't want to give away 4 stars that Yashi's holding on to, but small mistake here gives the lead straight back to NaVi. Let's see how they manage to defend things off, as in the previous game it did feel like Tribe had the lead quite early on and NaVi were just never able to recover. This is their chance to show the opposite when they're in the defense side, but it didn't quite work out. And now he's so low HP, but he stays up. And that means that Tribe stay in a 2-star lead, but the blue star on the side of NaVi means that any kills will be giving the lead back straight to NaVi.
Bit of a mistake there for me from MMA. Those shots should have landed realistically, and Lenan gets away lightly under the circumstances. That could have definitely been a key moment in the game. It would have given NaVi the lead now. We've been joint 9-9 with the blue star in their favor. They've got to now bring back something in the next 20 seconds, or Tribe will be going through to the semifinals. We've gone the way every single match in this quarterfinals, and this one is no different. Let's see, with 10 seconds remaining, whether NaVi can bring back a kill.
10 seconds left. Final push coming through, a bit of a pinch as well, but Angel Boy doesn't quite have a lot of range on the left-hand side. A stun onto Tom, jump in from Q, but everyone besides Angel Boy gets dispatched by Tribe. They'll take the game, the set, and the match. They are going to the semifinals in NaVi. I mean, it was a valiant attempt, but that winning draft only worked out once out of the 3 sets, and need some more consistency than that. They'll be out of the equation for this monthly final as they leave first round.
If you listen closely, somewhere, some way, you can hear Trav just cheering to himself, because it means that he's got out of the red finally. It was looking pretty bleak until then, to be fair, but he's done good. He's done good. He's brought one back with the prediction of Tribe. It was close, to be fair. Again, I think NaVi's approach in Bounty just wasn't the right one to start things off. You can see in the second game that they improved upon things, but again, just small mistakes. That one takedown, realistically, there really came back to bite MMA, because if that couple of bow shots had landed, then it would have been Tribe that would have had to have pushed. Instead, it was the other way around, and unfortunately for NaVi, they're gonna have to come back again and try to break this quarterfinals curse that they've been struggling with ever since they've been able to qualify. But I think Tribe today looking on point to get to that grand final. Not there yet, though. They've secured themselves into the semis, but they are going to be up against the might of Reply Totem later, and that is going to be a tough one. Statistically, Tribe looked better. I mean, in Bounty, in the game that matters with kills, Tom was 6, Joshua was 6, Lon with 2. You know, it really does come down to a lot of the stats when it comes to Bounty, and draft-wise, I think they had a better draft than NaVi. I wasn't too sold on the Sandy pick, and you can see at the end there where it kind of came round to matter, because we didn't really see much of an ability to counter Tom with so much of the HP for the team. But great stuff from Tribe. Looking forward to seeing more from them later on today. And again, we've never seen a monthly final that didn't include them in the grand finals, so today would be fitting to continue that same idea.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, it felt at some point like things might get out of hand, man. Like, I was starting to believe in the whole NaVi story, but yeah, man, it's tough. It's really tough. Some of those drafts were impressive, some others a bit lackluster. I feel like that final one just wasn't quite as much of a winning draft, but I mean, hopefully we'll get to see them next month for some more NaVi action.
Fingers crossed for sure. Well, we had a huge upset today when SK were knocked out by Grom, who they made their way in to the semi-finals. We're going to be facing up against Team Queso very, very shortly for our first semi-finals matchup of the day. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this short break. One-man army. This is going all the way.
Welcome back to Knockouts. See some top plays from the July monthly finals. First up, Achapi gives it all he's got against Zeta Division 1.
Tensai forced to use a barrel there as well. Achapi falling low over the left-hand side. Wall comes in. There's a pathway through, but that's a choke point that they're not going to want to walk through. It's replaced. And I'm not sure if that wasn't communicated with Moyogoku, but the timing there was terrible for the team. Achapi is in a 1v2, and he can actually win if he does. the gas ticks, and he hits the shots, managing to bring it home for Zeta Division 0.
Up next, it seems that Vatra Gaming won't go down without a fight.
Zulon picks up the 10th gem, teleport back. He feels untouchable. Vatra Gaming have to get a huge push in. They might be able to get a good pull. Down goes a lollipop drop. No pulls just yet. Zulon is going to stay alive just in close range. Just a few more seconds. And there's the pull on the Zulon. No way is Livy's able to run back with 8 gems. But Vatra Gaming have interrupted the countdown, and they'll be able to get one of their own in just a second.
And now, OGS and STMN EU go back and forth, and back, and forth.
Well, 2 of them fall now, and it's a 3v1 over here. Skyrix all alone, but he's got the sandbag to tank. He's doing a good job of staying up, but now he gets pushed off. And Soy's going to slide over the right-hand side, stop them from pushing on, just allowing Guga to try and take the lead. Cards come through. He has to jump back, and he survives for now, but it is 5%. There's only 5% in it. Soy Debreza cleans up the right, but now getting a little tick by tick, and they hit the shot as well. Gugu gets that. He's level 4 also. Pennysaur is coming in as well. It's even. They can slot on though, and they do take the lead now. STMN have got to do a massive push. 25 seconds left, and it's still going up for OGS.
Wow, beautiful stuff from OGS. They do get a kill too, as a matter of fact, on the side of Stamina. I don't know if they can catch up here. It seems like they might just do it, but they need to hold on to both the left and the right side. It's so little in it. Gugu, he needs to get those percentages. It's so close. Oh my, we might just have to draw we were asking for. Wow.
See if Rising Sun rises up at the last second.
With just a few seconds left, 15-second countdown active, Blood Diamond is in the lead, but here comes Aaron with yet another super.
Roach as well down the left-hand side. We can't forget about that as well. In he comes, Daryl rolls there. He rolls through it. They've got the shots on. They get the blue star, and there's no takedowns. The bow can't get the second shove.
And finally, check out this nail biter put on by Tribe Gaming NA. It's going to be a close call. Zulon backing away, and Tribe, if they play a perfect defense, could certainly get this.
Yeah, it's possible massively with an M's on your side, and Rico, here comes the damage. 10% left. Atari's still standing. Is Livy still standing? Tribe have gone and done it. Oh my word.
Thanks for joining us. Be sure to come back next month to see more awesome plays.
Are you tired of not winning? Fed up of dying? Want to make it to the championship finals just this once? Fear not. Byron Snazzy Snake Oil can help. Carefully crafted by Mr. Byron himself from nature's finest ingredients, including essence of real snake. 50% of the time, it works every time. Byron Snazzy Snake Oil can cause twitching, excessive hollering, flatulence, and in 50% of cases, death.
the Brawl house. The kick forward, the punch through, that's gonna be it!
No way! We are about to head into the most competitive day in Brawl history, my friend. Are you ready?
Stars Championship in EMEA, where Tribe have finally broken the trend of my terrible predictions. I'm joined with Teddy, who, after seeing all 4 of those games, have you got any conclusive thoughts about how you think things have gone so far?
I mean, you know, match 1, Grom take down SK Gaming. I was scared for my predictions, I'm not gonna lie. That's what I care most about, right? But then I get all 3 correct, so all planned. Maybe it went to the last set for every single one of those matches, and I was really, really scared for my points, but we are good. So far, Team Teddy doing exceptionally well, and so are Team Queso, Grom, Reply Totem, and Tribe Gaming EU, because they've made it all the way to the semi-final so far. But I have to admit, it's been a bit of a rough story for pretty much every single one of those teams to make it here. I think stamina is going to be, you know, a key factor to take into account, because it's been rough quarterfinal matches for every single team.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some upsets, some things have gone to plan, but sadly, not really for me. All 3 of us starting off pretty poor with that SK prediction. But then, you know, it's the kind of team you expect to win. Dogster, Lobster, and Craze kind of letting me down, whereas you 2 looking quite good across those. And then, he just put too much faith in his newfound love of the of the Russian people in chat, clearly, and we managed to pull through a try. But then, upcoming next, obviously, we've all gone for the same predictions. Team Queso and Tribe Gaming, 2 of the most common winning teams in the BSC at the moment. So I think there's some pretty solid predictions. Is there any explanation that you want to go through as to why you've got that?
I mean, the thing is, with Grom, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like SK underperformed a bit, and Grom got just a massive amount of motivation and momentum, and we're able to translate that for that one match. I don't know if they can do it like for another match. It's going to be longer because it's going to be best of 5 from now on as well. So I've lost a little bit of faith there. I mean, I'm hoping to be proven wrong. Prove me wrong, guys. Don't be angry at me. I believe in you. Just I believe a little bit more in Team Queso.
Yeah, well, we've put in our predictions, including when we've gone with Team Queso and Tribe. Be sure to put yours in at event.brawlstars.com. Whether it be the same, whether it be different, honestly, probably go with different, as I've gone with Team Queso and Tribe, and my predictions haven't been too great so far. But we'll focus in on what is coming up next, Grom versus Team Queso. Both of them definitely having a really, really tough start to the day, along with the rest of the teams, but this is the one we've got to focus on down for right now. Boss, Jaime, and KC, bit of a throw-together team for that multi-qualifier, but managed to do well and continue in their streak through and beating SK as well.
I mean, realistically, I think they've had the best start of the day amongst all 4 teams, because they were clear underdogs and they managed to win. I feel like the other teams were kind of like favorites and struggled to win, whereas for them it was kind of a miracle run. I don't know if they can do it twice. That's what worries me a little bit, because 1 time is already like surprising enough. 2 times in a row, that is a lot to ask for, and I don't want to put that responsibility onto them. So I feel like SK's got better chances, but Grom, I mean, I don't know what to expect from them at this point. They look really phenomenal, especially when players like Boss were absolutely popping off in that final set.
Yeah, I will say, you know, I'm sure they'll be happy with the semifinals, even if they do fall short and lose against this roster of Team Queso. NaVi, Blacksea, and Alias SJ, pretty staple team in the competitive scene at the moment, just coming back time and time again, always performing really solidly in these monthly finals, and sitting at number 2, I believe, at the moment. So definitely got some good seeding to go along with it. I think Blacksea's just sat here watching TikTok at this point, which is, you know, my day-to-day thing as well. So you can't really hit him for it, but you've got a competitive game that you're about to play, and you need to focus up.
Yeah, definitely. So busy, not quite his mind in the game right now, but maybe it's part of the strategy, you know, get a mental reset before getting into the action. Not entirely sure if it's the way to go, but sometimes, you know, clearing your mind can go a long way as well. As this should be, and this is one of the interesting bits as well, is I don't know if Team Queso prepared for this matchup nearly as much as they usually would, considering no one expected them to be facing Grom, and I think most teams prepare for the eventuality of an upset, but never as much as for the most likely upset, especially against a team like SK that you traditionally have been struggling against a bit. So this is interesting, for the least on the side of Team Queso. We'll have to see if they manage to pull true, or if Grom can cause yet another upset in this monthly final. Already a first pick of the Janet on the side of Team Queso, and Boss following up very shortly with the Penny. I mean, I like both brawlers quite a bit. I'm always a little bit on the fence for Penny on Minecart Madness, because I feel like sometimes it's a little hard to place the mortar in a place where it has cover from both your enemies and the minecart. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like it gets a little tricky at times. And even at a pro level, I often see just, mortars not last for too long, or be very defensive, or just get taken out by the minecart.
It's definitely not just you. I have the same issue as well, and I feel like it's usually the opponents who take it down, because you've got to keep out of the way of the minecart. It's just such a difficult placement. But Penny being the brawler as she is at the moment, I think it's quite solid just with the salty barrel and the ability to splash through at the moment, regardless of having that mortar or not. But Javi's going to come behind the Janet, and he's going to be playing that Jean. I think that's a solid pick. You've always got the turnaround potential, and taking it out of the hands of Grom who just clearly completely upset SK with this specific brawler, and it was a large part of the reason they did just that. I think it's a solid idea, not just because it's good on this map, but because they're so good with it.
Yeah, no, I definitely like it as well. So far, things looking pretty decent on both sides. Amber as a final pick here for Team Queso, a brawler that they have played extensively in the past, especially on Gem Grab, more often on Double Swoosh than on Minecart Madness, but it's a welcome addition here. Some nice movement speed with the gadget, and overall good cover. Great brawler for most rosters. Curious to see what Grom's reaction is going to be here. Their drafts, I have to admit, and their match against SK looked very decent across the board.
Yeah, I will say this is just looking like, a normal Team Queso comp. This is one of those comps that they just take across map to map, Jean and Amber everywhere, and just play it so phenomenally. Casey's going to come with that last pick, and he's going to be taking Bow, and I love that. Bow's one of the most versatile brawlers at the moment in the meta. You've got the mines, you've got a Totem, which can give you super, and if not, then you're going to be using Tripwire, which is always quite influential in a game mode like this, where snaring someone in that super can be really solid and be a massive way to turn around the game. But I'd imagine it'll be played down lane, and it's going to be pretty solid no matter what the match.
All right, well, here we go. Nice early tap from Jaime onto LSSJ, but so far, good control on the side of Grom. Team Queso pushed all the way back to their spawn. Not all that much to work with, giving a lot of respect here to Grom. Not overextending anywhere until finally we're going to see the kill from Blacksea onto the Penny, opening things up. Jaime goes down. It's going to be less than ideal, but Boss is there to pick up the gems, and even though he's not going to be as great of a gem carrier on this map with the Penny pick, still better than in the hands of TQ.
I mean, at the end of the day, they can just swap these lanes quite easily. Even if Jaime doesn't want to pick up these gems or even play mid from now, he's going to be a pretty solid lane. And you can see he's already marked up Blacksea and brought him very low. And the ability to pinch is just going to be so good as well. Salty barrels to tank the gene pools also. And Javi falling low over this left-hand side. Casey should bring him to his knees shortly, and he does just that. Still, mines in the mid. They've got a bell mine in the mid as well. And that's going to be dangerous for Team Queso to walk anywhere near this gem spawner.
Yeah, Boss is ready to capitalize as well. He does need to remain careful as LSSJ has his pull, and an overextension could transfer that lead away. A nice pickup from KC. Gems all around the mid. NaVi trying to create some space, but doesn't quite know there's a mine there. He gets caught off guard, and a countdown initiated by a ground bomb. 15 seconds left here for Team Queso to interrupt.
Well, Blacksea trying to fly in. Boss going to drop the solid barrel and get some shots through. Casey's going to come back and pinch, managing to keep him alive. No sign of a reset from now, and Team Queso going to fall behind as Grom take the first game, and it looks very convincing as well.
Yeah, that was a dominant game. I mean, Team Queso spent half of that game in their spawn, or not far from it. Definitely far away from the gems. far enough that Grom comfortably got that countdown and had a lot of time to just make sure that they will secure it in a safe way, not risk anything, not get too close to Ale SSJ and his gene pool. Early kill there from Ale SSJ, opening things up, but not that much control seized up, and it's hard as well for Janet to take control on that right-hand side unless she really commits. Boss is going to be forced to fall back with a couple of gems, giving the opportunity for Team Queso to catch up.
Nice takedown over the right-hand side, but down goes Boss as Javi burns him down to the ground, throwing down this oil now as well, so Casey can't go through the side as easily as he'd like. But Jaime still sitting on 3 gems. It's not too bad considering Team Queso have had such a vast amount of control through the first portion of this game. Javi gonna fall low. Boss can't quite get the shot from Casey. Too late to come in and pinch, but he does get the takedown anyway. Bowmine's gonna be thrown down surely in the mid, and Blacksea has to take flight to be able to survive. He throws him over this left-hand side, trying to break up this wall, as I'm sure that'll be even more helpful against the Amber.
Good takedown from Grom. Very clean as well, was the dodges from Jaime, making sure that Blacksea doesn't take him down. Jaime has a mark available, but Ali is still marked up, and unmarking the gem carrier usually isn't ideal. So that mark might very much just stay there unless it is really needed for an urgent takedown. Ali, low HP. He's gonna trip on the mine, but is able to dodge that blast as the final gem picked up by KC, a counter for Grom again.
10 gems now, and it is to 6 as well, so no chance of a reset from mid for Team Queso. Gonna have to aggress, and I mean, they've got the gene pull, it's possible. He goes over the bell mine though and gets marked up once more and should be taken down momentarily by those members of Grombom. I mean, he just couldn't move. Those bow mines, bell mines, everything, and Grombom gonna secure the first set really nicely in such a convincing fashion, especially in that first game, but they didn't really seem too phased in the second either.
That was a very convincing set from Grombom. Honestly, I'm worried. I am honestly kind of worried because it shouldn't be this convincing. So, I don't know. I mean, Team Queso need to wake up. They didn't have the most convincing quarterfinal match earlier against Dogster Lobster, but this can't happen again. They need to make sure that things are a little smoother than that, especially if, you know, later on in the year they want to be in contention for the World Finals. This is one of the teams that has gone a long way since last year and just securing a spot within the Tier 1 competitive scene. This has been their breakthrough year, but they want to go further than that. Then I feel like this isn't the full extent of what I expect from Team Queso. And yeah, things are a little messy at the moment, but still, I'm expecting a little bit more on their end, to be completely honest.
I mean, I think everybody was from Team Queso. If you look at the statistics here as well, it's pretty much all KC down that left-hand side, just taking down Javi over and over again, getting 11 kills to his name, but surprisingly, not the biggest amount of damage. Jaime clearly pinching his sides very successfully and assisting in winning those as well as his own at the same time. So just a really solid team performance all around, regardless of Boss not really getting too much damage done. He was still able to provide those penny turrets and salty barrels in moments that did matter.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, it was a good team effort from Grombom. I do think Jaime was really tamping on the bell as well, keeping his opponents at bay, especially the Gene, and that early mark as well onto the Gene was problematic because as a gem carrier, if you're marked up, it's a very tough goal. You know, do you try to die on purpose, which you can kind of afford to do on Minecart Madness? I mean, if the minecart is on your side of the map, you're rather safe. Or do you commit to it and risk carrying more gems while being fragile? It's a tough goal. It's a very tough goal, and it seemed like they were just not really able to find a proper decision. But draft is coming in quickly as Bonnie is going to be an instant pick here from Team Queso. Grombom have some time here to react. From the most popular brawlers on this map, it does seem like a couple of them will be banned out, as both Gene and Bo are out of the mix, and rightly so, as they're very, very good on this map.
I'm not sure if it's me or a team's getting like miraculously fast at drafting, and it seems like the drafts are going so fast nowadays, and already had those Bonnie and Colette picks obviously, and Grombom I think coming off the better side of it, as Colette's just such a solid pick against Bonnie, but I'm not sure if it's a map where she's really going to thrive as much as she would, you know, in Heist or Hot Zone against that brawler. And Alisher able to probably keep his range a lot more successfully. I mean, it's definitely going to be harder to keep your range against against Grom when they have this max, and especially when KC's on it as well, as he's just such a notorious player on that brawler.
Yeah, there is potential still for maybe a tank to show up. Like, I wouldn't be shocked to see a Fang or a Daryl still be in the mix. Obviously, you know, Colette is going to be a deterrent of that, but it might not quite be enough to completely dissuade them. They'll go for a Lola for the time being, which I like. I mean, very versatile brawler, very good overall, just very good base stats that cover its weaknesses quite well. Final pick for Team Queso should be coming in very, very shortly. And I mean, I'm not too sure. Yeah, Bell, I mean, it makes sense, you know, add a little bit of range to the mix as well, and some potential defensive measures if you want to bring in some nest eggs and obviously the mark, or you can go for the trick shot as well to lock in some kills from afar. It has been decently effective and popular on this map.
Well, I mean, it kind of just seems like this is Grombomb's strategy against SK and against Queso alike on these knockout maps. Just play max and try go aggressive and mix a few things up, because it's not every day you see these kind of Max and Colette on this map, and they do go Piper as the last pick, which doesn't have the best synergy in my opinion with what the rest of the comp's kind of saying. But at the end of the day, they've got this long-range pick now, and they're going to be able to combat the Bell and the Bonnie at those ranges, and still obviously have a really solid matchup against Lola too.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the plan is with the Piper. I mean, Piper is a decent matchup against both Bell and Bonnie at a range, right? But I don't know. We'll see how it actually works out. Jaime will be facing Alias on the Bell for the time being. And KC then in the mid, not easy to win against NaVi, that just has so much more range. And so far, doesn't seem to be too worried about KC. Is forced to fall back to heal up.
I mean, not only that, but Alias SJ is somehow winning lane against Jaime and hits the reverse polarity as well, making that connection and keeping him low so he can maintain this aggressive position up the map and allow Javi to push forward into this pocket. Jumping forward now and doesn't have the knockback by the looks of things in the bottom right-hand corner, but he gets the kill. KC comes back and helps. I couldn't really see it too well, but they managed to come out on top of that one, and now they're in a 3v2.
There must have been an auto-aimer, right? Like, I don't see how else. Nope. No. I think that was a homemade recipe. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm not too sure what happened, but I mean, it happened, and it's only Alias SJ goes down. Grom bomb take round one.
I mean, I can't give you an explanation as to what happened because I didn't really see it, to be honest with you, but Grom bomb come out on top of the first round, and now they're starting to go a little bit more aggressive too. Straight away, Boss going and demolishing that ego that Blacksea had placed down, but all of them being pinned back as a result of Boss's pressure, and KC now getting through this mid also. Jaime going to bounce a shot onto him, and he needs to be a bit cautious now as he brought extremely low, but Boss going to clean up over the left-hand side, and that's not even a match to be expecting to win. In comes the jump from Javi though, and almost actually lost that once more on the top. Boss going to have a few shots onto Alias SJ. KC going to aggress and get that as well, and it's a 2v1 once more, and Javi in this form is not going to be looking good, and if he pops back into the other, Colette will just destroy it.
Yeah, this is a problematic situation for Team Queso. Not really a round they want to lose. NaVi, KC just barely picking up the kill. Not much in it, but it's another game for Ground Bomb. 3 in a row now, and 1 away from taking a second set. This is interesting, for the least. I mean, not really what I was expecting from the semifinal, but I'm welcome to the idea of it.
I mean, this is just dominance from Grom Bomb so far. The first one looked a little bit questionable, and the same when we've got Javi going in on Jaime time and time again, but he just not be able to get too much done. Yes, he got the kill in the second, but he was traded out, not traded out, but his teammates were pretty much traded out very quickly, and Jaime looking a lot more in control of this right-hand lane again this time, but KC and Boss need to be cautious of not feeding the super.
Oh, definitely so. KC quite aggressive there in the mid. NaVi should be close enough to unlocking the jump. Yeah, that's why he can afford to get in such a defensive position. So otherwise, that would be his demise. No, because he knows as well that he can commit as much as he wants. There's no shot at taking down NaVi from that position. It's 2 supers for the side of Grom Bomb, although Viper super is usually used quite defensively. A nice pickup from Jaime that I completely missed on the right-hand side. Boss wins the left lane against Blacksea, and it doesn't feel like Grom Bomb are stopping anytime soon. They're just picking up another round.
I say Queso even putting up a fight at this point. It's just Grom Bomb walking over them time and time again, and it doesn't even seem like many members of Grom Bomb have dropped at all. Maybe like 1 or 2 kills in the entirety of this knockout set, and they just don't seem to be stopping here. Boss gets his super again, and Blacksea falls once more. Javi's going to jump in. Gotcha Gadget was popped, but Casey should trade this out, and if not, Boss will.
Well, Boss, I mean, Jaime actually certainly did, but yeah, close enough, close enough. I mean, Boss on the Piper is something we know, you know, so I get where you're coming from. But alias SG, it should not be winnable for him, and it will not be indeed. Second set going to Grom Bomb. I mean, I'm speechless. I really am, because I didn't have too many expectations today, but the most likely outcome for me, if you had asked me throughout the day, like what could happen, I would say Grom Bomb got first round, you know? Like, no offense to Grom Bomb players, they're great, but it's just like, it was the match against SK was the one I was the most certain of out of every match of the day, including East Asia this morning. And that wasn't an upset. This one would have been like second, you know, most certain one. I don't know. I mean, it's good to question yourself, and Grom Bomb are making sure that I do. And most of us do, because a lot of predictions have gone wrong because of this team. And it's not over yet, by the way. It's not over yet. 2-0, it's a best of 5, so they need one more set. But they're 2/3 of the way there, and Team Queso have shown very little interest in contesting that.
I mean, talking of doubting yourself, like, I'm just going to say it straight up. Ark, he said something beforehand. I had Grom Bomb down in my predictions, and it's written there. And then he said something, and I've changed my mind. So if they do manage to win and pull through, and another prediction goes wrong, and this time it's Ark's fault, I'm not going to be happy. But statistics are in, and yeah, I said it, 2 kills across the entire knockout set in comparison to Grom Bomb, just completely walking over them with 4, 5, and 3, and a lot of the damage was Boss there. I mean, he was just dominating his lane, which is something you don't see every day.
It was very clean from Grom Bomb. It really was. I mean, again, it didn't really feel like they were too endangered either. You know, like, they were comfortable. And they shouldn't be allowed to comfortably win games and sets against teams like Team Queso and SK. I mean, they have the players have the caliber, right? But I don't think they've been scrimming the most. I don't think they've been, like, you know, the most serious about performing today. At least it's not really what I would have expected, considering they're kind of a mix. And from the sound of it, at least, it felt like it was like, okay, we don't really have teams anymore that just play for fun this month. But I think they're having a bit too much fun, in my opinion.
I mean, that's exactly what happened, I think, you know? Humble dissolved and Jaime left backs, and they kind of just came together as just a random bunch that they just wanted to play for a bit of fun. And as you mentioned, they're having too much fun, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping here. If this team makes it to the grand finals, that'd be one of the biggest upsets in BSC history at this point, because you just wouldn't expect it at all to have beaten SK and then be able to beat Team Queso straight after that. It just seems like a glitch in the Matrix.
Well, it's gonna be a Byron first pick from Team Queso. Not something I've been seeing the most recently, but I mean, yeah, Bell as a response. I was gonna say there aren't a whole lot of sharpshooters left in the mix, but Bell obviously is one of them. Arguably the superior pick to Byron, at least in the current meta. Although, I mean, Byron, if played well, can still offer a decent bit of value. It's an interesting start to the draft. I'm curious to see as well what Team Queso plan on combining with that Byron, because that's where the real strength of the brawler comes from, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, Grom Bomb going to be taking that Lola as their second pick, and I like that pairing. It's pretty solid. Shooting star, you've got a solid amount of range with pretty much both of them, and Jaime's going to be pretty versatile on that Lola as well to be able to deal with some different avenues that Team Queso could go down. But throwing back to them, you know, Byron as a first pick on Shooting Star, I just don't see it being too good, but a lot of these long-range brawlers are obviously banned out, and I'm pretty sure like the 6 top brawlers on this map are gone. They're going to take a Carl, and honestly, I forgot that even slipped through, considering it's just such a common ban at this point.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, we have you know, somewhat off-meta bans, and that leaves stuff like Carl and Janet open, which both are really good picks. I'm almost shocked we didn't see that above the Byron, you know, because the odds of Grombom stealing that from them seems somewhat unlikely, and I don't feel like Carl or even Janet at the moment are the easiest to counter brawlers either. So I don't know. Interesting stuff, but it works out for Team Queso. I feel like they have a pretty solid draft all around. KC gonna go for the Colette. And it's a brawler we've been seeing more and more recently. And I have to say, I think this is quite close, but I would arguably say that Team Queso might have a slightly better draft in my opinion.
I mean, I think so too. It's going to be a bit of a mid-ranged affair, and obviously if Grombom can take advantage of the fact that, you know, if they can get Casey onto Blacksea, then it's going to be a pretty solid matchup when Colette's going to be able to take down Carl pretty simply. But then again, you know, they've got the Byron heals. They've got this another layer of tactics when they can just fall back on that and just have some heals, and that really just switches matchups up so much.
Well, let's get back into the action. As Grombom is dangerously close from the grand finals. Team Queso, no room for mistakes anymore. Boss very aggressive, and it pays off. They get to pick up on that.
I mean, Grombom just seems so in sync. Like, Boss pushes forward and Jaime assists. Casey pinches over, and this is like the synergy that you expect of a team who've been playing together for years. And it's all come together perfectly for them today. Boss picking up his super now, and Blacksea playing the mid instead of Javi this time, and trying to force this matchup once more, but it didn't work too well for Javi last time. Has his flight now, so able to avoid quite a few more shots. And Blacksea with his super as well, flying hook available, but he's marked up and he can't go as aggressive as he'd like.
Yeah, that is going to be a good deterrent of an aggressive call. Javi forced to super out. Look at the positioning as well from Grombom. Boss is just ready for the landing. Instead, going to go for a super out to Blacksea. There was a kill from Team Queso, so lead has been turned around. Blacksea is able to get out of the mix, and alias SJ is going to pick up a kill of his own. But the trade is there. 5 stars to 5. Blue star is in favor of Grombom, giving them the lead once again.
Yeah, there's bouncing shots from Bell, and then Casey just follows up with another and another, and he just cannot stop hitting shots. Another mark has been picked up as well, and more than likely will be placing it towards Blacksea when he chooses to go aggressive. Jaime getting hit pretty hard at the left-hand side, but that Bell mine is looking nasty if he walks over it, and I'm not sure if he knows it's there. They seem to be a little bit wary about that area, though, and Blacksea now going to be pretty much guaranteed to walk over if he does, and there they go. In comes the super, and Blacksea does not fall just yet. Javi has flight, Jaime falls low, and any kill will switch this game. 4 seconds left, and he's not landing yet. They pick another one and add it to the collection. Grombom going to be heading to match point, and Team Queso are not looking good.
This might just be a complete sweep. Did Team Queso win a single game yet?
Not yet.
Are we 5-0 in games right now in favor of Grombom? I mean, that's no longer an upset, is it? They're just the new favorites. Like, honestly, really feels like that. Wow. Well, KC strikes again, and I mean, it's going to be another opening kill for Grombom. Despite Blue Star going the way of Team Queso, I mean, initially, is taking back by KC with that first blood. Minute 30 left on the clock. KC takes a fair bit of damage, but does connect the mark. Is actually going to go down there to the poison, but the trade is there. Blue Star, however, gives the lead to Team Queso.
Well, more than the Blue Star now, as Jaime does fall as well. KC trying to take it to the left-hand side, and Alias J is the one with all the stars sitting over his head, 4, and the Blue Star there. And Blacksea is marked up, but even one of these 2 kills on the right-hand side aren't going to flip the scoreline, as they do need the Blue Star as well. In comes the super from Boss, and even with the mark, he doesn't manage to get it, but they are gaining some ground and pushing Team Queso back into their spawn, which is definitely an unfavorable position for them at this point. Boss now trying to push forward onto Javi, who has his flight, but Blacksea's going to go in, and I'm not sure about that. He's falling very low, and Casey actually goes down as well, and they add another one to the collection as they make it 8-4, and Grombom aren't looking as good in this one.
No, definitely not. This is looking better and better for Team Queso, but that's a big pickup. 3 stars as well. It's them 1 away. Any kills here would go in their favor, and even trades could end up in their advantage as well. Need to be careful on the side of Team Queso, because with a match point in the hands of Grombom and 20 seconds left in this one, it can go quickly. Team Queso need to hold on to those stars and not give anything away.
Well, Boss has that super pushing forward now, got the gadget as well, and he sees it. Javi falls low, in comes the super from Boss, but he might have auto-aimed that. Javi's not going to be landing in a good position, though. 5 seconds on the clock, he's going to land beforehand. They might get the shots in here, but not able to do so just yet. The shot goes through, the trade's there, but it's not enough for Grom Bomb as they fall 1 star behind at the end, and Team Queso stay alive and live another day.
That's 1 star. That is 1 star making the difference on that 1-for-1 trade. If the shots were fired in a slightly different order there, that could have potentially turned it around. Not entirely sure about that one, but I mean, just to say how close this one was. Blue star, however, it's picked up with ease by Team Queso, and this time they don't lose a player while doing so. Black Sea, they do lose a player. Never mind. Well, that is going to be Grom Bomb with the lead again.
That's some next level casting there. Just go as high pitched as you can as someone's about to go down. It's rule number 1 of casting, I think. But Grom Bomb ahead, and they're in a position now where they can just hold this line, and if Black Sea aggresses or if any of them try to go forward, they can just pick them off and try play it that way. Down comes the turret from Javi, and they're going to be keeping people low. Alice J falls very, very low though, and 304 HP. Javi walks over an earthen mine, and he's going to go down as well.
2 kills now in favor of Grom Bomb. That's a 3-star lead. Blue star obviously on their side as well, so Team Queso need to start being very careful. Boss needs to be careful as well, as if he ends up going down, that's enough to single-handedly give that lead back to Team Queso. Can't afford to go down here. He takes a decent chunk of damage. Javi up close, goes down without using his super heater to get out of the mix. Boss on the hunt, but Black Sea survives with less than 200 HP. 5 stars now in favor of Grom Bomb as we head towards the final 30 seconds of this game.
Well, Team Queso are not looking good now. 30 seconds on the clock, as you mentioned, and Casey getting hit pretty hard, but Javi going to fly back and land in a bit of a safer spot, so maybe a little bit of a waste of super as he didn't connect too many shots. Casey still got his mark as well, waiting for the prime target. Going to throw onto LSSJ, and it connected as well. 2 shots now for him to bring him down. Blacksy's going to go aggressive, though, and Gotcha is going to be popped, but there's the fall, and there's 1 star in it. The shots come through.
way.
Team wipes there. Team Queso stay alive, and they should be taking this one. How you may throw it forward, but there's still 2 stars they need, and the other have retreated. 2-1 as Team Queso bring it back.
That was incredibly close. What a smooth team wipe here from Team Queso. At the moment, they needed it the most as well. But they are still in it after all. Pushing things to a 4th set now. And that's going to create a little bit of space as well, because no more match point, you know? So they can, I don't want to say relax. I feel like that's maybe too strong of a word. I think they can start breathing again. That's more like it.
Yeah, they definitely can't relax just yet, as, you know, they still need to win 2 sets in a row, as in comparison to Grom Bomb just needing to win a singular one. And I must say, I'm not sure how they really let that slip. All control just ceased to exist at the end of that game, and being from match point to losing 2 games as close of that in a row is going to be heartbreaking for them, but they just need to keep their heads high as they're still in the lead, and it's not the biggest of leads now, but it's going to be tough for Team Queso to reverse sweep them, I still think.
It is, but I mean, for once the momentum has been shut down from Grom Bomb. We'll have to see if they're able to come back from that and get the ball rolling again. Because, I mean, if 2 more games in a row go the way of Team Queso, we're going to set 5, you know? It's as quick and brutal as that at times. Stats-wise, fairly balanced. In the end, we have a couple more kills on the side of Grom Bomb, but really not that much. Black Sea, though, leading in kills, but again, fairly even across the board here on both sides. It really just came down to some close interactions, and that miracle play towards the end from Team Queso, where honestly, I mean, I don't know where they pulled that run from, but we need to see some more of that. We need to see some more of that, because so far they've been a little shaky throughout the day.
Yeah, and I think they need to get the comp right again. So far, I mean, Team Queso, the comps haven't been looking too bad, but that one was just specifically, I think, quite a good one for them, and it's what kind of brought it back in those last few seconds, having the call, you know, that kind of pressure build up, especially with the buyer in there as well, to be able to heal those brawlers in those aggressive positions. And it's going to have to be another good one. We have got Hot Potato and Rico, Surge, and Ruffs are the bans from Grombom, and Daryl, Ems, and Colette are the bans from Team Queso. So we do have a 6-ban game, and they're all pretty solid.
All right, well, Penny first pick from Team Queso. Not something totally unusual. There's a brawler that does quite well on this map, boss. We're gonna join in as a Griff, as that brings a nice countermeasure to removing some of those walls and negating the effect of, well, the mortar, for instance. So I like what I'm seeing so far in the call. Obviously, as well, a fantastic pick brought in by Grom. Very, very strong brawler that just does so good in so many different situations.
I mean, it's just taken to the next level as well by Daryl and Colette being banned out. The same with Surge, and like literally 3 of the best counters to Carlin's map have been banned out, and 2 of them were by Team Queso, and then they just didn't take it. They're going to be adding a Lola and a Stu to that, as they're trying to compensate maybe just a little bit for these walls going to be taken down by Griff on that side of things. Throw back to Grombom for this last pick here, and you know, I still think they're in need of something a little bit longer range still to add to their collection of Carl and Griff.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, because I feel like in general, I mean, you know, with both Ruffs and the Rico banned out, that's removing some of the popular options on this map. But there goes Squeak. I think it's a viable option. I think it's going to depend a bit on placement, and as well as maybe be slightly overkill. I feel like Griff and both Squeak do a really good job at taking down those mortars, so they shouldn't be lasting for too long. But maybe one of them could have been a different option. Maybe the Griff. I mean, we'll see how they play it out in the end. It is a decent pick against this matchup in general, so I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm seeing, and I feel like both drafts have some decent win conditions. And I would even dare to slightly favor Grombom with that draft, but it's really close.
Yeah, well, we've seen a bit of gadget galore at the start. Jaime, Casey, and Boss all using a lot of their gadgets off the start, and doesn't seem to have been working too well for them. Carl went very aggressive and went down as well. Nice little double kill there from Alias SJ with the splash through. Blacksy's unsafe, but it's not something that Grombom are going to be too concerned of. However, with NaVi joining in, they might have to defend a little bit now.
Yeah, that is a whole different story, and damage has been pouring down. A nice elimination from NaVi as well. Nearly gets to follow up onto Boss, but eventually Jaime is able to clear up the mortar as well, and goes for the triple, but Ale shuts him down with a well-placed bell.
Well, KC now trying to defend against 3 and doing a decent job of it. That Residue's really putting some solid work down the mid, stopping NaVi and therefore stopping a lot of damage coming through whilst he was in a solo defense. Blacksy's getting hit pretty hard, which is not something you see every day, especially against that Squeak, and he's chaining supers like nobody's business there. Alice J over this right-hand side, and he's another one they're not going to care about. He's going to throw down the salty barrel, though, and that will be something they'll care about. Massive damage coming through now as 40% has been dealt, but he's just leaving it for Jaime to do it.
Yeah, now that he doesn't have any gadgets anymore, he's going to be particularly vulnerable. And honestly, with a minute left on the clock and a decent bit of damage, but nothing like that Guan can't come back from. They have a chance at starting to be much more impactful against that Penny, but NaVi and Blacksy just completely dispatching the mid and the left side of the map, leaving Jaime alone. He will be able to take down NaVi. Ale has a turret now as well, which means that they need to really commit to that defense. And with Boss being so low HP, this is going to be challenging. He falls, leaving both the turret and Ale in the mix. Ale, very low HP there, but turret is still there, still getting value, and Ale somehow managed to heal up a little bit and survive the next shot as well.
I mean, Carl's up top, but it's not looking like they're going to be defending this massive push coming in. It is done. I mean, they got a decent amount in the end on the side of Grombom, but it just wasn't enough to be able to match up against that incredible early start from Team Queso there, and they just continued their dominance all the way through. Definitely some signs of life from Grombom towards the end, but that reverse sweep is becoming closer and closer for Team Queso.
Yeah, a game away from being all tied up. What could have been one of the biggest upsets of the year, followed right after another of the biggest upsets of the year, to be completely honest. Might, in the end, be a little closer than that. So NaVi and Jaime are fighting off for that mid control. NaVi forced to commit a bit more there. Boss gets some decent damage. Jaime is able to dispatch of AliSSJ and the barrel, so that is a wasted gadget. It's a little bit of damage on safe, nothing too significant just yet. And they're not gonna care. They're just gonna let him be, which means he can get in a position where he gets a decent amount of bounces. And I mean, right now there's a decent amount of damage as well from Team Queso going on to that save, but the mortar should not last for much longer, and the base race is just very much active now. It's very close. Eventually they take care of the Jaime, so it's only 10% in it.
Well, shots come through. AliSSJ getting flying hooked on now, and he does manage to place the turret down, and the lead is only just in favor of Grom, but a lot of that goes on safe. He hits it, and it's big. 13% damage comes from that super there. Jaime's going to go up, and he gets the kill as well. NaVi very low. Can he get those shots through? He can't quite connect them, but Jaime's still there. Boss is going to join him, and that's going to be it. Grom are going to be going to match point once more, and Team Queso's comeback might be cut short.
It's their third match point. You can't mess this one up. Like, there's not a lot of teams that will give you 3 match points. So you gotta make the most out of it and secure it here. If you're Grom, Team Queso, obviously they have fought off 2 match points before, and they'll be looking to fight off 1 more as they wanna move on to that final set. So far, control just looking a little bit better for Grom. NaVi is gonna get taken out. Black Sea takes a lot of damage as well. KC gonna opt to go for the super onto AliSSJ, and so far they're not able to secure that elimination, but they will take a 14% early lead.
Not too much damage come down from that then, and Black Sea surely going to be taken down. There he is, and Jaime just hiding in this bush. He finds AliSSJ, gets the shot through the salty barrel, and the takedown's there, and so is the mortar as well. NaVi trying to get some shots through, but he's going to be taken out by KC. The super's thrown forward as well, and he survives. 3 of them land on Black Sea, and he gets some massive damage in on him now, but this mortar's doing a lot of work, and it's not stopping at the moment.
Yeah, 3% in favor of Team Queso, but again, positioning seems to be a little bit favorable to Grom. They're not going to make the same mistake again and leave Jaime alone on the save. He's going to go very aggressive, gets a decent chunk of damage, and wow, KC gets a double connection off his super, and that is going to be a decent bit of damage pouring down onto that red save, giving a 17% lead now in favor of Grom.
That was a disgusting super, double connection and some shots onto the save as well. Jaime's going to pick this one up on the aggressive side as well, survive and get this super on safe as well. Some shots. Can pinch back on NaVi now as well, and he's surely going to do just that. Shot's going to hit the wall though, and he can't quite finish it off yet. Doesn't manage to get it, and that's going to be a little disappointing for Grom, but they've got the defense so far, and he did add some serious damage to that safe as well.
That was an impressive amount of damage, considering how low HP he was as well. And I mean, no damage gear, but still, was a small interaction between him and AliSSJ that resulted in just an extra nearly 30% in favor of Grom. But Team Queso positioning is right for a comeback here. 20 seconds left. They do need some sort of opening, and Jaime is going to find an opening of his own. A base race again, but there's very little time and resources to commit to defense. Boss moving upwards as well. They'll get a good chunk of damage, but is it going to be enough? I think it should be, yeah. Team Queso know it. Grom, they are going to the grand finals, and it's yet another upset from them. What did they eat this morning for breakfast?
I mean, that's just something I never thought I'd hear you say at the start of this stream. Grom in the grand finals of the EMEA monthly finals. That is just ridiculous to hear, and it's massively deserved from this roster as well, especially, you know, Boss and KC having such a tough start to the year, and the same with Jaime as well with his rosters. To be able to get to the finals now and be able to face off against one of the more fierce opponents from the bottom bracket, if they can make another upset happen and win the grand finals as well, that is just absolutely out of this world. But at the moment, focusing down on this, massively deserved against Team Queso, especially after the 5 games in a row they won at the start.
I mean, this is crazy, because, I mean, we've seen it coming, right? Because it was a 2-0. They won 5 games in a row on the side of Grom, so it seemed likely they would take the match at that point. But still, when you think about it, like, it's just a mix. They're just, they play for fun. you know? They play for fun. Obviously, they're happy to take any money, any points, anything that goes their way. But it was kind of just for fun while each of those players are looking for different teams, and they don't really, at least as far as I know, had any plans of competing together long term. And yet they managed to achieve this. I mean, it's super impressive. It's super impressive, and I don't even know if they will stick together. But right now they are eating a whole lot of points from the rest of the region and a decent chunk of prize pool as well.
Well, I mean, I'm sure a lot of teams who are trying to catch up with Team Queso in these rankings overall are going to be extremely happy about Grombomb's win here, and the same with Tribe Gaming as well, who are trying to keep that first place lead. It's just going to be so good for Grombomb themselves and also all the rest of the teams who were in this leaderboard in the top 8 for Team Queso to be falling out in the semi-finals. It gives them a fighting chance at climbing up some spots today.
Definitely so. I mean, we are at the later stages of the year, which means that points are crucial, and especially with double points, you need to go as far as you can in those brackets. And Team Queso, they're going to be disappointed about that, but as you mentioned, this is the opportunity for teams like Reply Totem, like Tribe Gaming, to just secure even more of a lead and dominance in the bracket, and turns out they're facing each other next.
Well, this is the fight of 1 and 2 in the bracket, in the leadings, so this is a big match as well. Reply Totem, if they can take down Tribe Gaming here, I'd imagine will have a shot at taking their first place after today if they do well in the grand final as well. And for Tribe Gaming, if they make it through this and the next one, they have their place guaranteed at Worlds already. So this is one of the biggest battles they've got to win in this year because, you know, I hate to say it after the performances Grombomb have had today, if they do get to the finals, I'm liking their chances.
I'm very, very, like, just impressed by how everything just happened today. I am in shock. If you guys can tell, I am in shock. But Reply Totem, it's been a bit of a mixed bag so far today. I feel like their opening match wasn't like terrible. I just feel like it wasn't the dominant Reply Totem that we've been seeing for the last 2-3 months, you know? So, with that being said, they're still Reply Totem, and they have players that made it top 3, top 4 at the World Finals last year. They have players that looked like some of the best players in the world this year. So I know they're capable of making some magic happen again, but I feel like they looked a little bit weaker, at least in their quarterfinal match today.
Yeah, you know, I will say they've obviously had some issues as well. I mean, it's fairly known that Joker is, you know, not at home right now. I believe he's on vacation, and that could also make things a little bit harder not to be in your home environment. On the side of Tribe Gaming, though, Tom, Yoshi, and Lene, this isn't the roster we're used to seeing. It's been Tom and Drage together for such a long period of time, and I don't know if that's what kind of shook them up a little bit and only managed to take it in that third against NaVi, as it looked so dominant off the start and then started to trip up a little bit after that. But Tom, Yoshi, and Lene are definitely more than capable of beating the best in this region.
Then again, they lost to Poco. I'm just kidding, but
fair point.
You know, yeah, anything can happen at this point. Absolutely anything can happen. I mean, you know, from the looks of your predictions as well, that is kind of the story of today, you know, not even trying to take a dig at you, but it is the reality of the region and of, you know, how volatile everything we think we know about those teams and the meta seems to just shift at an incredible pace. But, I mean, Tribe have been one of the most consistent variables of the year, in my opinion. And today as well is a big day. We mentioned it at the beginning of the broadcast, but they can lock in their ticket straight to the World Finals already, but they need to win this monthly final. They need to win the whole thing today. They have 2 teams in their path. We know it, Grombomb and Reply Totem, but I don't know. I feel like this should be the good fuel as well to motivate them. Although, as you said earlier, they're not exactly playing with the same roster than they usually do, as usually Drage is going to be standing in for either Yoshi or Lenan, looking at this current roster.
Yeah, I mean, that can complicate things, but at the same time, this is the roster they've been scrimming with for the past couple of weeks and should have adjusted to their play style with this kind of roster. So bans coming in now as the draft for Open Zone, and honestly, this is probably my most hated map in the competitive rotation at the moment. Janet, Lola, and Crow on the side of Reply Totem. Tribe are going to get rid of B, Leon, and Crow, and then Tom's going to first pick Max.
Okay. I mean, fair enough. It's a good brawler. I don't know if he would play it. I'm assuming it's probably going to be swapped over to Yoshi. Seems like the most likely decision there for Tribe. Totem bringing in the Stu. Like that a lot. It's a very, very scary brawler at times, especially in the right hands, and Joker's hands are some of the finest ones in the EMEA scene at the moment. Pam, like that as well. Bring in some more tankiness and some more versatility as well, and the heals are always welcome for a team.
Yeah, I mean, I always like this combination, Stu and Pam. There's just something about it that just screams, you know, some serious control. If Stu can start chaining supers and have that mobility that he really wants, and Pam able to establish turrets and have such a vast HP pool is always a good thing to have. And I'm not sure what route Tribe are going to go down here, whether it's going to be something a little bit more tanky or something like that to go along with the max, but it definitely seems like a bit of a weird first pick. They're going to go with Colette, and Colette's just been flying into the meta at the moment with Bonnie, Pam, Carl all being very, very solid brawlers.
Yeah, it's impressive because, I mean, she hasn't necessarily been like changed too much recently, you know, but she escaped most of the nerfs that hit us in the last couple balance changes, and with some other brawlers getting really dominant in the meta, thinking about Carl notably, but also Bonnie. It's been doing a really good job at shutting any of those ideas down. Bo is going to be the final pick from Tribe Gaming. I like their comp. It's pretty standard across the board, and I feel like it should be working out quite well. But oh, well, yeah, that's another Poco. I mean, you know, we saw it once today. It worked. We're seeing it again. Reply Totem actually brought in a Poco last month, I believe. They lost the set. It wasn't Brawlable. Don't remember the map, but it wasn't Brawlable. It didn't work. Let's see if it works this time around. I like the idea. I used to love comms that were like playing like double, triple healers in blind picks because it worked so well. And most of it was also before Crow got, the anti-heal, which he is banned, so they would have been safe no matter what here. Plus, they got last pick. But early speed zone plays down by Joker in the very obvious spot to do so. And so far, so good for Reply Totem. They have a decent bit of control, and without utility, Tribe should not be able to get them out of there.
Yeah, gotcha pop from Linane, and didn't really get too many heals off as he still remains quite low. In comes the heal from Mori, though, on the other side of things, and they're just not letting up the zone at all, and they're not giving up any control whatsoever either. Yoshi's going to pop that speed, though, and Linane has the super, but not able to get in a position where he can use it. And in it comes now. He gets a great connections onto it. Mori just gets his heal in time, though, and Maru has his super as well. He actually gets the takedown and another as well as he adds to his collection of kills. Healing turret comes down, and they're just not dying.
Yeah, this is brutal so far. And as I said earlier, you know, without utility, Tribe, they're going to struggle, so they really need to use those gadgets and supers to get them out of position. Finally, some stuff seems to be working the way of Tribe, but Maru gets a nice reset on the heals as well. Does end up going down to the mine, but Joker is there for the trade, and Lena is low HP. Gotcha gadget will heal him up just a little bit. Mari trying to stay in the mix as well. Totem nearly at 70%. That's 50% to be caught up by Tribe Gaming.
Mine's there, and the wall should go down as well now. Starting to catch up a little bit. In comes the super from Linane, but he's going to get taken down on the way back. Tom and Yoshi just going to be pushed straight off the zone as the dominance from Totem comes back as just the massive HP pool that they have. And Screeching Solo is going to connect as well, not even using Decapo, and he's just straight up walking through them. Healing turret pressed in an aggressive position. Damage gear activated, and there's no stopping Reply Totem right now.
I mean, yeah. It just worked. I think this was an odd comp. I don't necessarily think that NaVi earlier had like a very big odd comp. I think that Tribe were kind of confused facing the Poco, but it seems like Totem, they're like, okay, Poco seems to, you know, gets them a little lost, a little adaptation time, and they're abusing that right now as well. But I think here it makes more sense as well with the Pam. It's just so much healing. Stu's mobility as well is another way to increase his survivability, and across the board, it's just really hard to take down the full roster of Reply Totem with this comp.
Yeah, Bomine going to be baited out as well, and Totem still sitting nicely, and Yoshi surely going to fall down at some point here as he's just looking too low to be able to survive, but 50% to 0, and you know, there's a reason why the saying being tribed is a thing, because they just love to get 100 to 0 on Hearthstone, but eventually they get some percentage, but that's not going to matter at all.
Yeah, I'm looking for my words, but it's kind of terrifying for Tribe, because they lost to Poco twice today. That just doesn't happen usually, you know? It just really doesn't happen. But I mean, Reply Totem 100% to 4. That is impressive. And I have criticized them bringing out to Poco in the past. Even though I did like the idea, it just really didn't work. This time around, I mean, it almost looked like a free set. That final game, 96% lead. It doesn't get much more dominant than that, does it?
No, it really doesn't. I mean, that was just pure dominance from Reply Totem, and you know, I'm worried for Tribe if they're going to be able to keep that kind of momentum, drafting stuff, just quality of drafting up as well. Because you know, bringing in a Poco can be considered, you know, quite risky, even especially into a Colette and a Bow and stuff like that. That usually does so well against those kind of ranged brawlers and those kind of HP pool brawlers as well. But it just was nowhere to be seen. Nothing was happening from the side of Tribe, and I mean, Totem, there's just nothing to say about them. They're just so good at performing under these circumstances, and Tribe appears to be the opposite.
Yeah, that was very, very strong from Reply Totem, and I don't know exactly how it got to it, but again, I feel like maybe there's something to do with the Colette that kind of struggles against the healers because they constantly get HP back, so it's kind of annoying to take them down. Because again, it was Colette as well on Ring of Fire earlier today, where we saw that Poco pick come true against the Colette from Tribe, and Tribe could not make it work. So I'm not sure. I mean, it's kind of the common factor to my eyes, but I don't know why it's so efficient at it as well. But I mean, you know, 2 times out of 2 is not just random anymore. It seems like it kind of just works in the right circumstances. Poco can be a viable option in Hot Zone, and we're gonna be moving over to Double Swoosh and Gem Grab. I'm hoping that we're not seeing a Poco here again, otherwise I'm gonna get really worried about my knowledge of the meta. But it's a map that arguably I feel like both teams have been doing a pretty decent job on overall. So a chance maybe for Tribe to strike back, or for Reply Totem to assert some more dominance.
Well, bans are in. Crow, Bonnie, and Janet's from the side of Reply Totem, and Amber, Squeak and Crow coming out from Tribe Gaming. Pam being that first pick. They don't want to be facing that again, and you know, honestly, with how much they've been losing to Poco, they might be picking that as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a wise decision. It's also a bit of a comfort pick at times, I believe, for Tom. So I don't mind it at all. Crow is banned out, so I feel like this is an interesting idea. We'll see the Colette this time around picked up by Joker. So for the side of Reply Totem, I'm really doubting we'll see a Poco again. Like, there's no way. But also I know Reply Totem, and they like to mess with me, so you know, every time they go for something crazy, Enzo DMs me and tells me like, did you see that coming? And I'm there like, no. no one did, you know, like, it was totally unexpected. Gene, I like that more. It makes a lot of sense. It rings a bell to me, and I mean, for me, it's probably the best mid on Double Swoosh, just because the other ones kind of rely on, you know, dodging that pull, which I feel like is a very uncertain way of playing Brawl Stars.
Yeah, well, I like how the Reply Totem comp is shaping up. Obviously, they've got that Colette as an answer to the Pam. But Gene's always going to be good here. You just stick it with a Vision Gear, shoot the lanes, and you're always going to be seeing someone pop up for a couple of seconds at least. But back to Tribe Gaming EU now, and they need to pair something with the Pam, and they have that last pick, obviously, as well. Yoshi, going to go with the Stu. And we've seen Stu played on this map quite well. It was played quite incredibly by Craze Clan earlier as well, and it definitely seemed to work really nicely.
I like it. Again, it is a mechanic that I find a little bit scary, because I feel like, you know, if you fail to dodge that pull, which you have all the tools you need to dodge it, but if you fail to dodge it, which in a set can happen, and can happen multiple times, especially with how close range the map is, it can turn into a bit of a nightmare, because if you're pulled, you're going to be dead. You just don't really have the HP to survive. If anyone is going to be helping Maru out, it's going to be over very quickly. So I don't know. I mean, I like how this is ending on the draft, as obviously, you know, Penny is really, really good at the moment. But so is Carl. And I feel like Penny with the barrel is able to counter Carl for the most part. But once those 3 gadgets are used, it is going to be much more of a dominant matchup in favor of the Carl. So it might be part of the job here for Reply Totem to try to waste as many of those Penny barrels early on, so that they have a bit more room to breathe later on.
Pretty well-rounded comps from both sides, at least in my opinion, and a bit of a tougher start by the looks of things for Tribe, as the lane gets hit pretty hard, and Yoshi aggressing quite nicely over this right-hand side, but Maru's just able to heal up nicely with G next to him and throw some shots down the lane, and just a couple of shots and he's already backed him all the way up.
Mari has a full available already. Yoshi is going to be a free kill here, and this is a nice early team wipe for Reply Totem. Barrel is placed down as a safe measure here for Tom. Not sure if it's necessarily the way to go, as Joker is just going to take it out with ease. Lena pushing forwards, and yeah, eventually a pull is going to connect, and this one certainly does. Mari sitting on 8 gems. Joker was a big pickup on left-hand side, and Totem are almost at a countdown already.
Well, Lenane really not looking happy, as he seems to be standing a little bit still in the spawn here as the 10th gem spawns and Reply Totem kick their countdown off. In comes the flying hook and the spin onto Yoshi on the Pam, and Tom not able to do anything either, just being kept back by the spray of this Gene, and he just can't move. They've accepted defeat at this point, and Totem gonna move another game up, and Tribe just looking defeated.
I mean, I talked about, you know, trying to waste the penny gadgets and all that stuff for the late game, but I was considering the fact that I assumed there would be a late game. Seems like we didn't quite get to that. So never mind that. But what I have to say, though, that I think is pretty impressive from Reply Totem is I feel like knowing as well that Joker is on vacation, probably not practicing that much, probably not in the best conditions to play either. I feel like there's less of a reliance onto him performing, you know, for Totem to succeed. And so far they're able to, like, you know, he's holding his own, he's doing his job on his lane, but he's not hard carrying, which has been one of the reasons they've been so successful as well, is that he was ridiculously popping off. And so far I'm impressed by how well the team is holding on without him necessarily going for the craziest picks in the craziest plays.
Well, doesn't look too bad at the moment for Tribe, as they seem to be doing a little bit better, and Yoshi picks that up, but Joker's going to slide in for those gems. Super in and super out. Nice play from him, but Lenane's looking like he might be able to clear him up. Gotcha Gadget keeps him alive, though, and he still hasn't gone down. Eventually falls, but it's not too bad anyway, as Maru and Mori are there to clean up those gems. Maru
very low HP, taken on by the mortar. Maybe intentionally so as well, to just get those gems all safely to Mari. Since at that point, healing up and being this close to the spawn would be pretty much the same as just starting fresh. Plus, he had a benefit, obviously, of the gems being dropped down. Mortar eventually taken care of. Now, on the right-hand side, trying his best to hold on somewhat to that mid control, but it's going to be challenging. Because right now, Reply Totem, all they need is 1 gem, and I think Mari might not even be that far away from his pool. And yeah, that 1 tick unlocks it now. They can't even just try to pick up a gem. That's going to be a countdown picked up by Reply Totem. Tribe Gaming need to go on the hunt. Pool is going to be missed, but Joker, oh, he is able to carry the gems for the time being. Lana gets shut down, and it was a bit messy, but in the end, it is Reply Totem with another countdown and all gems on Joker.
Reply Totem looking very good right now, 2 sets ahead by the end of this game, and it looks like they're going to be winning it anyway. 15 gems on Joker's head at the end of it, and Reply Totem move 2-0 up, and it's more of the same. Tribe Gaming just cannot get a foot in the door in this game and completely dominated once more with really nothing to say about it.
Impressive stuff, and I have to say as well, I feel like the draft was a little better from Totem again, and you know, it's gonna happen. You pretty much 90% of the time, there's a team that's going to have at least a slightly better draft. But at some point here, Tribe, they need something to work with. And if it's not going to be the draft, it's going to be the mechanics and the teamwork. But also, you know, since they are not playing with the exact same roster than they usually do, or at least not the active lineup that they usually do, you know, relying on that is a bit scary. And right now, Reply Totem, I mean, they looked a little weak in their quarterfinals match. I'm not seeing any of that weakness right now. And despite Joker not being, you know, as shiny and popping off as much as he usually does, he's doing his part, and his teammates are doing theirs too, making sure that they cover for, you know, some of his weaker moments as well. And I have to admit, Reply Totem are looking like the much better team, and that's coming from me that predicted Tribe Gaming to win this one.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm with you, Teddy. I've predicted Tribe Gaming as well, and my predictions are just going down the drain at this point. I think I've got maybe 1 out of 6 if Reply Totem managed to get this, but I had word in my head that Yoshi, this might be his second set with 0 kills. So he hasn't managed to secure a kill across the entirety of the game so far, whereas Linane and Tom, I believe, were actually on 4 and 3 in the last one as well. Maybe switched around in that as well, but I mean, Reply Totem, they just strides ahead of Tribe Gaming at this point, and it wouldn't surprise me if they finish the sweep off right here.
I mean, it's starting to look more and more likely. I feel like every aspect of their game has just been more on point than Tribe's. The drafts have been better, the team synergy has been better, the individual mechanics have been better. Just on every single level, they have been superior. Let's not talk about the fact that Maru had 10 kills and 51% damage for his team there, because those are absurd stats. But yeah, Totem are just looking better right now, and Knockout is also a really good mode for them. Tribe, this is their chance to try to slow things down and turn things around. But they gotta be careful because Totem, they are sneaky, and that starts immediately with the draft. I feel like their drafts in the last couple of months are one of their main improvements as well. Joker has given them so many possibilities to adjust those picks as he adds to the brawler pool that the team is capable of playing, and then to the total combination of comps that they can bring to the table as well, which, I mean, Reply Totem's drafts have been a ton of fun to watch. We'll see the Rico first pick here from Tribe Gaming. Joker going for the Jean first pick. This is following the following bans, the Janet Bonnet and Bonnie, sorry, and the Piper on the side of Reply Totem. Tribe Gaming taking out Pam, Piper, and Bonnie as well.
Yeah, pretty solid picks all around so far. I mean, the Rico's always pretty solid here. Joker's going to pick the Jean, and the Jeans, I mean, you can't really glaze over a Jean on any map at this point. Carl, more of the same thing, same kind of thought process behind that one as well. It's just really solid no matter where you take it. But I do feel like Tribe have definitely got a good chance to pick a couple of brawlers that will be good against both Carl and Jean here that are still in the mix, and make a bit of a comeback when it comes to drafting, as the draft so far really just have not been where they should be at this level of competitive play in comparison to Reply Totems, where they've just been walking away with every single draft and every single game, whether that be because the draft's better or because they've just played better. They're going to go with the max and try maybe disrupt Reply Totem's flow a little bit with the speed that it brings.
Yeah, I mean, I like Max. I love Max, especially in good hands, and there's not going to be many better at wielding the Max than Yoshi. But it is already somewhat of a scary comp on the side of Reply Totem, and this final pick from Tribe needs to make sure that their weaknesses are covered, as they are in the danger zone, a set away from giving up on the grand finals today. And it is going to be a Fang. I mean, I think it's necessary to take a risk at this point, so I welcome it. But it's going to have to pay off. It's going to have to pay off. And there's room for something like a Gale to show up on the side of Reply Totem as well if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a Tribe Gaming comp, to be fair, with the Max and the Fang, just those two, like, prize brawlers of Yoshi and Linane, and there you go. You've predicted it perfectly. The Gale's there, and it's there to stay. It's going to be very good against the comp that Tribe Gaming are bringing to the table, and I'm just not liking the chances.
Well, we'll have to see if this is gonna be a winning draft here for Reply Totem, the one that sends them straight to grand finals. If Tribe Gaming EU can start winning some games, because so far they kind of haven't, to be completely honest. And I mean, this is a good time to get started with that, because they don't have a whole lot of room for mistakes anymore. So far, it's going to be the left split for Totem and Tribe spreading out a little bit more across the map.
Yeah, and it looks like Tribe are actually doing quite well in this one. Maru gets melted down by the Rico at the top of Tom, and now Lanane and Yoshi pinching in as well. It's just Joker remaining, and regardless of how good he is against that Fang, he's going to be staying well away from him. Trying not to feed these supers, they eventually get it, and Tribe actually get the first thing that they have managed to get on the board at all.
Yeah, really. I mean, I guess they picked up gems in gem grab and a couple percentages in in hot zone, but yeah, no, they haven't had much of an appearance on the scoreboard until now, so this is a welcome one, closest they've been to winning a game, to be completely honest. And see if they can convert, as there is the stun from Joker. Not sure about that one, Chief, but they will at least be able to all survive on the side of Totem and fall back a bit. Super is available for Maru as well, but they have some capabilities at shutting that down on the side of Tribe Gaming as well.
Yeah, well, Yoshi's super's there, but the pull comes in and Tom gets hit by it. Totem make it a 3v2, and what a pull it was. Yoshi still has his super, the ability to turn it around, but Joker's there, he's got gadgets, he's got his super. And honestly, a stun against the wall, if Gene managed to scout them out, wouldn't even be bad, but they're going to be looking to try and save these supers for the next round, and Tribe do not want to be feeding Mori his again.
Yeah, that pool was incredible. Single-handedly won them the round. That's really big, because now, I mean, that's also 2 supers carried over to the next one. One of which is able to single-handedly shut down any sort of offense from Yoshi on that Fang. But oh my goodness, that was a little too late, and Yoshi just swoops in, gets the remains of Reply Totem taken out of the mix, and that is going to be the first game that Tribe Gaming picks up.
Wow. Actually looking like they might have a chance in this one, as definitely those rounds that they did win looked quite convincing, as I believe they won them both with a 3-0 when they did in terms of Brawlers Alive. But Maru's made a nice little path down here. Tom doesn't get to see it until maybe a little bit too late, but he's looking like he might be able to take down Joker here, but they actually get the trade out as Mori and Maru pinch in. Yoshi now not in the best position to survive, but Lane's going to speed him away and get him out of that situation.
Maru and Super, it's a 2-on-2. Both sides are going to try to not reload too many supers, but Maru has his now. Loses the element of surprise. Is more and more common technique is to just get the shot that gives you the super and then instantly auto-aim your super. Not going to be a possibility, since I think he didn't even expect himself to get that in time. Anyways, no one was in range. 2 supers to none. But it's still a comp on the side of Tribe that can make some miracles happen. A good gadget from Yoshi could go a long way, but he needs to close the gap, and a max super is going to be utilized to do so. And now dashing in, he gets melted down. Yoshi is one, gets the pickup. Maru, barely gets it, and he was just sitting comfortably in the gas there as well. That was incredibly close.
Risky, but I'm sure it was calculated by Maru there, just going into the gas and Mori is not missing. Tom gets stunned. They're going to clean that up, and it's a 3v1. As good as Yoshi is, I don't like his chances here. Mori's going to miss that pull, but at this point, I don't think it matters too much after the performance he's brought out on that brawler. Yoshi accepts defeat, and Totem move on to match point.
Man, Maori on those pools, he's an absolute threat. And an absolute treat to watch for us. But yeah, he's been solid on that Brawl, and that was not an auto-aim pull, I don't think. And the max just popped super as well, so it was not going at regular speed. So that was an incredible pull to land from Maori. Important one too, as now it is a match point again for Reply Totem, and they get the opening kill as well. This could be massive. Tom really wants to find a trade. It's going to pop a gadget as well, but the heal is not really going to bring too much, as what he really wanted right now was an elimination to bring it back to a 2-on-2.
Tom trying to get the shots through. Joker does fall down, and it is a 2-on-2 once more, but it didn't work out too well for them last time when it was a 2-on-2, but it is Tom alive, and he's got a little bit more range. He's got more of an ability to fight, but in comes Maru, gets the shot in, spins out, but now choosing his target once more, and his target's going to be Tom. Super's there, but no shots to follow up. Tom's going to bounce castle and keep himself alive. Lenane's going to speed, but to no avail, really, as not much gets done.
This is a terrifying pull for Maori. If he hits it That could be the ticket to the finals, but oh, actually good. Well, never mind. No need for pools. Maru just dispatches everyone, and the gas knows about the rest. Wow. Well, that went much easier than I expected, meaning now there's 3 supers carried over from Reply Totem into this one.
Well, one might be carried over, but it's not going to be used very well. Nice super from Tom, though, but he actually got stunned. No gadgets available, I don't think, and he gets taken down. Lane and Yoshi are the only ones available to be able to keep Tribe's hopes alive. In goes Yoshi, but he gets taken down as well. 3v1, and Lane's just surely going to accept defeat. The knock back onto the water, the pull in, and Totem are going to be facing Grom in the finals, and Tribe Gaming, for the first time ever, are not going to make them. They don't have Worlds guaranteed, and they're going to have to come back next month.
Wow. I mean, let's be honest, Tribe Gaming are still in an incredible position. Just going to semis today is going to secure them a nice amount of points, and other teams like SK struggling throughout the day is also going to be quite nice for them. Team Queso not going further. Like, this could barely have gotten worse for Tribe, considering they went out in the semifinals, because most of their opposition went out very early on as well. The grand finals, it's Grom. I mean, I don't think they're in too much of contention right now, although they might be starting to, especially if they were to win the grand finals. But Totem gonna have an attempt at least at shutting that down. And so far, no one has been able to shut down Grom.
I mean, both of these teams are coming into this finals looking absolutely phenomenal, I will say, but Tribe just not themselves today, and clearly it's just no Drage, no finals, and maybe the roster move wasn't the best, because it seems like Tom and Drage consistently together have been making finals, and this time they're not able to do so.
Yeah, I mean, can't blame Drake for taking some vacation once in a while. But still, yeah, it wasn't the ideal timing. Next time, plan around the monthly finals, maybe. I mean, I'm just throwing stuff in the air, Still, semifinals, decent for Tribe, considering they had a good lead. But it does mean, I think already, that Totem... No, they're not quite above in points, actually. Never mind. But they're closing the gap. And that can go a long way with the later stages of the season.
Yeah, I mean, statistics here, Yoshi finally gets a few kills on the board, but it's nothing compared to Maru with 9, Mori with 2. But I mean, who cares if Mori didn't get kills when he was getting those pulls and providing his teammates with 3 kills? Joke with 4. Tom with 4 on the other side of things, and he's been pretty consistent throughout with getting those kills and actually had a lot of the damage. But I guess that's kind of expected with Rico in comparison to both Max and Fang anyway.
Yeah, no, definitely so. I mean, this is an impressive showing from Reply Totem all around for this match. I was a bit scared seeing them in their first quarterfinal match earlier against Craze Clan. It felt like it might just slip through their fingers, but they held on to it. And it feels like semifinals, they were just much more prepared as well. Very comfortable win here from Reply Totem. And Tribe Gaming, I mean, they not competing in ideal situations today, and I'm sure they will, work from there on. But yeah, it was probably not the result they were hoping for today.
I think that's fair to say, to be honest, and it was just so difficult for them really to be able to pull back after going down such a heavy amount at the start and being dominated. Their mindset must have hit rock bottom. But we are going to reintroduce the one and only Ark, and I'm sure he'll have some very controversial thoughts on both that game and my prediction, funnily enough, as well.
Actually, I just want to say Grom! That's all I wanted to say. I've been waiting all day to say it. Wow. I mean, this has been quite a day, hasn't it, really? I mean, not what we expected, but in the best possible way. It's EMEA, after all. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how it's gone down. If you just joined the stream, you've missed out on a fair amount. SK Gaming was the first upset, and again, that led Grom into playing against Team Queso, and that, I think it's fair to say, was another upset, and they're now in the grand finals. But again, I think it's a team name that maybe some of us, watching at home don't necessarily know, but the players, I mean, they have done many accomplishments in their careers, and I'm not surprised to see them being able to stand the heat of some huge teams. Dogster Lobster didn't quite make it through to the semis again, so they're still going to be coming back next month, hopefully, to try to best themselves. Reply Totem, though, again, that first quarterfinals was a tough one for them. The semifinals, they made look 10 times easier, honestly. I mean, it was 2-1s all over in those quarterfinal matches. But in the semifinals, different story. I cannot wait to see how this one goes with Grombomb. I mean, I've actually already placed my predictions. I am still going with Reply Totem. I've got to be honest. I still feel like they have just, I mean, looking at how they just dismantled Tribe in the semis, I'd be foolish not to at this point in time. They've always made the grand finals, but my heart says Grombomb. I'm just going to say it. I mean, these players, again, you know, they're not unknown to the BSC. I mean, Casey played on Tribe Gaming, you know, the Tribe Gaming roster, Boss and himself on the Humble roster, and Jaime's an amazingly accomplished player. I mean, they have got the skill and they've definitely got the experience. It's just about whether, like, the might of Reply Totem and how consistent they've started to be in the second half of the season is going to rival that so far. But I feel they've won over a lot of love. I've got to be honest. Trav, who are you thinking for this one? Where's your head at for it?
I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen, but I've got my Grombomb. And you know, you guys are going to have some questions, but it's purely just, it's down to law, all right? EMEA law of BSC says a team cannot win the finals more than once. So therefore, it's got to be Grombomb.
Yeah.
With my predictions so far, even if I'm wrong, I'm going to go 1-7. It can't really get much worse than that anyway.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Teddy, you gone for Reply Totem. I'm just going to put that spoiler out there for you. Talk us through the roster, talk us through the team. Why do you feel like they've got it in them today?
You know, it's kind of complicated because I love to analyze things like as deeply as I can. And today, I feel like I just kind of cannot, because there are a lot of things that, like, just confuse me today, and I'm just uncertain about my own capability at, like, using my eyes to see things anymore and my mind to think about things. So I don't know. I went once against Grombomb. It was a mistake. I went again against Grom. It was also a mistake, and I feel like, you know, might as well finish the day with an absolute banger and just go against Grombomb again and go for Reply Totem.
You know what's funny? When I was writing it in, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking the exact same thing. I've done it twice and I was wrong every time. Now I'm going to vote for them and I'm going to be wrong again. So I'm just going to have to, like, you know, live with it and, yeah, go with it, live with the consequences. I'm hoping, as Trav says, for the EMEA law to continue on. I think that'd be very, very fitting. And I think this is a squad that can absolutely do it. Let's see, though. I mean, one thing's for sure, it is absolutely going to be a banger of a grand final, Trav. I mean, you're going to be joining for me. Teddy's going to be stepping aside. But Teddy, you know, you said, like, you wanted to go back and, like, check out, you know, why that Poco comp was working the way it was. I mean, I guess you get a chance to do that now. But again, you know, today's been so crazy as it is already. I'm expecting nothing less for the grand final. But yeah, I mean, Teddy, kind of, where's your mind at with this one? I mean, you already mentioned that today Reply Totem and your predictions are going to take it, but, you know, has today just kind of completely blown it out of all logical sense?
It really has. I mean, Grombomb catch teams off guard that have never been caught this off guard before, you know? It's very unexpected stuff all around. I do feel like eventually their run has to end. Like, there's no way they just rob a monthly final in broad daylight like that, right? There's no way. I hope. I mean, we'll see. I don't know what to expect. I'm happy either way. I'm really happy either way, but I'm scared for the state of the EMEA after what happened today. I really am.
That run has to end with a win. It has to end with a win.
It usually does.
It's got to a point where today's been so out there and radical and crazy that, like, I don't know what I believe anymore. I don't know what to know anymore with this region. I mean, Tribe not making the grand finals, Trav, I mean, that was a huge upset. Did you think that they were going to take that? I mean, we all voted that they were going to be able to win that matchup, but, you know, you were there in the moment. You know, what did you see from that perspective?
I mean, off the start, before the match started, obviously I thought they were going to win because I predicted them. But, you know, as soon as they got absolutely dismantled with the Poco once again, and the mentals you could just see. You know, I think I saw Lenane shooting backwards at his spawn towards Tom, and the mentals must have just dropped completely, because from there, it was just all Reply Totem. And, you know, after that first set, I felt like it was just going to go that way.
Well, it's Reply Totem up against Grombomb. Teddy, gonna wave goodbye temporarily to yourself and bring you back at the end. Dogster in, Trav. It's 32% with Grombomb. I mean, it's it's been improving throughout the course of the day. We look back at the beginning, I think they had 9% to 91%. 68% though is a healthy margin in favor of Reply Totem. I would still put it down to being a little bit of a closer one, if I'm honest, because simply these players on the side of Grom, they're not unknowns. They're not like just a new squad to the BSC. We know them, we love them, we've seen them time and time again in the past. It's just that this month they are absolutely popping off. What are your thoughts before the draft comes in on that, that poll?
I mean, at the end of the day, the audience opinion, it just doesn't matter at this point because Grom have been, like, they must have had 10% against SK or something like that. And they just destroyed them. And then it had been pretty similar against Team Queso and they won that. And it's even better now. So why can't they win this one as well? That's my honest opinion of it. But we'll go into the draft. Right, let's get into the draft. We've got Brock, Daryl, and Ems banned out from Grom, Colette, Bell, and Ruffs out from the side of Reply Totem. And an early Carl pick, which everybody loves to see.
Strong words there, Trav. But, again, today of all days, I mean, who knows at this point? One thing we do know is the draft, Trav. I mean, I like the max pick here for sure from Joker. I think that it's a healthy one to have, and it kind of gives some options. It's a bit of a safer one to have. Carl, as we know, cannot be left on the safe. We've seen that time and time again. And the bans themselves, I do like to see Colette being out of the mix and Bell for sure. Daryl as well is going to mean that there's an unlikeliness to see a Gale because, it's going to bring things back to a bit more of a traditional sense. It could open up the doors to Piper. I still feel like I love Piper in safe zone, but it does seem with the max on the cards that might be a potential here. Realistically, Grom, though, would have liked that max. I think it's fair to say. And I think that could well have been the strategy here from Reply Totem just to clutch it from their grasp early on.
Yeah, I think that might be the case, just remove Max from their brawler pool, and it's going to be difficult to follow it with sharpshooters. I mean, we saw Max played earlier, and it was Bell played into that afterwards, so it wouldn't surprise me if something like that was picked, but they did go with that Lola and the Bonnie along with it as well, which I'm not sure Bonnie's something you see every day on Heist and Safe Zone. I mean, it is obviously a long-range map, so if you are going to see it there, this is the map that it will be seen on, but I mean, I guess because the Griff's going to be breaking up the map, but at the same time, it's hard to connect Bonnie shots with a max speed.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one because of the sluggish, slow speeds of Bonnie, but it can apply a great deal of pressure, and it is probably the best place to draft it as the third and final pick, and the the confidence, shall we put it, as Reply Totem draft a Buzz in what is the most open of all the Heist maps in our map pool. It's one they bring out of the woodwork, from time and time again in Hot Potato, but in Safe Zone, I don't know how I feel about this. The one advantage, I guess, is pairing it with the max is going to mean that Maori can close the gap a little bit better if he's potentially out of gadgets. That's probably the first place he's going to go, is the gadgets to get right into the center of this map and try to use the cover to all advantage. But they've got a grip on the other side as well, which means that they can decide when and where they want to break. There's no wall break on the side of Grom, and that means that there is something of an argument there as to why it can work. But what do you think of it?
I mean, I don't know. It's worked before. That's the thing. But so far in this game, it doesn't seem like it's working. Grom off to a flying start once again. Casey gets the kill and he can retreat as well. Maury's going to break up that right hand side, which I think is probably quite a smart move off the start. Joker looking to try and use this super, and with all the control they had, they only got 13%, which isn't really too much.
I need to see Joker pop off for me to love this, but this could be a chance to go with a super here. Goes on the safe, wants to get the damage down. Casey comes in and does clear up the scraps, but it will allow Maru and Maori to get some further shots on. In the meantime, though, Grom are doing the same, and they've got down to 45%, and so it's a better trader for them. But there, Joker comes in and does what he does best. This is actually a lot closer than I thought it would be, as both sides, just accepting some trade outs, but they're going to take care of Joker.
Casey looking for the aggressive movement, does get up, but three members of Reply Totem pushing forward, and the damage is raining in. This might be a defense, so I can see it happening. Maru is going to fall down as well, surely. Jaime's missing the shot, so when he is avoiding it, Phase Shifter does not do enough. But I mean, we've got Casey there. Boss has got the jump, and with Jaime joining them, it might be done right here. He's popped in his gadget, he can get the jump in, but he doesn't want to leave it open on the other side either. Joker's surely going to go in soon. He can't get the finish, but he's not getting his super just yet. He can't go in, but three people aggressing. It's surely got to be it for Reply Totem.
Yeah, a superhero there, and that is it. Done, and Dustin Sugar goes in and does the final bit of damage there. But it wasn't a walkover. It was pretty close. I mean, I was almost finding myself saying before Reply Totem got into the swing of things that I really don't like the buzz pick here. But then again, it kind of worked out. It was just like an unusual thing to see in Safe Zone to have such a daring approach. Normally, it's just kind of like the ranged affair, and you can kind of see the way it's going to go. But it's very rare to find you get to the end of the draft and there's just no wall break on your opposition's side, and it does open up some new possibilities. And for the most part, it's working out. But I just kind of worry that if Reply Totem go back to their old kind of ways that we saw when they were playing against Craze in that first set, and get a bit overzealous with the idea, overconfident, then we could see definitely Grom starting to really turn up the heat.
Boss almost gets the takedown on the aggressive side of things, though, and KC now flying hook into the corner again, and Joker's down here, and they can't really defend too well against this because of the pinch they've got going on, and Joker's now going to try and get some damage on Safe, but KC's wailing away at it up top as well. Boss has the super and goes in towards Mori, but can't get the takedown. Jaime's going to fall as well, and now with this damage gear on Max, the damage is not going to be as light as it is if the Carl on the other side of things, and all of them survive as well and start pushing once more.
Joker's get super again, going to rinse and repeat, and when you've got that much coverage, you can just sit back and wait and just go in when you need to, and that's how it's done. Reply Totem with a daring draft coming through on top of the first set, and Grom for the first time today looking just a little bit shaky in the outset, because normally they've just looked so solid in those first early sets. But I think it's important the Reply Totem do what they did, because ultimately they're coming in from last month as the grand final champions. They want to be continuing on the first set to say, yeah, we're going to be the first team in EMEA to do it twice. And Grom coming into Ring of Fire, going to have to rethink things through just a little bit. And again, I think it was a smart draft by Reply Totem when it came to just nailing out that max pick. I love the Griff, that followed it. I think that can work really well in Safe Zone, and it covers a lot of bases. When the buzz came in, I was a bit reserved. Now I'm kind of feeling okay about it. Good job, Chucky. You earned it.
I mean, let's face it though. I mean, Grom were not completely out of this. They got some decent damage both games and almost won the first one. If only they could get a little bit more damage on their push that they had towards the end. And Reply Totem were able to just return and deal even more damage on the other side of things. If Grom can fix some things out and kind of adapt to how Reply Totem play things, which is seeming extremely aggressive time and time again, no matter what the comp they do play, I got a feeling Grom can kind of bring this one back, as they did look pretty solid in that one as well.
Yeah, fully agree. I think this is despite how the first set went, a lot closer than many people think and expect it will go. Both teams very aggressive, in their play style, and that's why I love watching them. I feel like if Reply Totem don't win the coin toss, they've got to heavily consider the prospect of banning out Max, I feel, because it does provide so much of an ability to overtake and to retake when you've lost control, and it's one of those brawlers they love to play on both sides of these teams. So going into Ring of Fire, though, pretty in a decent spot in terms of the rotation for Grom. Not necessarily going to be one of those maps where it's going to make or break things for them, but you definitely don't want to go out into the third set behind by 2 sets. Let's see how the draft goes for them. They'll be banning out Bonnie, Carl, and Crow on the side of Grom early on. Lou, Bell, and Squeak on the side of Reply Totem. I think it's going to place a lot of heavy emphasis on the Bow, but they're going to go with Janet first. And Bow is up there with 43% in the pick rate, so I've got to feel like Grom are going to go with that, and maybe Max to follow up with that. Going to go with Penny early on, so it's definitely not going to be one of those two. But so far, I think decent picks on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty solid. There's the Max, and I feel like Grom have been playing pretty serious amount of Max, and it seems to work maybe 50% of the time, as a few game modes it didn't really pay off for them against SK, and then when they played against Queso, it did seem to work quite nicely for them. So I'm intrigued to see if taking this aggressive route straight to Reply Totem's face is going to be a bit of a good thing, or quite the opposite with a bad thing, as Reply Totem could punish them for doing this and be able to adapt just that little bit better. But I kind of do like what Grom have brought in here. Not the biggest synergy between Penny and Max, but now they've got the speed. They can pair it with something a little bit later on. We got Lola on the side of things for Reply Totem to pair with that Janet, and much like in the way this comp's kind of shaping up in comparison.
some aggression though, so I wonder whether that might be an idea to consider with a Stu or... There you go. Pick number 6 coming in for Grom though, and I still think Bo here, but it has slipped out a little bit, it feels, in terms of the pick rates. I mean, they are global, so it does consider every region. But, you know, for me, I just feel it's such a versatile brawler to have here. And something which has also got a really important thing attached to it, which, you know, the Lu pick would have brought in, but banned out by Reply Totem, of course, which is the delay factor. You want to try and keep your opposition off of the zone. When you lose control, and it's going to happen eventually to you in Ring of Fire, you want to have something which they've got to have to deal with, and that's the pick that I go for. Hyman's going to go with Amber. It can work here. You can also, you know, burn down a lot of that mid to take away a lot of the questions as to where your opposition might be lying in wait. But I don't know. You quite like this Amber pick, though, don't you, Trevor? In a majority of game modes, I'm taking to it a bit more, having seen it played out earlier in Heist. It did a decent job for Grom, so I'm all for it. I'm all for it. It's just maybe the fact that I just really dislike playing Amber myself that's it's making me a little bit of a bias caster towards it.
I mean, I think let's face the fact, you only like Amber when it's Javi playing it. That's the only way the only way it actually seems fine to you. Every other person who plays it, you're like, no, this Amber's awful. Shouldn't be playing it. And then as soon as Javi picks up, you're like, oh, I absolutely love this pick here. Great pick. Let's go. Easy win. But at the end of the day, I quite like it. You know, I think Reply Totem have definitely got the better comp here, but I think they've definitely got a chance in this one. It seems to be a pretty even start of things, but Totem now managed to get control of mid, and as soon as I say that, it's Grom who switched things around. Not the biggest fan of that turret placement, though.
Very aggressive, possibly over so, but Joker there, spamming down the gas heal, and it kept him in the mix, but I think he could have been able to just juke around the situation a little bit better. Either way, though, Grom have got full control of this mid. Casey and Boss are low, but, I mean, when they get that takedown there of Maru, it kind of takes a lot of the pressure off. Maru is trying to find Casey, who's also low, and has to take to the skies as... Will he get the pickups though? Joker gets the mid, but Casey's able to contest it yet again. So the way that Grom are able to keep cycling themselves into this position, I mean, look at it, 70% already, Travis, it's almost over.
I mean, Boss just pretty much one-shotted Mori as well when he did come up and try contest it. Now 85% to 20, and Totem's starting to push a little bit back onto the zone, but maybe it's just too little too late as Boss going to slot on once more. No salty barrels left, so he does fall down, but he's added it and made it 90 at this point, so 90 to 30. And Totem definitely still have a chance of keeping this, but when Max has this explosive speed, I think that's when they're going to break on and win the game.
Here it comes. Casey is low, and 69 HP, surviving on. The face shift comes in, but Boss, the last man standing, will see that it's done. That is a bit of a saving grace, as again, going into this one, a few question marks around Grom. Not too many, because despite the scoreline, Heist was very close. But they did need to just take Reply Totem down a notch, and down a notch they absolutely did. I mean, maybe a couple of notches to be fair, because that one looked far more convincing in the favor of Grom. Let's see how Reply Totem go into this one.
Yeah, Boss back on his penny over the left-hand side, and Jaime trying to aggress once more, hitting that auto-aim on the Amber and getting some good shots because of it. Straight through the two of them and gets the two-piece. Cleans up on the side of Jaime, and now Maru's trying to aggress, does pick up KC, but whilst that's happening, they're sitting on the zone. The pinch comes in now, though, and it's good from Maru. Not brought down just yet, and he's staying in this aggressive position.
Boss is just surviving on still, but there's the area damage that Janet can deal, and still good lead for Grom early on. Still continuing to extend that as well as the ego goes out. Speed coming in from KC, and again, this is where the beautiful rinse and repeat comes in for Grom, and so Reply Totem are dealing with it a little bit better. I love this positioning here from Mario on the right-hand side, keeping Jaime low, but can't quite finish him off. Boss still going to use that turret now defensively here, and that's actually continuing to bring in a healthy number of percentages into their grand totem. Reply Totem have got to shift up a gear here, otherwise this is going to be deja vu all over.
I mean, I was questioning that turret, but it worked a treat, and he's still alive because of it as well. 75% now guaranteed by Grom, and it just seems like more of the same in the last game. Reply Totem, though, are getting a bit more of the zone a little bit more early on as well. They've placed this turret down, they've got a speed zone on the other side of things, and it seems like they've established themselves with some good control. KC just moving around, trying to get the speed once more, and this deficit is closing down heavily, and Grom need to make a move.
Yeah, I really like this from Reply Totem, and they've got to batten down the hatches. It's something that they've failed to do so far, and another drop the base down there from Maru as he had one less one left, but that is the last. Joker, though, surviving on, and he's got to stay on his feet here, dash around this situation here, because he's got 3 versus 1. It's not an easy thing to do, but look at the scoreline. Reply Totem have brought it back. It's now 90%. They can hang on just a little bit longer. They'll take this to the 3rd and final game, and it looks like that will be the case if Joker and Maru can do something about this, but it is being contested hard. I think now, though... Oh, hang about. Look at the scoreline.
They hold on. They hold on. It's fine. Just at the end, I'm sat here like questioning myself whether or not I'm going to say who's won. But in the end, Totem did manage to bring it home. And Grom, although such a good start once again, Totem managed to get control and cling on to that control a little bit longer than in the previous one and bring that one home for themselves. But this is the make or break, I think, for Grom here. This is going to be the game where games are won or lost. You bring it back to 1-1 or you go 2-0 down and put yourself up for the possibility of a sweep.
I agree, and I also feel like Grom have demonstrated to themselves that they are capable, absolutely so, of taking this set. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that they know that as well, and it's just simply about that control that they lost in the previous game where they just allowed Reply Totem to get all set up. Ooh, and that's a double takedown there, and that is a nasty, nasty place for Grom to find themselves early on. They did get some early capture points on the zone, and now the score pretty much level peggy. Maru, though, has got to be taken care of. Yeah, that drop the base was a big thorn in the side of Grom in the last game, and the second one goes down now, and that's just going to buy valuable time. Casey can't contest. He's got to heal up as Boss coming in and Jaime coming back into the mix. It's going to take time. 50% on the zone now, and looking like a black and white difference trap.
I mean, Totem are just looking so much better now, and Grom pretty much just, I think they know themselves they're out of this one unless they make a breakaway play right now, and it just doesn't seem likely. One person dies and another person dies all in a row, and they don't have a collaborated push onto the zone until now, but Boss is going to fall, so's KC. Jaime's the last one alive, but I don't know he'll be able to 1v2 this one. He can't, and Reply Totem are going to go 2-0 up in terms of sets here, as they can just hold on to this one for a little bit longer, and if not, then I'm sure Mori will. But Totem managed to close things out there, 2-0 in sets, and Grom fall even further down.
Felt Grom had it. I did. I felt in that set they had such a phenomenal start, but Reply Totem just seemed to adapt along the way. That's the thing, and that's just their experience shining through and their ability to just retake control under pressure and not show signs of stress and just be calm and collected in the process. Well, on to Brawl then, and Grom needs to start to, well, they don't have any time left to do anything else other than, you know, win some sets here, otherwise one game here or there, you know, Grom are in trouble. It was like you said going in, it's like, this is where it's make or break for Grom. If they were able to win that set, then it's level, and, you know, you've got everything still to play for, but it takes a big mentality, a tough mentality for a team to be 2 sets down and come back and reverse sweep the situation. They're going to have to do just that, though, if especially, you know, Reply Totem win this first game. Stats as well, very much heavily in the favor of Reply Totem. Casey down over the 3, Jaime with the 11 in terms of the takedowns, but yeah, Joker on 12, Maru on 13, and yeah, I mean, Reply Totem for me today have been looking far, far better since they reached themselves through the quarterfinals. It was like a question mark there, which seems to have stayed there in the competition. At the moment, they are looking very formidable. They can't be denied.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at this point, if these 3 players are just so used to being down throughout this year, obviously no offense to them by saying that, but they're so used to being down, and I don't know if they've ever really brought games that are memorable to me, like, back from a position of being this down and near enough out against Reply Totem or something like this. And I just don't know if they're the kind of players to be able to have this real tough mentality of being able to bring a game back from from the complete depths, especially against Reply Totem in the form that they're at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, again, my heart is saying Grom all day long. It's just my head is still stuck in this place with Reply Totem where, you know, it would be fitting for them to continue on as they left off last month as the grand final champions of last month. We again, in the quarterfinals, we were questioning massively, so we would see a huge upset there, but they've made it this far, and with 2-0, it's such a tough one. The first pick coming in for Reply Totem is the Stew. Janet, Carl, and Squeak banned by Grom. It's going to be Ruff's Penny and Squeak banned by Reply Totem. Early picks coming in with the Gene and Grift. I quite like that from Grom actually. I mean, Joker going in with the aggressiveness for Reply Totem, and, you know, I do like where this could lead for Reply Totem, but with that Grom, the Griff, sorry, you've got such an ability to break open everything, and pair it with the Gene, you can get some really, really good takedowns with that pairing.
Yeah, I really do like it. It's kind of like they're going to try and mold the map into an overtime situation from the get-go, and I like the way they're doing that, especially when they're pairing it with the Gene, and also, you know, later down the line, they're going to have an ability to add another long-range brawler to it. I'd really like a Crow or something like that here, especially against Stu and Spike and Bonnie and stuff like that. If you can slow them down and connect some really solid shots, then I think that's a very solid route to go down. But that might be the last month of NA in me talking. I'm not sure at this point, but, you know, Totem adding Bonnie and Spike to the mix is, I think, a pretty smart thing to do, especially when they're going to be molding that map as open as they can.
We saw it on the stats there as well, like how high Spike was there as a pick rate, and I feel like for me it's just because in that situation there, when, you know, you haven't got the third and final pick overall, it kind of makes sense to save that kind of brawler because you don't know what you're necessarily going to be facing off against. I like the Crow pick here from Grom. I think this could be a winning comp, especially if they can really abuse the fact that Bonnie is a very slow and sluggish brawler under certain circumstances. They're going to try and double down, sure, with the Stu on the other side of things. And I am very surprised, though, I've got to say, like, with no max ban, that no one decided to bring that one to the table, whether it was going to be Reply Totem with Steel for it, or Grom going with what they know and love already. That Griff is going to really help out massively by opening things up, but what's a bit out of position here is going to be scrutinized by both Maori and Joker, and the pass-through from Mario is good. The shot on goal is just about saved off the line by Jaime. He's got nowhere to put it. He puts it the best place he can, but the cycling of the spawns is not in the favor of Grom, and that is an early goal against them. Reply Totem are looking fierce, Trap.
I mean, the passing plays there from Totem, just being cautious that he's running this lamp blowout, was really, really nice from them, I feel. And Totem have got these things to tank the stream pull. Doesn't manage to get it off, though, at that time, as he did place it a little bit earlier to try and preemptively stop it. Joker trying to pass this ball through now, and Boss taking some heavy fire. Maury around this back pinch, and Boss very low. He is using that lamp blowout. Surprisingly, he didn't get it off in time to save that goal, but now curveball able to be dodged pretty successfully by Jaime, but Boss took some heavy hits there.
Well, Joker now can just dance around the situation. Jaime then gets the upper hand, and that's quite important here because he gets the heal, however, but is going to go in straight with a super and did get a ton of damage onto Maori. Maori, on the other hand, is going to have to be cautious, still trickling around from the poison from the Crow, but a pass to come here from KC. I'm surprised it wasn't a super pass, to be fair. He was in a good spot for it, but probably didn't want to take the risk. Joker now is slowed, as is Mario, by a nice gadget from KC. Boss coming in with magic hand. This is a great opportunity for Grom to be able to get back a goal if they can just connect this hand and then get in position. This could go another way.
Well, it's totally turned on its head as two of them go down and just KC remains. Now, this pass could go straight through, but KC's there with his jump to be able to stop things anyway. Boss gonna hit this pull, but almost bringing Maori directly onto the ball. Joker's still there in an aggressive position as well, and they don't really need to do too much other than just delay time at this point, and forcing out KC and Jaime's supers there was maybe a little bit too early from Grom.
25 seconds on the clock, and that is a massive concern here for Grom. If nothing changes, the goal for Reply Totem will stand, and it will see them going through to a match point, tournament point, monthly final point. Let's see if there's any chance for Casey to jump in. He might be close to super here. Boss will get the magic hand, but they're both going for the ball. One of them's got to break away. The pass is going to be on point here to Boss. And oh, there is enough DPS to stop it. Oh my word, Reply Totem move on to match point. And Mario doesn't even look like he knows it.
How did he hold on there? I thought he was easily going to be able to get that. I don't know if he just didn't get the shot off or something like that, but that looked to me like a goal waiting to happen, but just saved by Totem, and now they're on match point, and Grom have just got to have such a poor mental state at this point because they're pretty much down and out if they don't manage to win this game, and I just can't see them doing it at all, especially with Totem cleaning up like this early on.
A bit of a goal, and that is a nail, another nail into the coffin. Reply Totem now, either 2 minutes pass, and they're still going to be able to take it if Grom don't score, or another goal just to add salt to the wound. Boss will pull the speed over. I don't know about that. The pass through to Maru is there, and Maru can just slot this in, quite easily done. That is going to be it Reply Totem are the first team in the EMEA region to win monthly finals back-to-back, no less. But everyone else only has the one. They flaunt the two. And now a little bit of a smile there from Maori. Now he can relax just a little bit. A little bit of one. Something more to go on. So absolutely just calm as a cucumber. But commiserations to Grom. I mean, they won everyone's hearts. They came in absolutely flying for what was their first monthly final appearance together as a squad. But I mean, yeah, Reply Totem today, just I think it's fair to say were the better of the teams on the day.
Yeah, Reply Totem win the monthly finals, but Grom win our hearts. I'll tell you that. What a run from them today. It's been so good. Defeating two teams who they were the underdog against, but Reply Totem were just standing too high for them to be able to deal with. And being the team that they are, I can't say that I didn't expect it. Regardless of my prediction, it was just a bit too much of a hope thing instead of an actual prediction kind of thing.
It sounds like backtracking there to me, Trevor. I don't know. I mean, sure, the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat will have their own opinions on it, but I mean, you got one out of what is it? 1, 2, 3? Yeah, 1 out of 7. 1 out of 7 ain't bad. Well, yeah.
Well, no, it is bad, actually. It is bad, I think. But at the end of the day, you know, it's just how the EMEA region is. That's just how it shapes up. And to be honest, you know, 3 out of 7 isn't the biggest result from you either, is it really?
I mean, you know, it's only one behind Teddy with 4 out of 7, and he was the best out of everyone. So I prefer to be in my shoes than yours today. But nonetheless, we digress. Reply Totem for me. You know, if they hadn't have made it through that quarterfinals, we could ask ourselves the question, you know, like how today could have gone, because I mean, we still already are asking ourselves that question because there's so many storylines, upsets. You know, none of us realistically knew how this was going to go. Teddy, we're going to bring you back in, and you can tell us from the sidelines watching how you felt that one went. You know, was it kind of how you expected it to be?
Kind of, but to be honest, most of what I expected to be today did not happen to be, so I don't know if I'm surprised by that now, but yeah, it was kind of, I mean, it was what I expected to happen to them in the first match of the day, to be completely honest. I thought SK would kind of sweep through Grom. No, again, no offense to Grom. I love those players. I just, as much as they probably didn't see too much happening of what actually ended up happening, I think they were as surprised as we were, but probably very positively surprised as well, since, I mean, they got a decent bunch of points and prize pool by getting the second spot today. So very impressive result from them. But this final match, at least I read through that one like a book. Had Reply Totem winning 10 times out of 10. They did. I'm happy. 4 out of 7 predictions. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, 3 out of 7 predictions. I'm good. Trav, talk us through play of the day. How about that? Let's divert around that, because I've given you enough stick already.
Well, play of the day is this beautiful little Fang play from Meow here, and he just played it so well. You see Rama, he's pretty much inevitably going down. You don't expect him to be able to win this. All the twisters there, it goes, he slides in, gets the stun, and because the damage gear is activated, he has enough damage to finish that one off, and it's just such a lovely combination. Starting things off, he gets that one, he gets the first. He sees the twister, he knows his teammate's going to go down, he has to play for these last few seconds, waiting for this twister to go down. The Piper shot just narrowly misses, and then Meow picks up his super, goes in, takes down Mori, gets the stun perfectly, not allowing Maru to get the shot off. And as I said, the damage gear just brings enough damage to take him to his knees.
Yeah, a really clutch roundhouse kick there as well. He needed that additional stun to be able to lay it out. And again, I don't think that we're done at all with Craze Clan. I think they're going to come back really, really strong. I mean, you know, today could have gone a number of different ways, to be honest. And especially if they'd been able to stay in the mix, then that could have been a very different story as far as our grand final was concerned, let alone the semis and so on and so forth. But this is how today went. SK Gaming had a huge upset as Grom took them out in the first match of the day. And if you hadn't already noticed, yeah, 2-1s were the only score lines to see in the quarterfinals today. And then Team Queso did make it through to the semis after taking down Dogster Lobster 2-1 to then face off against Grom. It was Grom that came out on top and went all the way to the grand finals in the lower half of the bracket. Reply Totem, in a very close matchup with Craze Clan, did see themselves through to the semis, and then they were able to space against Tribe Gaming EU, which ironically enough, enough was actually the closer of the two matches, in all honesty. And then we saw just now Grom against Reply Totem. And it was Reply Totem who became the first team in this region to win 2 monthly finals this year. Up until now, every single team has only won it once, and it's been spread very wide. But we must take a look, Trav, at our predictions to see how this one went. And oof, that's a lot of red, mate. That's a lot of red, isn't it? 4, right, Teddy? You must be pretty proud about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not my greatest run, but looking at the on the left and even a little more on the left, I'll take it gladly.
Well, Trevor, as much, mate, as I'd love to let you get a word in as to how and where it went all so wrong for you, I'm getting word that Inso is on the line, ready to talk to us. So, I mean, I'm sorry, mate. I'm really sorry about that. Inso! Great to have you back on the show. And straight off the bat, massive congratulations to you and the team. And I'm not going to waste any time and ask you how you feel about your win, because I think that's going to be pretty obvious. But, you are the first team in this region to pick up 2 monthly final wins. What have you guys been doing when it comes to your preparation process after last month? You were the grand final winners last month. That must have placed some additional pressure on you guys coming into this month to be able to continue that kind of reign on this region. Oh, Inso? I think Inso might not be able to hear me. Can you hear me, Inso?
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
You can hear me now. Okay, I'll not repeat the question. Again, just a massive congratulations first and foremost on.
I understood. I could hear the question. It was just the camera that was lagging, I think.
No worries. I'm just going to ask you how your preparation process was for this month. Having won last month, that must have placed a lot of additional pressure on you guys. So I just want to know a little bit about how you prepared coming into this month.
I mean, this month was kind of hard for us because some of us went on vacation, so it was really hard to practice a lot. But luckily, I have a really good team, and even if we don't play and we don't scrim a lot, we can always have smart drafts and try and outplay our opponents with both the comps and our skill set. So I mean, of course, it was really hard because we were nervous, but we managed to pull it off.
Speaking of draft, in that sense, I mean, you pulled out the Poco card against Tribe. We saw you playing that, I think, in the last monthly final, and you said that you didn't really necessarily know why you went with the Poco pick, and it didn't work out for you, but you went with it again. Was that your choice, and was that something that you saw was a weakness in Tribe when they faced it up against NaVi? Or talk us through why you went with that brawler, and also why it worked.
I mean, we didn't kind of play the map last week, so everything we were going to do today was kind of improvisation. But when I saw their draft, I really thought that they had low DPS and there was no way for them to kill Pem plus Poco. So I just felt it was good. The players agreed, and we played it, and it worked really well, I think.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that is the case. I mean, looking at the points, I don't want to create any spoilers and get it wrong, but I believe that now places you on top in this region. I believe that having Tribe come in the 3rd and 4th spot gives them 100 points, whereas you guys get 200. And looking at the beginning of the show, you had 376, so you should be on 576 now. Tribe would be on 570, so I think you've just crept up. Knowing that information, does that make you have to have more stress, more expectations on your shoulders? And if so, how are you guys going to approach that going into next month to make sure that you don't lose that top spot?
I mean, we'll just try to keep working hard and try and stay humble and improve our gameplay, obviously, because I think we still have some mistakes from my part and from, in general, the gameplay. But I don't know, it's going well, and hopefully we can improve and keep going and doing our stuff.
Just stay humble. Well, I think from your reaction to that question, you're already doing a pretty decent job, mate. You're looking very good, and we fully expect to see more from you guys in the months to come. Again, congratulations to yourself, to the whole team. Pass on our regards, and we look forward to seeing you in the next monthly final. And just before you go, though, any shout-outs, any honorable mentions to your fans and following that you want to give?
I mean, thanks to all the fans that support us all the time, and thanks to my insane team for being that good. Thanks to Reply Totem. Let's go.
Thanks again, Inso, for your time, and we'll see you again very soon. Thanks a lot, mate. Well, Trav, Teddy, welcome back to the room. I mean, it's honestly an interesting thing to see this region change and shape in the way it has, Trav. You know, did you expect coming into today that we were going to see a team take 2 wins in a monthly final? Because until now, like I said, it's like there's been like the EMEA kind of curse in that respect. We've always had a different team, and part of us surely thought that it was going to be Grom this time around, right?
I mean, I think, you know, coming into it, I thought it was going to be a team winning 2. I had in my predictions on the event site, it was SK versus Tribe in the finals, I think. So that means one of them would have won 2 anyway. But at the end of the day, I didn't think it was going to be a Reply Totem versus Grom finals at all. I thought Grom were out in the first round, Reply Totem out in the semis. But I'm always happy to be surprised with some really great gameplay. And, you know, Reply Totem, they thoroughly deserve it anyway. So I'm pleased that they are the team, as humble as they are, to be winning that second monthly final.
Yeah, well said, Teddy. We're going to take a look at the regional leaderboards now, see how this region has shaped up to be after today. And there you have it, Teddy. Talk us through it.
6 points. It's only 6 points, but it is Reply Totem taking over first place. I hinted that it would be a possibility, but they are going to be first for now. Tribe Gaming just behind them in second, and then the gap starts to intensify a little bit more, about 130 points, and then we move on to Team Queso. Below that, SK Gaming very close behind, and then once we get below 300 points, we have a lot of teams very close to each other. Within the span of 2 points, we have 3 teams fighting for those 2 spots, and obviously teams below that, like Grom, that are now in the leaderboard. They didn't used to be until today. They are now in the leaderboards. They are really actually competitive. Not sure what their long-term plans are as a team, but they could fight for those world final spots. They're 40 points behind NaVi, that is 6th and in the final spot right now. So everything and anything is still possible in this region, and that's probably why we love it so much as well.
Yeah, and one team that we haven't talked about today, of course, because they were not here for the first time, STMN EU. I mean, you can just see there how important it was to really qualify for this monthly final. Now, they've got themselves into a bit of a tough spot, and you're absolutely right, Teddy. Grom for me, you know, especially when you consider the fact that they hadn't necessarily been putting as much time into their practice, into their scrims as they can, because we know that they can put even more time in together. It's just been an unfortunate month for them when schedule-wise they just couldn't make things necessarily work. If they are that dangerous when it comes to the game and the lack of preparation that they had coming into today, imagine how dangerous they could be, Trav, with, you know, just a bit more time spent working together. They are really in a great spot if they want to continue on and bring in these kinds of results.
I mean, you know, I honestly think the lack of preparation was something that helped them against the likes of SK. You know, SK being a team who rely quite heavily on, you know, prepping beforehand and ensuring that they're going to have, even loading into the game, an upper hand into the draft and stuff like that. I think that it assisted Grom in getting this far, and the same with Team Queso. You know, these more established teams with big orgs and huge staff behind them. It's nice to be able to go into something knowing that your opponents don't know what you're going to do.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail absolutely on the head there. Sometimes when you're going into those matchups and you got that ability to really take the control, be confident in your approach, and not have to necessarily worry about the meetings that are going to be happening afterwards with your big team and how your performance was. You go in with a much calmer approach. Teddy, we're going to take a look at the regional leaderboards now as well to see how everything is shaping up to be across the all the regions here. Now, talk us through, if nothing changes, these are the teams that are going to be qualifying for the World Finals, right?
Exactly that. As of right now, there is only a single team, I believe, that is fully sure to be qualified for the monthly, for the World Finals rather. It's going to be AC Milan Clash over in LATAM South. But besides that, everything is still up for grabs. Obviously, regions like East Asia as well, where Zeta Division 1 and Zeta Division 0 have been quite consistently dominant as well. They are getting closer and closer. I believe tonight Tribe Gaming NA has some chances as well at locking in a spot in NA LATAM North. But besides that, everything is still up for plays. None of the other teams are secured entirely just yet. Stoneward Esports as well as SN ANZ just to close it out. Very, very close as well. So this is an important final month. There's still a monthly final to go here for NA, but the next month or two are going to be incredibly important, and that's where we will finally see, you know, some more of the teams actually securing their tickets straight to the World Finals.
I can't wait to see what happens in North America and LATAM North. I'm just scrolling through Twitter to see the tweet from Brawl Esports to see what the terms are, but I know there's a couple of eventualities that have got to go the way for them to do so. But again, as you rightly put it, you know, AC Milan Clash are the only team so far to lock in their golden tickets. But we may very well see some more from that as far as that's concerned tomorrow. 2 p.m. PDT is the time, guys. Make sure that you mark that in your calendar for the North America and LATAM North monthly final. There'll be the final one for this month, so you do not want to miss that. And again, if you haven't quite got that pin as event.brawlstars.com, then you may very well want to get some predictions in for that to catch up, because again, today in the EMEA region, if you're like us, then you probably didn't do fantastically well when it came to your predictions. But Trav, without the final part of the show, is there any final thoughts from you before we close the day out?
I mean, my final thought is if Tribe NA needs to qualify, they need Vanguard to lose in the quarters and they need to win it. That's what needs to happen. But when it comes to this show, there isn't a lot to be said. All surprises throughout, and you know, I couldn't have said I predict anything because I got one out of 7 or something like that. It's been an all-round terrible day for me in terms of predictions, and I think after my predictions today, I've still got like 1,070 points, so I'm still about 930 off getting the pin this month, which means I pretty much can't get it, I think.
Well, we'll forgive you, Trav. We'll forgive you, mate. It happens to the best of us, to be completely honest. But Teddy, from yourself as well, any final thoughts before we close out the day?
I mean, it was a fun show, like always. It's been a long day for me, been here since East Asia this morning, very early on. But couldn't be more thrilled for it. A ton of Brawl Stars, had the chance to see a ton of different things as well across region, and here, particularly in the EMEA. Just the volatility of the region at the moment. Anything is possible. Teams can come up just to play for fun and somehow be very dominant. It was a crazy monthly finals. I think also, you know, teams coming home from vacation with some players at the moment on vacation. So a lot of extra factors to take into account, but I can't wait to see more of it. And I mean, luckily we got NA and LATAM North tomorrow, 2 p.m. PDT. So yeah, that's going to be my opportunity to watch some more.
Absolutely. So, EMEA, you just never know what to expect. But I'd like to add to that as well. A massive thanks to all the viewers at home, to all the players, of course, the coaches, the analysts, and everyone working behind the scenes on the playing side. And of course, to Supercell, to Esports Engine for keeping all the esports cogs ticking over from that side of things. To yourself, Trap, and to Teddy as well for being by my side for a great amount of fun. Again, we'll be back tomorrow with the North America and LATAM North monthly finals from 2 p.m. PDT. You don't want to miss it. Until then, it's goodbye for now. Look at now, Guille is going to come in at the right time, but not necessarily. Boss has got anything to say about it. That was the pull that we were waiting to see.
Going on here, Boss has the pull in hand. In comes Semantic though, and he gets the dashes through. Guille can't reset this from the mid. He needs to regress, but the pull comes in from Boss. It's there. Guille can't do anything, and Grom do the unthinkable. SK are once again out in the first round.
And losing Rama, which is of their highest DPS right now, is not going to help. This seems impossible at this point for Craze Clan, and Reply Totem have done it. They do need some sort of opening, and Jaime is going to find an opening of his own. A base race again, but there's very little time and resources to commit to defense. Boss moving upwards as well. They'll get a good chunk of damage, but is it going to be enough? I think it should be, yeah. Team Queso know it. Grom Bomb, they are going to the grand finals.
No gadgets available, I don't think, and he gets taken down. Linane and Yoshi are the only ones available to be able to keep Tribe Totes alive. In goes Yoshi, but he gets taken down as well. 3v1, and Linane's just surely going to accept defeat. The knock back onto the water, the pull in, and Totem are going to be facing Grom Bomb in the finals.
Or another goal, just to add salt to the wound. Fossil Pool, the speed zone, I don't know about that. The pass through to Maru is there, and Maru can just slot this in quite easily done. That is going to be it. Reply Totem are the first team in the EMEA region to win monthly finals back-to-back, no less.